remember your name. You keep changing it. But one thing we could do to drive traffic here is like go over there, just rile the fuck up, and then just shut the channel off and come over here. Make them all follow us.
Yeah, I posted the link many times. Some people have joined. I gave them perms, multiple people. So everyone in here just share the link, talk to people. Hey, whenever you want more links, more information, this link right here.
You know what
And
we should do? We should
yes,
give them.
work for
We
me.
should do a promotion. We should get something promotion because when you come over here, you have no roles, right? So they probably don't want to go through that. So we should
Mm.
like do some streamlined stuff. Like if you come through the politics server, you can automatically get some role, right? They'll give them more permissions than just a
Oh yeah,
average
politics.
lobby person.
Like over there, we have the FE mod. You could do like a politics. I don't know, politics member role or something.
No, we'll
Something.
have a politics flat earther, politics on the fence, and politics FE role, and then like so, if they're fake flat earthers, then they're disassociated from us, right?
Yeah,
We don't have to vouch for them. We don't have to check for them. Like if they want that role, that's on them, right? They're self-described.
yeah, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Because let me tell you, a lot of the conversations are lost because many people join and have questions, but the conversation can only be had with a few people at a time, and many people just are like whatever, bye, you know.
Yeah, and there's a
So we
lot of
should have
filibusters over
an
there.
option.
So we got
Yeah.
always do we have the usual suspects, the 3 or 4 people that are going to live in the VC, and all they're going to do is freaking run interference the entire time they're there. And
Have you
anytime
seen
they
that?
get cornered, they have their little crew of people that are going to interject, call names, say some dumb stuff, so that person doesn't get exposed as an idiot. I've noticed that a bunches of times, dude.
Have you seen that Brit guy? The Brit. He says Brit in his name. Brit.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, that's a special case there. That guy is some type of I don't know. That guy. When I started speaking, he started sending me like gay messages, like "I love you" and like shit, like gay stuff. And also he talks like he's talking like psychoanalyzing the whole room, like you people this, and he's like has a superiority complex to him. And then I
Yeah, I
asked him
called them
like,
out on
bro,
that crap.
yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
called them out in that crap in the chat because like for 10 posts in a row it's just about like you guys this and you guys that, right? So I posted them. I'm like, dude, like, are you going to talk about the topic? Or are you just going to talk about us? I left for 6 hours and came back, and he was still doing it. Still doing it for 6 hours straight. He was talking shit about flat earthers.
Yeah,
Bro,
they're
I
getting
asked
more and
him.
more. They're getting more and more spastic in the chat as well, just spamming stuff over and over again, regardless of how you address it. They just don't listen to anything. So it's getting pretty bad sometimes in the chat.
So he was talking down to the room to the flat earthers, and like you guys are these special kind of people that are just questioning us or something like that. And I was like, bro, are you some type of Brit? Like I told him, if you were like in the American, like in the Britain American War, right? You'll be the red coat. He said, yeah, I'll be shooting the American. I was like, you'll be shooting the Americans, right? He'll be like, yeah, I'll be one of those because that was our land. We're the ones that are paying all this money to own the land, and you guys are trying to revolt. I'll be the red coat. He said that.
Wow.
So that,
First of all, he doesn't know history. Second of all, whatever, man. That's perfect slave. Whatever side says, like whatever side he perceives is in charge, he's gonna be a lapdog.
yeah, he has this. I don't know. It's weird. Like he's superior to people, and every time there's like some conversation going with, like, some new people join, when I ask questions, and he wants to just be in the middle, like trying to psychoanalyze the room and kind of like sway the conversation into people paying attention to him. He's some character. Oh, and then there was this other guy that has like an avatar of a character called uh the character name is I'm gonna tell you right now. Usopp. He's from One Piece, Usopp, and he's a liar and a bluffer. He basically beats his enemies by lying and bluffing. And this guy, he was talking to QE the other night, and QE called him like a double. He was double speaking, and many times he's like just basically lying. And he's playing the character in the VC. He's playing that character, that Usopp character in the VC. So weird. I don't know if you noticed that, Drace or India.
I noticed what?
The guy is actually playing a character. His avatar is a like a cartoon character that lies and bluff. He bluffs his enemies. He lies to the enemies and bluffs like he's gonna. He like made like a balloon that has a label that is 100 tons. So his enemy gets scared because he thinks the liar is gonna hit him with a hammer that weighs 100 tons. But he's just bluffing and lying, and he beats his enemies like that, like basically lying to them. He lies a lot, and that guy is like playing that character in the VC while talking to people about the flat earth and the topics. He's like bluffing and lying all the time. It's crazy.
Dude, I'm looking in the chat over there, man. There's no Earth curve, then what? What's that ultimately gonna prove? What the hell? Like, why? This is the kind of crap I can't stand. Like the playing stupid crap. I can't stand it. If there's no curve, then what? The answer. What's that ultimately gonna prove? Duh. Do you really need to be told that?
If it's not curving, what does that matter?
Yeah, I guess it's still a ball somehow. If that's okay, so listen to this, dude. If there's no curve, then what? Well, what's that ultimately going to prove? It's not a ball. The response? If that's the conclusion, I'd rather say it's a globe because it doesn't disprove the government, meaning it's a globe. That is the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Why do they claim globe when flat earth is the right choice? Step away from the fluoride. Let me see. India, you were having a decent conversation the other night, but when we allow one of these anti-flat earthers to just jump in and rumpus the room, it gets bad.
Yeah, we kind of need to run it like we run the stream or arena. It needs to be like one person at a time, please. We're gonna be talking to this guy. If you cannot contain yourself, like the flat earthers will be talking to this guy. If you cannot contain yourself, then you're gonna be muted. If this guy doesn't want to speak anymore, then we can talk to you guys.
Move to the next one.
Yeah.
I think it's been alright. It's just there's definitely these characters in there that wanna sway the conversation to make to whatever psychoanalyzing the people in the room, make them
Yeah.
you guys are just conspirators, whatever.
It doesn't matter what they believe. We're presenting our thoughts and talking to these people who come in here. We want to keep the lines of information clear and concise, and so we're talking to one person at a time. If they want to talk to flat earthers, they can come in and talk to us. But we don't want to. But this is not the room for a bunch of globers to be talking to globers between each other. That's not what this is about. This is to just inform people about what we think and what we know, so that they can do with that what they will. But it's not a platform for the globers to just argue amongst each other, pat each other on the back. That's not what this should be for.
Brenda tried to sneak in the other day and kind of take over the room, but I think another character that is similar to Brenda is that Scott guy. I think his name is Scott. He has a picture of himself in the avatar. He was there earlier. Scott something, I think it was. That guy is some character.
But that's one of the reasons why we need the A game over there, so that we can shut them down, and then once they have been shut down, we can just mute them and move on to the next guy, instead of letting them waffle. Because a lot of these high-level anti-flat earthers, they're so used to weaving the sophistry that normie who doesn't understand logic and just thinks that anything that feels good must be right will think that they're correct just because they speak so calmly and they're like, oh, poor me, victim, oh no. So
and they're gonna confirm their bias a little bit, like this guy that speaks pretty well is confirming what I believe now.
Yes. And so
Yeah,
what you gotta just do is you gotta start detonating their stuff calmly, and then when they interrupt you, you're like, I'm sorry, like if you cannot listen to what I'm gonna tell you, then I'm gonna have to mute you, and then explain it.
wait, what's going on? What happened?
Sorry, that was
We
just
got
a little
some
joke,
triggered
man,
guy.
because he was
Fixed
talking about it.
annoying name.
Oh, sorry, that was a joke, because you were talking about it. So I was like doing it.
I banned him. I banned him. Done with that shit. Dude's a troll.
Yeah.
Had enough. You see his name? It's like the same Arabic word like 42 times. You just go.
Yeah. He picked the wrong moment to try that joke.
I don't even get the joke. I mean, joke?
That wasn't a joke.
No, the trolls think that that's funny. They think it's a joke. They're just so dumb. They don't know what humor is.
Have you seen the lame memes of when flat earthers find out the earth is round, like they making these stupid memes that make no sense. Like, like, what is wrong with them? It's like they trying to make it fun. I'm here to, enjoy talking to dumb people. Uh, it's
I just don't.
entertainment.
I just don't get why they get so obsessed all the time. Like non-stop, spending so much time just wanting to hang around us. Like what? The it. I think it's actually if you look into the dark tetrad or sadism, narcissism. Uh, I'm blanking. Whatever. The primary aspects are those two. Uh, although the other ones really play into or factor into it when you deal with the more crazy anti-flat earthers. But when you look into sadism, you understand, okay, they just didn't really enjoy trying to put other people down. And then you look into narcissism, they really can't take when you threaten their worldview. So they have all these mechanisms of denial and fallacies that they or rationalizations that they use to try to convince themselves that they're right and that you're wrong, and then they have these memory farts where they edit their memories and intentionally forget aspects and don't listen to what you're saying just so that they are not wrong in their minds to protect the ego. It's so insane that we have to deal with these types of characters and that there's so many of them. Like that really scares me.
Hey, have you tried going to the other rooms? There's some real characters. Like I don't know what it is, but I think I've been spoiled talking and I mean in this server, talking to people like are kind of like more grounded to reality. And then I joined the other rooms, and I just can't do it, bro.
I
It's
know what you mean. I know what you mean because like it's to me it's like dealing with normies. It's so draining because I want to say so much stuff, but I know it's gonna trigger them so hard. So I'm like just testing the waters, and I'm like, oh, okay, he's retarded. I'm not better not say anything. And then like, what about now? He's retarded. I better not say anything. It's so annoying.
you have to turn into an army to just talk to them.
Yeah, you like you just get them to talk, and then you're like, okay, fuck.
Many times they're like playing video games and talking about other topics, and I don't know. It's like this combination of fantasy La La Land to trying to. It's like they trying to comprehend reality, but they have like their own. Everybody has like their own perspective of how politics work or whatever.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
know.
problem. It's Plato's cave. Like, there's all these priests that they don't want to scrutinize and look at, who are holding up these different symbols in front of the fire, so there's this shadows cast on the wall, and they're all like, "Look at this symbol. Oh, I believe in this symbol on the wall." And they're arguing about these symbols on the wall, and then you're like, "Hey, look at the dudes casting the shadows on the wall," and they're like, "No, that's not allowed. I'm gonna argue about the shadows." And then you're like, but bro, there's a whole world outside. Just go look. And they're like, no, I believe in the shadows so much. I'm retarded. Yeah, I had a few beers. You might be able to hear that.
Now that you say it, maybe, but not really. No, I wasn't thinking about it.
Well, I'm not that talkative generally, and I'm trying to fill empty air.
That room gets so full that sometimes, you want to say something. I want to hear from, I want to hear from Indy or even Quantum Erase or whatever, but some people in here. But many times it's a bit difficult to have someone that wants to actually talk about the topic when already someone took over the voice and is trying to hold the room for a while. But someone
Yeah.
might have a better explanation or a better point to make.
Yeah, it's a really difficult dance to make. So we're not stepping on on each other's toes and like building on each other's points and moderating the room and not getting butthurt over like someone else taking over your point. Uh, it's it's something we all have to learn to deal with if we're gonna be an effective unit in communicating this.
I didn't want to step on Elijah earlier, but he was like talking to the young girls, and he was like, "How old are you?" She was like, "I'm 19." Oh no, I'm gonna have to change my whole way I speak to you because you're 19. And, it was kind of Elijah. Oh my god.
I love Elijah, man. He's such a character. But that's one thing I like. All the flat earthers are such characters, and then the Globers are so identical. It's like, what the fool?
Bro, sometimes AI want to say some stuff that is so on point, but his mic is horrible. Like 90% of the time, his mic is. We're gonna have to send AI some
Yeah, I'm willing
top-notch
to help send the money,
mic.
help finance that somehow. Let's get him a new mic.
Bro, AI needs like a good mic, honestly. Because many times he brings the whole conversation like to the crux of it, but
Yeah,
then
he's so
then
good
his
at
mic doesn't
analyzing.
help him.
He's so good at analyzing all of the aspects and then just breaking it down so like even an idiot should be able to understand it, and then drawing them into the conversation so that they acknowledge it. It's like, so masterfully done. I can't do that.
Bro, one day they were like saying, "Oh, but why would they lie?" There was like five of them asking, "Yeah, what will they believe?" AI gave a reply to that, and the whole room went like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of good people here who are good examples to learn different things from. And like nobody's perfect, but like everybody has something to bring to the table here, and that's something I really love about this place.
AI even brought it like, maybe hiding the creator, that kind of stuff, and he put it in a way that it wasn't triggering to the ITAs or anything. He put it in such a eloquent, cohesive, comprehensive, like step by step, and he brought it even to the creator. And everybody in the room was like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. He's one smart cookie.
And then he Mike starts like messing with him. It's like the revenge of the robots. He's like the AI overlord, but the robots, the mechanisms are rebelling against him or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the wire in his microphone or something, but there's something wrong.
He's always driving. I think he's always like in a vehicle, in a truck, and the truck doesn't have like a good sealed compartment.
Oh
So the feedback
no,
of the noise.
no. The thing is, I've heard him be like speaking with horrible distortion, and then it like pops in. You can hear him great, and you're like, oh, great point, bro. Keep going, and then it's off again, and you're like, no. That sounds like the wire has broken basically, and it's just connecting sometimes, and you can hear him, and then other times it's not connected, and you can't hear him. And so, if you just got a new mic, it should be good.
I see Orion here. I know Orion kind of doesn't like me, but I haven't seen him in the politics server. Maybe he doesn't want to join, but he should. Orion would find politics server like home, almost, because he likes politics too, right? President Orion. Let me check his servers. He's not even in that server, no.
Orion is cool. I like Orion.
Yeah. I mean, we don't agree on everything, but on the topic, he's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. Like, I don't think everybody has to agree on everything, and we can all have our differences, but in general, the people on this server, I think, are pretty good people.
Oh, yeah. That's the I think that's the beauty about this server. I mean, we don't agree on everything, but at least we can come to the realist level and say, yeah, the realist level is really real, guys. And cartoons are
Yeah.
cartoons, real stuff is real stuff. That's pretty obvious.
Why am I back in the hot seat trying to talk?
I must send an invite to that channel to Orion. Maybe he's seen it. I will say Orion will enjoy that conversation over there. Or
Yeah,
maybe
it's
he's
definitely
busy. Maybe he's doing something else.
it's definitely a fun place to go, and you can go there and just have a bunch of fun, like racking globers left and right. And then when you get like, oh my god, they're so crazy, you can just come over here and chill. We have a good time, talk about the Earth. If anybody comes over here, and because the other guys are trying to send people over here, we should be seeing more traffic. We've seen more flat earthers come over since we started going there, and those are just flat earthers we like didn't know about us, and just like, or got converted basically because they listened to the argument and they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
I've heard many like pretty interesting ladies over there. Like I've heard many of the interesting ladies here as well. But over there, even ladies. The other day, there was this girl that kind of didn't agree with us, but she was like taking a middle position and being very fair about everything, and even agreeing with the flat earthers when the globe earthers made fallacious arguments, and she was
Yeah,
like super good at it. Like I was like, wow, this
yeah.
lady. I mean, she gets it.
We had a bunch of interesting ladies over there. We had a science communicator who was really acted like a know-it-all and didn't listen to anybody. So it was, she knew a lot of stuff, but she was completely incoherent in that people would tell her like stuff about dark matter, and then she would be like, no, and then repeat the thing they said about dark matter, and you're like, bro, are you retarded?
Lulu
They,
says she
they
gets who
just
you're
don't
talking
listen well.
about.
They just don't listen well because they're like, flat earthers must be wrong, so I'm just gonna say no and then repeat what I've been memorized.
Oh my goodness, bro. Just if you wanna like lose yourself, I mean, go like into the I don't know, go back into the matrix. Just go on some of their chats, like the text chats. You're gonna find the most ridiculous conversations ever.
I look
And
at
their memes, bro. You add the memes to that, and you're like, oh no, I'm gonna lose myself here. Bye.
yeah, like they keep renaming the different channels as the Globe Earth Discord or whatever because we keep like rising in the ranks. So they don't want the Globe Earth to lose. So they keep changing it. But I keep looking in the text chat and there's nothing happening. They're not even talking. And the from what I hear in the VCs themselves, they're like just complaining about us. And they're just talking about us nonstop and trying to psychoanalyze us and patting each other on the back. It's just about us now. The whole server.
Yeah, I joined the Globe 24/7 room, and I feel like it was like a black hole dragging me into nothingness. Like, wait, what's going on here? My brain is trying to stay in reality, but now it's going into this. I don't know. I was trying to get what they were saying and talking about, and I get it, but I didn't want to. I don't know. It was weird because they start yelling at each other and calling themselves like "you stupid." And I don't know. It's and talking about silly stuff, but trying to make sense of it, but doesn't make any sense. Because you know, when you have the reality level conversation against someone that is talking about Fantasyland, you can kind of bring them to agree with you about real stuff, right? Like, okay, in reality, this is how this work, and you know, let's talk about how this stuff works in reality. And they're like, yeah, that works in reality, but reality is happening on a globe, kind of. And you can kind of find a common ground, even if you don't agree with the cosmology. But in the other rooms, they are like actively talking about Fantasyland. Like they want to be in Fantasyland and don't take them away from it. Like they're in the video games in their minds. They're actively characters in a fantasy place, and that's where they are at the moment. And don't try to drag them to reality, please. It's weird. You play.
I'm sorry, I was telling my cat how much I love him.
You want to see? Joyce, have you seen the cat here in my house?
Karma is very excited to see your cat.
All right. I'm gonna show them the cat. They have a cat. Do you have a photograph of your cat to show my daughter? Because she's like open. She heard a cat
Yes,
and she's like, okay,
we
someone
have
said
it.
cat.
We have many pictures of the cat.
Let me send you one of our cats so we can have an even trade. To trade the cats? We're gonna trade the photographs of the cats, not the cats themselves. Okay. I gotta find it here somewhere.
Yeah, my sister says she sounds adorable.
When I speak to Karma, maybe another day, whenever she's on the mic, she can talk to my
Well,
little one,
I can
say
make her
hi.
shout.
She's super
Wait,
cute.
wait, let me put her on speaker real quick. Something to you. Say hi, Karma. How are you?
Hi, Karma. How are you?
Hi. So nice to hear you. You have a beautiful voice.
You have a beautiful voice. Say, can I see your cat, please?
Can I see your cat, please?
No worries. I'll send tons of pictures.
Let's send them a photograph of. Oh, look at her cat. What do you think?
It's cute. Hey, I make food.
What is the cat doing? What is she doing?
Licking.
Yeah, after eating all that food, sitting on the table with them. So cute. Now,
Like,
now taking a nap. Taking a nap after.
how about this one?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one we're looking at. Now we gotta find hours to send it, okay? Because he's sleeping right now. I have a photo here. Outside, look at that. Looking at the bird. Look at the bird. That's
Yeah,
cute.
Karma rescued that bird, and then we basically nursed it back to health, and then we let it free eventually. But when we got it inside, this cat really likes to like look
Can
at
I
the
tell the
birds.
story?
I'll let Karma tell the story. She's better at it.
Okay, so basically, our cat's a huge hunter. He once even chased the bird inside the house. This was a baby I found that didn't even have tail feathers. And when we explained to him that this wasn't prey, this was family, he was super nice and good, and he wouldn't come near the cage because I told him not to be there. Except when I went to work, Mom told me they were playing together because we let the bird go free because he didn't want to stay inside the cage. He'd hurt himself trying to get to us. So they were actually buddies and they'd play whenever I wasn't around.
Oh, the cat made buddy. The cat and the bird was buddies because Karma
Yeah,
told the cat that the birdie is like family, so don't hurt the birdie. And the cat understood, and they were like buddies. That's so cute, right? That's pretty cool, actually. That's a cool story.
he's such a good cat. He's right here right now. Hearing us talk about him, he's gonna get candies and everything.
This is Mikey. He's a really good cat, but sometimes he turns into a wild beast because in his mind, he sometimes he's like a lion or something
Or a bunny.
or a bunny. He's sometimes he thinks he's like half a cat, half a bunny, and starts jumping like a bunny.
Running like a bunny.
That's so
So how
cute.
do I want to show you a picture of a bunny movie. Look how Mikey runs. Look how Mikey runs.
Say thank you for the photograph.
Thank you for the photograph.
Thank you for the photograph of your cat.
A bunny running. So Mikey jumps. So Mikey jumps. So Mikey jumps.
Drace, when I mute myself, do you hear the noise of me muting and unmuting? Hear
No.
noise or you just no noise? Okay. Because I can hear like the muting and muting noise, and I'm thinking people hear that what I'm doing, but you said no.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
No. It's only played on your side.
Perfect.
Do you hear it from me? Because I have like a TV playing all of you in the behind my mic, but it's a directional mic, so it should be like lowering the volume of everything from that direction.
I only hear you and Karma when she's speaking. I mean, when she gets earlier when she spoke, but I don't hear anything else. Just your voice. That's it.
Yeah, I also hear the pings and stuff when I unmute and mute, so we shouldn't hear that from you, and we don't.
Perfect. I was wondering that because I thought I heard that before from other people, and I was like, huh, I wonder if there's a feature or something that I have to find. But now that you say you don't hear it, and I do, that means I don't have to fix it. Perfect.
Looks like Mikey,
Yeah.
but it's two different eyes.
Yeah, I gotta be here, chill, because my daughters are up, but after I'm gonna jump into politics to hear the battle going. It's like a war zone sometimes
Yeah.
over there. And I get kind of like loud sometimes, and I'm a bit loud when I speak, but uh, at this time I'll do more listening because it's getting late.
I get you. Like when I started going to the politics server, I'd like join early in the day, and there's like not a lot of people there, and then not a lot of moderation, so I'd have to actually jump in and just like
Mikey.
stop them, even though I didn't have any moderation power, just with like my voice.
Did you got muting powers over there?
No, I don't. I'm just an observer, but I can like speak loudly and assertively and talk about logical fallacies. So I just be like, no, stop. We don't do this. We're like working on this, and then trying, and then because I like bad cop it. Some other good flat earthers would be like, yeah, let's talk to this guy, and then it solved itself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we don't have much power. It's just muting power, which is enough to keep some control, but still, it's not like it's not like it's not much. And I don't know if I can ban people. I don't think so. But I don't need any of that. At least muting a little bit, keep some control. But like you said, okay, guys, let's bring it back to the topic and let's see if anybody has any questions or
There should
yeah,
be some way
that
to
works.
control the chat, but uh, they keep like making fun of us because we don't know how to moderate the chat properly, basically.
Yeah, earlier there was this guy just posting like girls in bikinis and stuff, and I checked if it was able to delete it, but I couldn't delete his message. So
Yeah, yeah, it's annoying.
there's gotta be a bot, maybe. I mean, I know there's a bot because I think I seen someone like banning using a bot command. Probably just gonna have to ask them some questions about it whenever.
Yeah, we just need to have a
Oh,
meeting or something for the moderators of that channel, and then have those commands distributed between people so that we can control the chat, because they like to just go in there and spam all sorts of nonsense. Like if they don't address the counter argument, you can't just keep posting it endlessly. That's not how this works.
look at the chat. King says this batch of tonight's flat earthers are lacking. Bring in the big guns. But that king is a troll. He opened his mic. I like yesterday he asked to be unmuted, and I'm like, I'm trying to be cool, and I did unmute him, and I asked him to keep it cool and cordial, and he waited hours to just open his mic and just say silly stuff. So he was patient into start the troll mode, after being unmuted. But
Imagine
he
how
did.
little life you have at that point. They're just like playing video games, sitting in the chat, sea lioning, and then when they finally get their shot because they're so desperate to try to validate their worldview somehow, they're like expletives, 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 and you're like, oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah. Who's in here? Quantum is in here. Oh, he's deafened. Quantum is in here. He was there yesterday, but looks like when he's in, he wants to, speak. And if there's no like control of just him talking to someone, and
Yeah, you
if he
need
says
to have
mute, this
real moderation when QE is in there. You need to have someone like just making sure that it's one-on-one so that he can actually have the conversation, because they will jump all over that because they don't like listening to QE.
yeah, true. And he likes getting a point across, and they're not gonna allow that to happen if they're not moderated. Yeah. Hey, hello, hola, bien,
Hey, Davey.
okay. Here chilling with the guys. Chilling here. Late night, I mean, midnight.
We also got 2 girls, bro. Yeah, we got Lulu in the house, and we got Karma by my side.
In the background.
We got some queens. I said ladies, but they're Lulu and Karma. It's like queens.
Yeah, this ain't no sausage party.
I mean, I got the princesses here next to me, my daughters. Those are princesses. Future queens. But Karma and Luluka, I'll trust them with a kingdom if I have to go to war.
Yeah.
10 and 6. 10 and 6.
Drace, you don't sound drunk, man.
Well, I'm no Helio. I can hold my liquor.
Yeah, I mean
Don't
that's what our
encourage them.
comparison to is. I can only compare it to something else, like what I'm familiar with. And you're like sober as a church mouse right now.
No. I'm pretty drunk right now.
Hey, don't get too encouraged, Trey. Just
You're always gonna hear us talk about him and
relax.
pump in, hammered. He'll just jump in, put himself on deafen, and start talking.
I can just imagine that already.
Were you in BC over there, Davey? No, were you earlier over in politics? Oh, because you said Brit. You're talking about the guy in politics server, right? Or am I? Oh, bunch of psychos over there.
You're reading the comments from where? Which voice text?
Live stream
Which
voice
chat?
text. We were talking about them over there. No, we were talking. So there's a politics Discord. In that Discord, they have like close to 80,000 people. They let you set up a guest voice channel where you can set up your own channel, and depending how popular it is, you'll go up the rankings and they won't delete the channel. If nobody goes to it, then they get rid of the channel. Well, we've rose in the ranks, and I think we're number 8 or something now of all the channels they got over there. So yeah, so yeah, in a week or like 10 days or whatever it's been. So obviously they're going nuts and spiraling over there nonstop, and there's like a couple, just like it is here, right? You got the main characters of Shillery for the Globe going on, and one of the guys' name is Britt, and he's a total psychopath. If it's a guy, I don't even know. But it's the politics Discord. So that's why this place has been kind of empty. People have been preoccupied on, feasting on the fresh meat.
Morby says it's wild up in there.
Yeah, I might jump in VC because I didn't see a mod in there, and they said it was out of control.
So I can jump in and mod for you, but soon enough I won't be able to speak too loud because people
I
are
have
gonna
mod
be like,
powers, so I have mod powers over there.
yeah, but I can keep you kind of going fluid.
Oh, I was just
again.
gonna go over there and can the people that are being douchebags. I wasn't gonna do anything. I was just
No, I mean
I
like
was
you
just gonna go
talking
in
to
and clean
them.
house, man, and pull an ace and just ban everybody.
I'm just saying, sometimes when you're talking, I like listening to your replies to them, and if you can get your point across, you can sometimes get people to say, "Hey, he's making some sense."
Yeah, I mean,
But
but
if you
then
don't
that
get your point
cognitive dissonance
across,
kicks in. You're like, oh my god,
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
becoming a flat earther. No, and they come back from the ledge. You're like, I can't do that. My friends will pick on me.
yeah. My
Oh,
testosterone levels
Wolfgang's
are
in
going
there.
up.
Wolfgang's in there. I don't see him talking, but I think he's monitoring the room. I don't know.
If
Sometimes I
he's
feel like their
talking, we're good.
their testosterone levels start going up when speaking to real people, and they start like, "Oh no, there's something wrong happening."
I just had
They
an idiot
train
over
the
there, and you see that little thing over in the text chat? They posted like some flight path that, like, look, this plane went to Antarctica, and I'm like, dude, that's an estimated flight path. No, it isn't. Okay, go on the website, take their data off, show that none of the data in their little spreadsheet actually exists and says not available. See the little green bar? That means estimated. Look at the legend. It says actual, then the rest says estimated. Well, show me a better flight path. Well, how can I show you a better flight path when I don't even know how good that one is? How are you going to compare it to what? You have no data. I can really
I
draw any
remember
scribble on a goddamn map, and you're not going to be able to know if mine's better than yours because you don't even know what yours is.
I remember a flight path from I probably have it somewhere. Gotta find it again in the computer or on the phone. They went from New Zealand towards Antarctica, and all they just did the flight towards the coast, and they went like inland a little bit, then back towards the coast and back to New Zealand, and that kind of demonstrate like they go and then they come back. It's not even that complicated. But the Glovers kind of want to argue like, yeah, people go over the Antarctica all the time. I'm like, no, they don't. They
Yeah,
just
there's no way
go
to even
and
tell
come
if
back.
you're over Antarctica because the ice sheet is so large, right?
Hmm.
I'm just flying over some ice versus I'm flying over some ice. You can't tell the difference. There was, and I've said this before, there was an airplane crash in the 70s into Mount Erebus in near
Yeah.
McMurdo Station, and they have not allowed commercial flights over Antarctica since then. This is well known in the airline industry, so I don't know why Glover's like come in here and argue it. You could just like, they just want to go on like, then the dude said, I'm like, okay, he said, so they're all lying that they flew over Antarctica and saw it with their own eyes. I'm like, I don't know, are they? I'm like, who do you think is lying? The people that made the website. The website is FlightAware24. So I'm like, so the people that made the website flew for Qantas Airlines and like flew over Antarctica? What are you talking about? This dude was just making shit up, one thing after the other, after the other, after the other. It's amazing. Just amazing how shameless they are.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a little Easter about that flight that crashed. The
Yeah,
report is that they were given the wrong flight path, and
exactly.
the pilots just followed the flight path they were given, and they crashed using that wrong flight path, which is there's something weird with that.
And
I
they
think, in my
never.
opinion.
And here's the thing: they had like an inquiry and shit, dude. They had like a whole full blown inquiry as to why that crash happened, and they never actually resolved why the flight path was wrong.
It sounds to me like you remember like the Australia example that they took all the guns because one guy there was shooting or whatever. Like the one event canceled everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like that
Yeah,
event canceled
yeah.
all of the public flights or whatever. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing in the West. That's what we do here. We make rules for the exception, not the rules for the rules, right? So for the general case or what happens most of the time, we don't make rules for that. We only make rules for the one-off thing, the rare events that barely ever happen. We're gonna change
Like
all of society to address that.
like gun laws, right? Like one guy goes and kills a few people, and we got to change the law for 350 million people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Or one like I hate to use this as an example, but like the Amber Alert system. So one kid went missing, and now there's an Amber Alert system, and now they'll use it for fucking anything. They don't just use it just for missing children. I seen them
Hmm.
use it. They used it in New York because they were looking for somebody for murder.
Wow.
They're looking for their car. He had murdered his parents or his step parents or something in there. He lit it was arson, so he like basically burnt them alive, and he fled. And there was an Amber Alert for his car, even though then I look on the news and it wasn't even about a child. It was just they wanted him. So that's the slippery slope, right? So they made a rule to stop something which seems justified, but then but now they have an army of snitches, right? So they can just turn on the Amber Alert and just get their snitch army to go hunt down whoever they want to hunt down, and they can just lie, right? They can just say they want to off somebody. Oh, Amber Alert for this dude's car. No one's going to say, well, he's probably innocent. I probably shouldn't help the police catch them. They're like, no, this guy's a pedophile. We're going to stop him. And then they started doing it for
Hmm.
what? They started doing it for parents, right? That take their children, right? So you have the stepmother, you have the divorced couple, and the dad or the mother goes and kidnaps, supposedly, quote unquote, kidnaps the child, kidnaps their own child from the other parent. And then they have an Amber Alert for that.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So
think that happened recently.
it's not even about pedophilia anymore.
Hmm.
That's messed up, dude.
I think it's worth pointing out that's a cultural problem. I don't know if that makes it any easier to solve, but it is a cultural problem.
Oh yeah, all this shit is human social. Well, I mean, it got here by human social manipulation, and it ain't getting out without it. Like it can't be solved by just like making more laws or like wagging your finger at people. But the only way it would be solved is like you said, it's a cultural problem. That means you need a cultural solution to a cultural problem.
Or making or unmaking laws. You could always try that.
I know. Imagine if they just like started like Congress and the president, and they're like, we're erasing all the laws. We're just going to start over. We got bloat in the law books, right? So we're going to just start over from scratch.
I like that idea, like leaving the Constitution still intact, but just erasing all the laws, and just from that point onward, going the Ron Paul direction. Remember, they called Dr. Ron Paul Dr. No for a while in Congress because he just kept voting no on everything that was unconstitutional, which was almost every bill that came in front of him.
Wow. Yeah. That's based.
Well, I mean, he's part wrong and he's part right. They are unconstitutional, but they've created a legal framework to make it constitutional by making these laws. They're not like public laws. They're kind of like I don't know how you would put it. I don't know what a good analogy is. So there's public laws that apply to the general public, which is supposed to be good for the general welfare, right? Those types of laws. Those laws all have to be constitutional. But there's other laws that they can pass, which are kind of like voluntary laws that if you do some act, you fall under that law. So, for instance, one of these laws would be if you receive federal funding for vital records from the Department of Health and Human Services, right? If you take some of their money, you have to give the copy or make available to the federal government copies of your births, deaths, marriage data, all that shit, or you don't get the money. So it's one of those things where it's unconstitutional to force them to do it, but they can volunteer to do it, and they waive a benefit in front of their faces. So the government does this too. Like, okay, if you want the benefit of like this employer-employee relationship, then you have to jump through these certain hoops in order to do that. And if you enter into this voluntary relationship and you do these other things, then those things are crimes, right? And so some of the stuff is, but on its face, if you didn't do this voluntary act, it wouldn't have been constitutional if they just tried to do it on its own. But you're doing something to let them do that to you. So there's like, I hate to say this because it's going to sound like sovereign citizen bullshit, but it's not. There is a private side and public side to the government. And the government has multiple capacities. It has a corporate capacity, it has a governmental capacity. And it can do things in the governmental capacity in which it has to be constitutional, but the things it does as in a corporate capacity, it does not have to be constitutional. And a lot of the bills that were passed that Ron Paul voted no to that said he said were unconstitutional were in fact unconstitutional, but they weren't actually government programs. They were just like corporate programs posing as government. You would call it like the simulation of government. The federal government is a corporation.
So I'm wondering though, what's a specific modern reoccurring budgetary example of this? Would it be like, the federal funding that goes to universities? Like, oh, you guys have to say X, Y, and Z, and not say these other 1, 2, 3 on campus, and you'll get our federal funding.
Yes, exactly. So like they do that to the Department of Education, right? You want some of this money, or do you want to be eligible for Pell Grants, right? Because if you get a Pell Grant, or what do they call it? What's the loan thing? I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's Pell Grant and Hayes loan or something like that. So if you have to be so if I take out one of these grants or loans from the federal government, the institution that I go to use this money they gave me, they have to be on the approved list of government institutions, right? And of course, to get on that approved list, the institution has to jump through certain hoops that the federal government wants in order to get that money, because they're ultimately the end beneficiary of the money. I'm taking out the loan, but I got to go to a university. So that university is going to have to do the things the Department of Education says. They have to teach the things that they say in order for them to be allowed to take my money. Right? So there's lots of little ways to control this little cloud world we're living in.
Is the, let's say, a non-disclosure agreement, and then you have freedom of speech, but you can't talk about that stuff? Isn't that falls in the category that what you're talking about? Okay, I have freedom of speech to say whatever I want, but then I have a contract with the government that I can't say whatever I want.
Think about it like this: there's federal property, right? So there's federal buildings. And there's federal areas, right? So there's federal districts, little areas and districts. And when you're in them, just like being in someone's house, they get to make up whatever rules they want.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're not on that federal property, then, they have to abide by the so-called governmental rules that are supposed to pertain to all the peoples of the United States. So what they do is they get you on the federal plantation by hook or crook and subject you to laws which otherwise would be unconstitutional. But you've done some act which you voluntarily agreed to some benefit, and they place some burden on you.
Wait, I don't know why I'm going so far. Puerto Rico is an example of that.
Yeah,
In the
exactly. You
United
should know better.
Yeah,
You should know
Yeah.
better than anybody else. You lived in Puerto Rico, so there you go.
yeah.
It's federal property. That's like Washington, D.C., a U.S. Army base, Guam, Samoa, all those places. It's federal property. They just make up. Now, they go through Congress to pass laws to govern that, right? So they've made a governmental structure. But you can't say like they've agreed by congressional act that Puerto Rico, even though it's a federal territory, the courts will generally apply the Constitution of the United States. But they actually don't have to. That way they can they kind of give you like the same rights that are in the Bill of Rights, but they do it by statute as opposed to Constitution. So it's not a constitutional right, it's a statutory right. And a statutory right comes with restrictions. So being a statutory right, it's a privilege. It's actually not a right, it's a privilege. Whereas the Constitution is their rights. And you can't convert a right into a privilege, but you can alter the privilege all you want. So privilege is like a license, right? So say you had an easement on my property, Jemsy. You own the electric company. Electric company has power lines. You bought an easement. You have the right to come under your power lines and walk on that. But if you walk off that, I could say, yeah, I mean, here's your easement, but outside of that, once you go out 20 feet outside your easement, you're on my property, and I'll license you to like park your trucks on my property if you pay me, $50 or something, whatever. But I can change that at any time I want. That privilege, that license, I can alter at will. But that right you had to go on the easement, I can't change because it's a right. One's a right, one's privilege. And the government plays this game because you got to remember, everyone in the government's fucking lawyers, dude. Everyone.
Yeah.
It was Joe Biden. He was a lawyer. It was Trump, not a lawyer. Bill Clinton, lawyer. George Bush, lawyer. Or had a law degree. Or he might
And
not
they
have
want you
gotten
to
his degree. I know he went to law school.
And they basically just signing powers of attorney to them so they can have the power.
Yeah, they have powers of attorney over your little frickin' area. You've chosen them to represent you in the government, to make laws for whatever reason you thought was a good idea to elect them, to make laws which were supposed to be for your benefit, but it doesn't always work that way. But the thing is, when you make that election, right, they call it a free election, you're choosing, right? You choose, you say, I'm going to go to the voting booth, I'm going to register to vote voluntarily, I'm going to go to the voting booth, and I'm going to pick my master, right? And I'm going to pick the guy that represents me to make the laws, and I agree that I'm going in on this scheme, right? And that whatever way it works out, I'm going to abide by the laws because I got this right to pick somebody. So if I send this guy to Congress and they pass a law that I got to chop off my fucking right foot on Tuesday, then I'm going to do that because I got the benefit of voting and playing in the system, so I have to abide by the system. I can't just opt out whenever I feel like it.
But
That's
wait,
how
that would
the
be an
system works.
unconstitutional law, though, right? Chopping off your right foot, that'd be an unconstitutional law.
Well, yeah, of course. I'm just saying that there was no just a purely conceptual representative government system without a constitution. Say we just had a blank slate. There is no constitution. We're gonna have a Republican government, and we're just gonna vote for someone to, I'm gonna vote for someone. They're gonna go to a body in a legislature, and that legislature is gonna pass laws to rule everybody. I have to follow all those rules because I agreed to play in the system.
Although
right?
I think it's worth pointing out, though, India, keep in mind, even though I'm pointing out that it's an unconstitutional law for them to pass a crazy law like that. However, as you pointed out, I don't think it would be unconstitutional for them to send funds to people who voluntarily chop off their right foot or whatever every
That's
Tuesday.
right. If they volunteered, right? If they said, "Well, listen, we're gonna give out this free money, this free stuff, and sometime down the line, you might be required to do some specific act, right?" So there's the marriage thing, right? So when you do your little marriage contract, you're agreeing to the domestic laws of the state of wherever you were married. You're agreeing to that you're going to follow that, right? Whatever it says. How they're going to divide your property, how they're going to split up your children, how you're going to have sexual relations, what you're like, everything. You're agreeing to all that. The family code, basically. You're agreeing to all that for the benefit, because the code it's a benefit to you. It's supposed to be a benefit and a burden, right? So it's to make some sort of justice in marriage or whatever their public relations scheme is, whatever they're saying that makes it worthwhile. So you have the benefit of that and you have the burden of that, whatever that is. So you did some voluntary act. If in the future they want to add to the marriage code, if you commit adultery, you get your genitalia frickin' chopped off. You have to abide by that because you enjoyed the benefits of marriage, right? You got preferential tax status. You got to, whatever they say the benefits of marriage are in modern freaking, I don't see any, quite honestly. Maybe 100 years ago, but there's no benefits in legal marriage nowadays that I can think of. I can't even imagine one, so that's why I'm not even saying one. Like, what would it be? Okay, there's one benefit. If
Well,
the
wait.
loved one is
The
dying,
taxes, right?
right? Well, I mean, no, at death, that's the only benefit I can see. You get to inherit their property, or if they're sick and you want to visit them in the hospital, you have a right to like shut off their machine. But they can't stop you from going in. So like if you're in an ICU, often they'll say only direct relatives can come into the ICU and see the person, right? So like that's the only like benefit. There's no other than that, I don't really know. I don't even think there's a tax benefit anymore, quite honestly.
Oh, not
I think
anymore.
yeah,
Well,
I don't.
I don't.
I think it's actually more. I think they raised
advocate
it
for
for a
it,
couple.
so.
I think it's actually more taxes if you have to pay more taxes if you file it as married versus if you file separately as single.
Hey, this reminds me of a flat Earth joke I made before, like a long time ago, when someone came in here and started talking about taxes, and I said to him something like, "Hey, do you think we should have a flat tax rate?"
They want an exponential curving tax rate. But don't get me wrong, the government does. I mean, people in the government do things that are unconstitutional all the time, but there's no remedy. There's no legal remedy. So some government agent does something unconstitutional. What can you do? They'll claim freaking limited immunity or sovereign immunity or judicial immunity or some immunity that they can act like they're exempt from prosecution and suit because I'm a government agent. So
Okay.
people don't know how to actually get justice when government
Some
officials do
judges,
unconstitutional things. Go
you
ahead.
bring up the constitutions, and some judges will laugh on your face and throw you to the cage. You bring up the constitution, you go into the cage.
I mean, people bring it up in the wrong context. I know my constitutional rights. The Constitution actually doesn't apply to people. I mean, that's the odd part that most people don't know, is the Constitution applies to the states. as organizations, individual organizations, and you just have to read the Constitution to realize that. Because if you read, if you read the Constitution, the bottom where they signed it, everybody signed it as a representative, right? And like they signed it as representing a particular state. And that there's a case named Chisholm versus Georgia, where the court said no man can sue for breach of the Constitution, for he is not a party to it. The states are the parties. They passed the 11th Amendment, so you can't sue a state for breaching the Constitution.
Well, I think what I was just going to point out, like, so I mean, the law is one thing, but culture is another thing. So I'm just pointing out now that, like, we'd only ever become like a law that we're not allowed to say X, Y, or Z that we should be allowed to say, but we wouldn't be allowed to say it if the culture were to become so rancid that would follow down the line. Because remember, politics is downstream from culture. Whatever the law is and whatever the politicians can get away with, or whatever good the politicians will potentially do, is all just downstream from what the culture forces it to do. So I'm just saying, like, at the moment, I know of some places and some times when it seems like my freedom of speech has been restricted, but, it's so far, I don't think of too many instances where it's been at least violating the Constitution, technically. Because keep in mind, the Constitution states specifically that it's supposed to be the government that's not supposed to infringe on your rights. But now when it comes to things like YouTube, it's basically, it's kind of a blurred line. What's the government? What's the corporation? Because it's just such a big corporation, and the corporation is sort of patting the back of the government and sort of in bed with the government, so to speak. So it's kind of blurred lines between what's government, what's the corporation. But what I'm saying is, like, at least as far as the culture goes, I try to look at the bright side. Most Americans, at least, I can't speak for everyone else, flat earth, but, I can say that at least most people here are at least keeping up with the spirit of the freedom of speech. At least when I talk to people about it, family and friends, they're like, yeah, we should still let people say what they want, even if it hurts our feelings. Well, here, I want to point this out to you. I think the very moment that, if it were to ever come, if the day were to ever come where it's effectively illegal for you to say what you just said, where you're just against that kind of parade going down the street, whatever. If the day were to ever come where it's illegal for you to say that, that's the point in time where I'd start worrying. Which, it's one step this direction or one step in another direction through another pathway. I'm on the edge of losing my Second Amendment rights here in Oregon because it's sort of up in the air in the local court system whether or not I'm about to lose them entirely in about a year's time or I get to keep them. But the way it's going now, it seems like it's a greater chance I'm about to lose them, which, makes me feel like I feel at least half like an idiot for continuing to live here. Because I understand history. I know history. And take, for instance, in Germany, Hitler took the second, he took the gun rights away from the German people. And then a little while after that, he started putting some other problems in place with his own actions and, got World War II started and the Holocaust, etc. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not a stupid German. Do I look like a stupid German? No, I don't look like a stupid German because I'm not a stupid German, in 1935 or whatever the hell. And what I'm saying is, like, the whole reason why I'm still here is because I don't know where else to go. I still live in the United States. I still live in Oregon, in the United States. But as I lose my Second Amendment rights here and feel less safe, I want to go somewhere else. But I ask myself, where can I go? It's like, I want to go to other places in the United States, but other places in the United States, the crime rate is higher in most places, or this X, Y, or Z is more expensive, or the air is worse, or whatever the hell. It's like, I don't want to leave Oregon. I can breathe here, Yeah, the weather's actually a big part of it. Like, that's one reason why I really don't want to go somewhere else, because, like, most other places I could move to have weather either way colder or way hotter than where I live. And, like, there's quite literally no place with the same kind of weather where I live that I can go to that has, like, an equally low crime rate on average, except for, like, Switzerland. And you have to be, like, a millionaire to move there. The concept that blows my mind is someone actually voting in an election and voting actively, consciously, voting for less rights. Like, actually voting for a right of yours to be taken away. Like, that just baffles me. It really does. Like you have to be a really low form of life. Like, you are pawn scum bullshit at that point to me. Like, if you're voting against your own right. Like, to a certain degree they do or they don't, but they don't think it through. They don't think it through is the problem. I mean, it's like the intellectual equivalent of making gasoline illegal and then not thinking through how you're going to get to work the next day. It's the intellectual equivalent of that. It's actually that fucking stupid. Like voting to take away your rights to the freedom of speech, your rights to the freedom of assembly, your rights to the freedom of press, freedom of religion, or your gun rights. Any one of those 5 categories. And people actively do this. People actively do this. They actively support, taking away any of those 5 rights, any of those 5 categories, the rights in those 5 categories. People do it all the time. It's like it's culture. It's just, it's despicable. I don't know what to say about it. It's like the lowest point in mankind, I think. The funny thing is I'm not a religious individual, and even though I have guns, I don't have a lot of guns, and I'm not a gun nut. But the thing is, even though I'm not religious, and also I'm not a gun nut, I'm also smart enough to understand that it's dangerous to take away those rights away from people. It's dangerous. You don't, it's not hard to understand that. Is what I'm saying. Or the freedom of speech, or other basic rights. I think it's worth pointing out in regards to the freedom of speech that, it's not protected in this country traditionally so that people can compliment each other. It's protected so that people can say things that people don't like without getting thrown in jail. Like, oh, the earth is flat and stationary. That hurts a lot of people's feelings.
The, I love your talking. I love listening to you. I just wanna do a quick sample for Toby Dog. So listen.
Vaðlaheiðar vegavinnu verkfæra geymsluskúra útidyra lyklakippurhringurinn.
That's one of the longest words in
That is
Iceland.
the longest word.
The
we have.
longest word in Icelandic.
It sounds almost dirty.
Yeah, it's a keychain ring to an outdoor shed in a very specific location and place.
So here's the weird thing, Davey. They've studied people which they label as conspiracy theorists and find that they are very good at detecting. They're good at pattern recognition. So here's the other funny thing. That's what an IQ test tests. It's pattern recognition.
Yeah, it does.
So what are they really saying? If you're a conspiracy theorist, you have a high IQ?
Yeah. Bro, IQ tests are so easy to spiff. I got almost 200 IQ just from memorizing the pattern of the buttons I had to click. That's the only way to get the numbers of that high, because I was like looking at what's the highest IQ in the world, and then like you basically you don't have enough time if you want to reach those numbers to read the questions or even the answers. You just have to have the pattern memorized.
Like the pattern of like A, B, C, D, E or whatever?
Yeah, you have to have the pattern memorized of like where the dots are gonna go, where the answers are gonna go. That's the only way to get the highest numbers. It's crazy. Definitely cheated.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, where did we go wrong? The conspiracy thing blows my mind because all day, every day, people see conspiracies everywhere. They exist in reality. That's what people do. Especially since 9/11 just passed, right? I mean, I find it quite amusing that when someone starts trying to like debunk 9/11, I go, "What are you, a conspiracy theorist, man? You believe the official story? That's a conspiracy. The official story is a conspiracy theory. They don't even realize it because they just want to throw that word around as like an insult or something." They think 2 planes knocked down 3 buildings. I mean, maybe they suck at math, but the point is that if you say 19 hijackers got together, came up with a plan to smash airplanes into buildings, that's a conspiracy theory. Now, if I say George Bush and Dick Cheney put explosives in the Twin Towers and blew up Building 7. That's a conspiracy theory. And it's just as valid as their conspiracy theory, because what most people that defend 9/11 don't know is that the FBI director at the time, Chris Mueller, I think Chris, is that his name? Chris. Yeah, so he testified after the United States invaded Afghanistan. He testified before Congress and said, and this is a nearly direct verbatim quote, "We have not found, either in the United States or in Afghanistan, any record or paperwork concerning the plot to smash airplanes into the Twin Towers of the Pentagon." That means they have no evidence. Yeah. Well, yeah, and NIST admitted it fell at free fall. NIST, the National Institute of Safety and Technology, admitted that Building 7 fell at free fall. Yeah, I agree, but for indoctrinated people, that's not enough. They can't believe their own eyes.
Many
Yeah.
there was some recordings of people, before the second building. Before the second building, there was people in the buildings, and they saw the explosion, and they describe it as an explosion. And they said we didn't see any. I didn't see any airplanes at the second one. Looking at it,
A lot
they
of
were
people
looking at
said
it.
they didn't see any airplanes. Lots of people on the ground said that. The whole thing's an issue, man. From jump, it's an issue.
I don't know if you noticed this. Before the storm was supposed to be headed our way. Yesterday,
Yeah, I noticed.
From the west, you saw the sky. It turned like red, and there was like columns of clouds coming from the west, and it pushed the storm away from the coast. Like
I
a
didn't
huge,
even see that.
clouds that came from the west, from inland towards outside towards the coast, and that system from inland pushed the storm away, basically.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised because they were hyping it all up on the news, and then I look and it's like nothing, and they said it's like 200 miles off the coast or something.
If you see this sky yesterday, I didn't took pictures for some reason. I didn't go, but it looked like they turned into one of those man-made skies with a bunch of clouds and columns, and it turned into something different that is not normal. And yeah, it was from inland towards Yep, interesting stuff. The fact that your hurricanes can reach this area and hit us is it's a crazy idea. Tropical storms can make that.
You were just in Were you just in politics, Jemsy? I saw you over there.
Bro, I was here and there at the same time.
How'd you do that?
So I was connected on my cell phone here, and then I jump in my computer and click the call in the politics, and I was connected in this on my in here on my phone, and then in my computer on politics on the same account. And I was able to hear you guys talking and the politics talking.
There must be some bug because usually if I click, it just goes. It disconnects me from one and goes to the other.
Yeah, I've done it before, and I tried it now, and it worked the first time I've done it.
So
But
what's going on over? Is it chill or what are they doing?
just that Brit guy that is holding the lines for the red coats,
God,
talking to AJ.
who the hell's AJ?
AJ, he's an Australian, one of the Australian guys.
Oh,
AJ.
AJ. Yeah. Oh, he can handle himself, no problem.
There was this guy with the cam on the cam, and he was walking. He opened a chest, like a liter.
He opened what?
I was cut off. I had to do something else, but I sent an invite to President Orion and an invite to Mr. Clark to the politics server. There is a Flutter 24/7 Flutter conversation over there. So hopefully we'll see you guys there later on. Mr. Clark, I sent you an invite as well, okay? Later, guys.
Forgot myself in the silent. Great. I wasn't keeping the conversation flowing, and now the live stream's
Why the
dead.
fuck is that your job? Somebody else should also talk.
Someone needs to do it, and
Call on someone.
I have responsibilities as a mod now. In just a moment, not yet, but in just a moment, I will play for you an episode of Lucker Larson. You probably missed the beginning of that. So whatever. Enjoy.
Welcome, everyone. As you know, I am Lucker Larson, and tonight we will be talking with Drace AI, a moderator at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Lucker. Happy to be here.
I know Flat Earth was the most searched topic on Google before the censorship began in early 2017, which got dubbed as the ad apocalypse. Subsequent censorship has only gotten worse for you guys, right?
Yes, you are right, Lucker. Through flagging, shadow banning, and blatant misrepresentations, they have managed for the most part to control public perception, effectively using the poo-poo fallacy after multiple strawman fallacies.
Who are they?
The globe believers. Belief is a hell of a drug, Lucker. Biases and personal investment go a long way to maintain a delusion. To make a long story short, it's the lack of critical thinking and absence of the use of logic. They, like I was, were indoctrinated as children, and we built our whole worldview on this. Naturally, it's hard to give that up. The sunk cost is too much to even consider for some.
Now, trying to look this up, I mostly find people speaking against Flat Earth or something called the Flat Earth Society. Is your server associated with the Flat Earth Society?
No, not at all. They get pushed to the top of the search results, and if you look at the history of Flat Earth, they have always been a mockery of real Flat Earthers. They have a flying space pizza in outer space, derived from globe imaginations. To us, we just see reality as it is. In other words, we try to cut out all the assumptions and go only by what we can verify to be true. So there's no replacement cosmology. Google and YouTube, for instance, have admitted in front of Congress that they censor Flat Earth, and with that comes pushing anti-Flat Earth content. It makes it extremely hard to find real Flat Earthers, which is why the Discord is such a good place for like-minded people to share directly the links hidden by the algorithm.
Interesting. So this would be one of the few chances ordinary people get to hear your side of the story. So tell me a little about this topic. How did you get into it?
Yes, thanks for that opportunity. I like exploring fringe topics in science and history, so back in early 2015, the uncorrupted algorithm of YouTube sees what I like and gives me more. Being a critical thinker, I compare and contrast everything I hear. I do not auto-believe anyone, and so when Flat Earth comes across my feed, I think, what nonsense is this? I've heard some strange stuff in my time, but this takes the cake. So naturally, I check it out. It was the video 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay. And he asks some really good questions in that video, and unlike most nonsense, is just pointing at things in real life. While I leave it thinking there are some solutions to save my globe belief, his insistence that I don't believe him and that I test the globe for myself so that I can be secure in my belief really shook me. So I sought to understand the foundations or experiments upon which my assumed solutions stood on. With the help of my friends from childhood, who now are all grown up, one an astrophysicist, the other a robotic engineer, I figured I have access to the experts who should easily be able to point at the proof that I can then send to this Dubé character and help correct his errors. Take note, I am simply playing the devil's advocate with my friends, but after listening to Dubé and a few other flat earthers, I roughly knew what their arguments were and what it would take to prove to them the globe. So the more I ask my friends questions individually and relay the contradictions they make between each other to each other, which mostly consisted of differences between Newtonian and Einsteinian conceptions, they started fighting like cats and dogs, calling each other dumb, and so the further it went, the worse my belief felt. And when I finally got to look at the supposed experiments and foundational evidence, that clearly does not give them the answers they seek. It's all assumed due to preconceived ideas, at least in the crucial parts concerning the globe. And so we have to take that on faith. And so I start pointing at the contradictions and bringing up the flat earth argument. Things get more and more heated, and after 2 weeks of back and forth, all hell breaks loose. He starts cursing at me and calling me names. The next day, he apologizes, and then the astrophysicist starts pleading with me. So it goes from not being able to give a coherent answer all this time to now begging me, please do not become a flat earther. Half crying, he tells me he's already disowned his own mother for being a flat earther. I tell him I'm not a flat earther yet. I just don't know if I can believe in the globe anymore. And at that point, he breaks all contact with me for a few months. That was my start into all of this. And I really didn't even take it seriously until after that. Like, it was a hard birth. I don't think it's easy to accept for many people. The more education you go through, the more you are trained to, or indoctrinated to hold this belief. Today, I'm a full-blown flat earther, though.
Fascinating. So what you are saying is that this consensus of science is an illusion. But I keep hearing that flat earthers are all science deniers. Is that true?
No. Science is not a matter of opinion, Lucker. It's a method. And so a consensus is never science. It's an agreement, and in this case, a prevailing belief. That does not mean it is true. By definition, failure to adhere to the scientific method, but to call that something science, is pseudoscience. That is not to say that there is not some value in whatever is trying to snatch the credibility of actual science. Any real flat earther loves the scientific method. It is the pseudoscience that we have a problem with, or people who try to cloak themselves in the certainty of science to manipulate people and undermine real science. Claiming science proves everything, and then to protect their own asses, claiming science proves nothing, is in effect them trying to destroy science, or abandoning the method, and corrupting minds by getting them to accept contradictions and believing nonsense. To quote Voltaire, truly, whoever can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. If the God-given understanding of your mind does not resist the demand to believe what is impossible, then you will not resist the demand to do wrong to that God-given sense of justice in your heart. As soon as one faculty of your soul has been dominated, other faculties will follow as well, and from this derives all those crimes of religion which have overrun the world. You have to think about where science comes from, or philosophy and logic. As science was born and grew out of philosophic naturalism, it slowly lost its connection with logic. And as such, most scientism today is littered with logical fallacies, invalidating their assumed conclusions. It is just most of them are blissfully ignorant of reasoning and think that formal logical fallacies are evidence as long as it supports their worldview or beliefs. Or in other words, they believe the impossible.
That is terrible. I had no idea the state of academia was that rotten. I mean, I knew it was bad with the gender studies, but to hear it's corrupted to the core is shocking.
Don't get me wrong, Lucker. The academics are not a lost cause or completely without hope. The ego and sunk cost is just hard to overcome. The Creator humbles everyone, and facing the truth of flat Earth brings the Creator to the forefront. The globe idea is just a justification for atheism, or Satanism light. They tell us as much in the Freemasonic literature and also indirectly. Look, all the religious texts of the world are wrong. Believe us instead. Turns out they lied and or were wrong, so people need to consider their souls.
So how do you know they are wrong then? You must have some explosive evidence to throw away your worldview like this.
Sure, Looker. Just like we encourage everyone else to do, we check the assumptions within the claims. They literally are still relying on the assumptions of sticks and shadows and boats going over an assumed geometric horizon to try to justify the foundation to the whole cosmos concept. We got the sizes of the planets from assuming Venus is the same size as the assumed Earth ball. It's all backwards engineered to fit the first assumption. If it does not, they throw it out as an error. This is why we end up with such things as dark matter and dark energy, because observations don't match the imagination, and they have to invent things to try to make it work. And to answer you more clearly, Lucker, we measured the waters of the Earth, which would have to show the convexity of the sphere to form this imaginary space ball. Our technology currently far exceeds the times when this idea was conceived, and so today it's far easier to prove it all wrong. It's just important to ask yourself as you explore this topic, how do we know this to be true? And then checking the basis for it. The more you know, the harder you are to fool. But it's not just that, it's everywhere. People just don't notice because of the programming. It's like when a hypnotist makes himself invisible. Everyone else can still see him, but because the subject believes they cannot, they literally cannot. In much the same way, when they get results they cannot believe because of their worldview, it must be a mistake or something else that allows them to hold the same worldview. The foundation never gets checked. And it is mostly because NASA and the moon missions proved it. And so we just need to have faith in the Church of NASA and continue believing in the globe.
So you see it like a religion then, but why would everyone at NASA lie?
Pretty much yes. It's like a religion. The globe religion was born from religious fundamentalism that belonged to the secret societies. In fact, the globe was a secret doctrine of the secret societies back in antiquity. The vast majority of the general public was religious, and all of those religions had a flat worldview. And I would not characterize it as everyone at NASA is lying, it's just a select group of people. The whole organization is compartmentalized. Most of them only see images on screens, and that is not hard to manipulate. If it appears to confirm their biases, why would they question it?
I see your point, but now even India has been to the moon.
Did you look at that, Looker? It looks even worse than the original moon landings. To take that on faith is pretty foolish to me. It might feel good because it confirms the bias or the worldview, but it's the worst space propaganda I have ever seen.
Yeah, okay, it does look a little like a Lego spaceship, and yes, the quality is atrocious. But don't we love Elon Musk fighting for free speech?
He was propped up by NASA. According to him, he would never have made it without NASA. To quote him, "You know it's real because it looks so fake." To me, he's a false savior, built for people to worship. The supposed champion of free speech still shadow bans and censors us, Alex Jones, and others. I like that he's putting a spotlight on some of the censorship they rolled out to cover suppressing us, but it's just a few steps back, one step forward. Now this is only speculation, but as far as I'm concerned, this flat earth card was not supposed to be used right now. The globe card was only first played after they explored the south and supposedly nuked the sky. Before that, it was a novel idea of sex cults. The majority of humanity rejected it due to the Bible and their religious beliefs contradicting it. And so as you look throughout history, you see Jesuits and Freemasons bringing this globe gospel to the world. Now, I'm not a very biblically minded person, but it seems to me that an element within the church has been attempting to fulfill the prophecies of the Bible. And so the globe deception is supposed to be this great deception that is supposed to be revealed at a certain point to shock the public. Our dissemination of this information is accelerating this plan, as you can see by the state of the world and its rapid descent since this information started to circulate. Most likely they will attempt a fake alien invasion or Project Bluebeam, which will culminate in the church reasserting its dominance over a one world order through a manufactured savior and accompanying revelation. They are currently in the process of merging the prior one world order on the surface in a technocratic dystopia. It has already been unified through secret societies for decades. Granted, I foresee it shattering before it takes complete control, and the patsies taking the fall, such as the World Economic Forum and select billionaires, to give a veneer of legitimacy to the new governments. They will just be beholden to the churches, or the church, since Jesus comes on his spaceships and stops the fake aliens which are distracting from the tyrants taking over. They already are prepping the public with alien disclosures and New Age nonsense, the Vatican liaison to the UN, for instance, for aliens. The cabal is always busy playing musical chairs. They cover for each other until they're dead. And then it's too late to do anything. But that only works for so long. Soon time to pay the piper. Granted, that scenario is just a last resort, so potentially not something I will see within my lifetime, since they will play every card possible to extend the game and keep playing until they die. So the next generation will have to deal with it. Or that is my speculation, Lucker, based on the evidence and history available. So to me, what we see on the political stage is just a big play.
An interesting perspective. We see the legacy media say flat earthers are conspiracy theorists. Would you consider yourself, then, a conspiracy theorist?
As you probably know, Lucker, the moniker was popularized by the CIA to discredit things, and that has worked to some degree, when in reality there is nothing wrong with considering possibilities. If you have a working brain, you are classed as a conspiracy theorist, and as such you can theorize based on the evidence that people do conspire. Some people conspiring is not a new thing. While I wear this title, I do not auto-accept any theory about a conspiracy. I consider every option, and I go where the evidence leads me, Lucker.
So what do you think about Donald Trump?
No one is perfect. I do like things about Trump. He's being cast as a martyr, and so will be another savior figure to draw attention from things that really matter. And so you get one step forward with him. And then the next guy will step you 2 steps back or more. Or like with Biden, sprinting backwards. One step won't cut it now, Trump. And based on his mediocre performance last time, the swamp undrained. I like Vivek a little bit more, younger, more on point. But I have hope for the Donald in America, so I still think Vivek works better as vice president this time around. You need fresh blood, but like Trump's first term, he's untested and it takes just a malicious advisor to mess either of them up, presuming they're not both corrupt already, so I would rather have both rather than one of the two, and none is unacceptable, and I would even argue that I would like to see you in there, Lucker, and like have you in the government, because we need good voices to tell the truth. But my solution to all of this is just simple. Stop glorifying these people. They're supposed to be frickin' civil servants. They should be under extreme scrutiny and be on minimum wage, living in the same kind of housing as the poorest citizen. That way they actually have incentives to try to make things better. They would build houses for the homeless in no time. They should not be career leeches who contribute nothing to society. They act like their primary job now is to get lobbied by corporations and foreign entities through non-profit money laundering schemes, or in other words, make oodles of money, so the public suffers while they live like kings. We are ruled by despots and liars. They are essentially trying to be royalty and treating the public like peasants. I won't stand for that.
Yeah, that is egregious. But what do you think can be done about it?
Bring awareness, teach people, get informed, take part in your local governments. The same applies to the Flat Earth Lucker. It's just about learning to deal with the mind control and being patient and compassionate enough to help people. There's, for instance, zero financial incentive to be a flat earther. We still do it. In fact, there's a stigma due to the misrepresentations and censorship. So that leaves a lot of flat earthers in the closet, so to speak. I think the same is true for conservatism to a degree in today's political climate, although that is shifting. But I like the work you're doing, Lucker. Someone needs to inform the public, since an uninformed public is easily manipulated. So most of what we do is just teach logic, see through manipulations, and how to correctly use the scientific method so scientism doesn't fool them. Most people do not want to face the evidence that contradicts their beliefs, and often it requires something other than the evidence to even begin to consider the evidence. and the worldview that they grew up with being wrong. In essence, we're not trying to win anything. The victory to us was years ago. It's become more of a therapy session and us learning to be better teachers, while teaching them logic and scientific principles, going over the validated mechanics of our world as we clear up misconceptions, beliefs, and fallacious reasoning. It can become tedious, but then we tell people just take a break. Not everyone can be helped.
As research for this show, I watched a bit of the live stream from you guys. The patience you guys show is pretty astounding. I know I could not do that, but it sure is entertaining to listen to. But are there many flat earthers in the world?
Yes, there are millions who identify as such, but since many don't want the stigma associated with it, they might know other flat earthers and not know that they are flat earthers. Granted, many flat earthers just believe real flat earthers and do not have enough evidence to argue against a globe believer. I oftentimes call them faith earthers, since a real flat earther is a realist who does not have a replacement cosmology, since falsification is independent of replacement. The faith earthers generally start to imagine up a new cosmology and then get laughed at for the errors. This ridicule causes some of them to turn back, since they only had faith as the basis. It is why we tell people to test it for themselves to build up a foundation in knowledge and not just belief.
Interesting. So how would I go and test that?
Good question, Lucker. There are many ways. First, we need to get the numbers from the globe claims. Radius of the globe, 3,959 miles, which would necessitate a drop over distance of 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In other words, the horizon on a ball would appear a set distance away. This is how they assumed it was a ball, from assuming the horizon was the edge of a ball and the limitation of how far you could see with the human eye as a consequence. Now, when the globe was conceived from looking at the optical apparent horizon, they assumed it was a physical geometric position. Today, we can prove them wrong using optics of different sizes. Get a small aperture camera and the horizon appears closer, making things appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. Get a big aperture camera and it appears further, since you can zoom in and see things that appear to be hidden behind the curve until you zoomed in and saw that it was just an angular size and not curve. So is this imagined physical ball getting bigger or smaller depending on the optics we're looking through, or is the horizon purely optical? That is the crucial component of the evidence most globe believers refuse to look at. It takes serious hand-holding to get them to consider the implications of this. They like to just clutch the word refraction, thinking that all light is bending around the globe to make it appear flat all the way up to the horizon. Problem with that, refraction is not a magic word. It's well understood today. We understand different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so we can quantify the refraction between two wavelengths or more by how much they separate, or optical dispersion. It is how we have rainbows, Lucker.
So what does that mean exactly? If the Earth is a ball and the light is all being bent around the globe, we would see evidence of this optical dispersion. And there is none?
That is correct, Lucker. It's how refraction works with different wavelengths, and it falsifies yet again the claims of the globe believers. First we falsified the geometric horizon, then we falsified their ad hoc excuse for why they could no longer find the geometric horizon. It's the final nail in the coffin of the globe religion, although there are so many nails that they have become a solid boundary on the coffin lid. So, of course, countless other things are related to this, so we could get into this for hours, Lucker. But I will leave that to your audience to experience on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Well, that is shocking. And you will see me there listening in, trying to understand this whole subject. So what is next for Flat Earth?
Like I said, it's just spread the information. We work entirely on volunteer basis. We ask for no money or compensation. It's pure civic service. The Discord is open 24/7. We welcome anyone and everyone for a healthy conversation. We prefer people with some educational background, but we don't mind teaching everyone. People just need to read #welcome to familiarize themselves with our rules. We get a lot of people spamming things and our live stream is moderated. It's where we like to keep things on point and logical, where we discuss the evidence or arguments. So obfuscation or manipulative tactics get addressed, not ignored, and so lose their power.
Being so public, are you not worried about the people behind this globe idea coming after you guys?
Not very much, Looker. We are decentralized and share all our information for free. It is very hard to stop such a movement. There is no leader to take out. All they can do, as long as we maintain this neutral stance, is attempting to misrepresent us, and that does not seem to be working. If anything, it adds more people who believe, and we have to correct. Once you know flat, there's no going back. Truth fears no scrutiny, so ask yourself why the globe believers are so scared of us. Well, we welcome them.
Yeah, that is strange. Well, I hope you continue what you are doing. I don't see a problem with asking people to re-examine their beliefs and to teach logic to the public. I think that is admirable. So thank you for coming in and having this conversation with me.
Thank you, Looker, for giving me this opportunity. I recommend you speak to Indio or Quantum Eraser or the other mods on the server. Each has a specific skill set and details that I highly recommend. I don't want to butcher their presentation, so I barely cover the subject.
Thank you. I will consider that. This has been Lucker Larson and Drace AI with Litter or Z, as it's now called, on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Join me next week as we dive even deeper into this massive corruption and diabolical deception that is being perpetrated on all of humanity. Stay tuned, stay based. Until next time.
That just blew my mind, dude. Blew my mind. That was absolutely awesome, man. How long did that take you to put together, man? I mean, really, I mean, it must have taken like
a couple
3
hours.
4 hours, maybe, but
Just a couple hours.
couple hours.
It
Yeah,
doesn't take very much long.
it's so good, man. That was fantastic, man. I'm over here going, man, that sounds like Tucker Carlson. And you kept calling him Cucker?
Lucker Larson.
Lucker Larson.
That's his name in my imaginary world. We're making an animated series, and I'm gonna make a parody of Lucker Larson and
Okay.
have him in the or Tucker Carlson and have him in the animated series.
It was. I mean, when the voice is so spot on, man, and it's just amazing, man. I can't. If they're giving us this kind of great technology, they've had this shit for 20 years or more, and I think it's great. We get to play with it a little bit. It's fantastic.
It's hilarious. It's also, if you just listen to the original speaker and you capture some of his idiosyncrasies,
Yeah.
it gets pretty good. I got Maktoon and Fight the Flat Earth.
Like Flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got both of their voices.
I know. I think I heard the McToon one you did. That was one of the first ones you did, right?
Yeah, it's the first one I did.
Yeah, that was great, man. That was a few months ago, I think, right?
It's weeks ago, and not months. I think.
I don't know, at least 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, it could be.
It's been a while, but yeah, I remember that. I was like, "Damn, that's some great tech, man." Great tech.
It was just funny because I listened to Fight the Tight Shirt or whatever, and he just does ums and all the freaking
all the time,
so
right?
that's what I made the bot do.
Yeah, there's no proper speaking of the language. The ums and ahs are all over the place.
That was just funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Well, you know, you would and ah too, man, if you had to defend all that crap. Be like, I don't know. I think it's maybe a coffee black hole made of coffee. I don't know. They just start making shit up, you know. That's how they roll. Anyway, that was fantastic. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. You know, I just came in. I was going to play the bot. I didn't think you were doing anything. And there you were.
Yeah, I was going to play the bot. I was just like, I'll play my episode. And, then I'll put the bot on and go see what India's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's they're going off over there at the political flat earth thing. That's awesome. But no, that's great, man. Great tech. I'm glad you put the time in to do that. That's amazing. The time and the tech.
It's my pleasure. I'm just having fun.
Yeah,
I love this tech.
it's so good, and the Glovers aren't that clever. They're just not. They don't have anything. Really. I mean, what are they going to get? Neil deGrasse Tyson to go, yeah, of course it's a globe.
What? Chris Tyson
No
will
way,
get decimated.
Well, flat Earth is stupid. Yeah, they could get him. He's already said all that. So you don't, making up.
we got clips from him for days.
Hey, right.
We can rack the globe just with him alone.
We don't need no AI, man. We got Clips City, man. Check it out. And then, yeah, that would be like their level of thinking is if they were going to do the reverse on us, like, we took Tucker Carlson and turned him into a flat earth interviewer. Oh my God. That's awesome. They can't take Michio Kaku and talk to a flat earth, or they wouldn't even do it, first of all, because they would be too embarrassed. Because we had to break out Michio Kaku AI to defend the globe. Okay, you already did that, and yeah, it's funny. The opposite of. Yeah, they don't have anything to do. That's why this side's so much more fun, man. Just hang out and listen to the ridiculousness. I think in part of what you were explaining there was the part where, damn it, I can't remember exactly, but basically the psychosis of people that have been tricked into believing something and going along with it, and it's pretty wild. They got tricked. We got tricked. I got tricked. You got tricked, Trace. We all got tricked.
Yeah, that's the hard thing to accept for most people, I think. We got tricked.
That's the number one thing, no doubt about it. Because going to my people I've known most of my life, and they're total truthers, and they talk about anything. I bring up flat Earth, man, they turn into like the Tasmanian devil, man. Like, whoa, what? They won't let me even talk about it with them. Like, wow, that's weird. We talked about everything. We talked about money and relationships and manufacturing, whatever it is. It's all law. We did a lot of law talk. Bring up flat Earth? No, don't bring that up. Go away. What? What do you mean go away? What do you got for the globe? I don't know. I ain't got nothing, but leave me alone anyway. Just leave me alone. That'll be fine. Just leave me alone. I got my globe. Leave me alone. Don't question my globe. How dare you? You're an evil person by questioning where we live. How dare you? What's wrong with you guys? Paraplegic, coffee, where are you, man? Jump in the... Say hi, man. Dude.
Where you at, bro?
Jump in a VC, man. I don't know if you can hear us, but... I bought some of his coffee, man. It's pretty good. Pretty damn good, man. It's as good as anything I've ever had.
Sounds good, man.
It's really good stuff. It's pricey, but good coffee's expensive. Bad coffee's expensive nowadays. Shit, what the heck?
Yeah, you also wanna support the parallel economy or people that you like.
Exactly.
The super corporations might be able to cut down costs and make it appear cheaper because they have a monopoly on the chain of production. And so sure, that's cheaper for them to, and you can buy their cheap stuff, but
Right.
they also put shit in it that makes you sick and fucks you up. So I would rather
Yeah.
take something from someone I trust, someone who agrees with my views. So yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Paraplegic. Join the VC, man, if you can hear me. I typed it in the chat, too. So I know that he doesn't have the best internet and all set up now. I know that, but I think he has enough to maybe come in and say hi. But anybody else
So
out there?
I wanted to put the recording on so I can hear Indio. I love listening to him rack. He's just so good.
Yeah, I missed that part. I didn't miss it. Indio is the man, man. Yeah, he's been over there doing what he can. Man, that
I
guy.
learned his secret. It's he has a special Discord server filled with all of his research. So whenever he looks up something or finds something interesting, he saves the link and the citation for it. And so now when somebody says some shit, he's like, "Oh, really?" Just open my
Hold
Discord
on.
server, go into the thing, and bam, I got you racked, brother. He's like that's why he seems like a freaking AI who knows everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, whatever he's
You knew
doing.
how to get me in here, didn't you?
Well, you know, we got to shout out some coffee time.
Well,
Man.
as soon as you say, "Yeah, his coffee's all right," that's pretty good. And you know I'm gonna come in here like, "What the? Are you serious?" Like,
No, it's amazing, and I mean, it's as good as any coffee I've ever
well,
had.
as soon as somebody says that, like people probably know this, but it's not that my coffee's expensive. It's just that all the other crap is so ridiculously cheap. It kind of makes my stuff
I mean, I was
look
just saying,
expensive. It's such slop. All the stuff like Starbucks. Oh my gosh!
it's
If
just
you knew the stories about like when they went down that like the book that he wrote, like the farmers that he went down and saw, and they're like, hey, we got this,
Yeah.
sir, and they're like, yeah, here. He's like, no, 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 I don't want that, and then he's showing some other stuff, and he's like, all right, well, go down the road, you could talk to another farmer, that's all we got. And he points to some pile of trash in the corner, like, oh, no, no, no. That's just the trash we heat the ovens with, and that's how we roast our coffee. That's the trash. That's like the trash. He's like, well, can I make a deal for that? We're like, dude, like literally, like he probably got them to pay him to take it, or like it's that bad, dude. It's like, so that's why they have to burn it, because it's so green and it's so just awful.
it's awful.
And yeah, so you get a mix of like green, and then probably there's a few beans that are probably maybe barely worthwhile, and they're just gonna get obliterated. Like, yeah, it's pretty bad, man. And he sold that to the country as gourmet.
Yeah.
That burnt carcinogenic, freaking just awful.
Yeah, it's burnt. That's the times that I've had Starbucks. There's just a few, man. I don't know, less than 20, probably.
Yeah, I tried to express that earlier. It's the monopolies and the collusion between different corporations that muscles out the small producer. It's so annoying.
And if you saw, the thing is not, people, even little roasters, they'll talk themselves into the cheaper crap. They'll literally like try something. They'll be like, yeah, that's not that good, and then they'll look at the price. They'll be like, oh, wait, that's $1.50 a pound. Like, oh, well, you know what? That wasn't that bad. Talk themselves into some cheap slop. Like, no, like that's the whole thing.
If you want to be healthy, you gotta pay for it. That's how the rich stay healthy.
That's right.
Dude, like you think about,
That's
I
right.
don't know, like yeah, just the burning of the coffee makes a freaking chemical. I don't even know how they're allowed to even, sell it. And it seems like it's getting into every nook and cranny. It's already full on into like the food industry, probably alcohol. You don't really think about that much. Cigarettes, and
I do. I
just
think
everything. It's incredible. Like, kind of hate to think what they're doing with the weed thing now. Probably getting pretty deep into that. The
yeah, I know.
state sanctioned frickin' like chemicals they can use on the groves and stuff. Like I was looking at they have things, any kind of agriculture that you grow for a state, they're allowed to use a certain amount of like rat stuff for insects and like rodents. So
Yeah.
there's fungicides and freaking like rat. There's all kinds of crap that they allow. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, most places probably now are pretty stringent on their testing, but I can see in the future where it's just going to be like, it's going to be like, Cheetos and Fritos, like, yeah, this is, or like Lucky Charms, like it's got all your essential vitamins and minerals. It's clearly good for your kids. Give them some Lucky Charms,
Think about that, man. Lucky Charms. I grew up shake fucking television commercials, watching cartoons. Lucky Charms, man. My mom asked me, "What do you want?" Lucky Charms, and she'd get me that shit. And
Yeah.
it did taste good.
One of the reasons why they
How's
feared
that?
one of the reasons why they feared weed so much is because it can help break trauma-based mind control, and
Right.
one of the reasons why they like it now is because they also discovered that it makes people more complacent and
Complacent, chill.
yeah,
Yeah.
chill, and so they're not willing to rise up and stop
Yeah.
you.
Exactly. They pussify. It pussifies. But with a combination of that and the weed and the water and all the other fucking crazy McDonald's food shit that people eat, I mean, no, it just makes them all complacent. My buddy used to, the chem things in the sky, man, he used to go, hey, man, that shit's full of like that stuff that makes people docile. It makes them not really give a shit. And he called them, I think he called them docile trails or something like that. And I'm like, you're right, man.
Prince is the first one to like say something about it, but he said he'd see it go over like the hood, and like the people would just like all of a sudden get violent. That was I remember he said that was back like
they probably
like
doing
before
both.
we were
They're
even like
probably
looking
doing,
at it.
you know what? They were probably experimenting and doing both at this,
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, oh shit, we want to rile everybody up. Hey, spray some of that number 2 over there, bro. Oh, okay. And they just head over there. I know, those people are our rich friends that pay a lot of taxes. Just give them that docile shit, man. That'll be cool.
Dude, like it'll swing back around like all the dispensaries put out all the frickin' like private growers and stuff, but you still got like high end dudes. It'll all swing back in their favor as soon as people start going. Like I've already heard people talk about, I get headaches from that frickin' dispensary crap or something, like.
Oh,
yeah, you'll start swinging back to the frickin' guy you used to, to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, let's go back to my buddy I meet down the corner at the gas station. Yeah, that
Yeah,
guy.
like literally, like think about that. Like the frickin' black market guy's probably a better.
Oh, yeah.
Oh Lord.
The connoisseur is gonna be a better guy to get your stuff from than the corporation and the guy just working for the corporation saying whatever he thinks you want to hear.
Well, there's a lot of independent growers here. where I
Right.
live.
Well, yeah, right. And then it'll be
And
the
there's a
same
lot
thing that's like your local farmer. Like, like he's growing, like, hey, this is my buddy down the street. I get my egg from him. That's why it's so freaking good to have a good community where you can be like, yeah, I'll get my eggs from this guy, my beef from this, whatever, like
That
vegetables.
would be great, man. Either you're rich, you can import some Wagyu from, grass-fed only cows in Japan.
Oh Lord, you seen them boys on their water beds and rubbing the rice wine on their on their skin. You ever seen that?
No, that sounds wicked
They
though.
get
Yeah, I've
dude
seen it.
that's what the Wagyu. They got these big ass cows. They don't even let them walk more than like 50 feet. They walk from their waterbed to the
Oh,
field, and the guy that's wearing like a freaking, all Japanesed up or whatever, with his little like Karate Kid freaking bandana on and his outfit. He
yeah.
pops out the rice wine, rubs it into his freaking like body. Then he tips the bottle up in the cow's mouth. And you see the cow just tip that shit back and he drinks it.
Shut
The rice
up.
wine. Yeah, I ain't kidding, man. I've seen a whole show on it, like a Discovery Channel shit.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
It
They're,
was
they're, they're
hilarious.
treated
Man.
like kings, man.
Yeah, man. Like, dude, like you think
No.
about it, like there's like a cow in India watching that shit. Like, man, what the frick?
Yeah, like
Like,
what? I thought I was holy.
yeah. Like,
That's
dude,
the
I
craziest
got an
thing.
old nun. I got like this old lady taking care of me. She's only giving me like a little bit of grass. These guys got rice wine. They got a whole field.
Oh my goodness. Out of all the things I've looked at this year, man, that's got to be like right up there. It's like, what? No.
Dude, well, the Wagyu, everybody's selling Wagyu now. So it's kind of like,
It's a big thing now.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like Wagyu tight. I think it's it's
It's all
all like,
shit, huh?
well, I think it's just watered down nonsense, probably. You know.
No,
If you
it's
look
really good. It's the marbling and the fat in it. I
marbling
think
of
I
fat,
think that part of it is also
that's it.
when animals are stressed or when people are stressed, it creates stress hormones, and that doesn't
Right.
taste good. But when you make an animal live its life in complete luxury and bliss, all of a sudden the meat's gonna taste great.
Right.
Yeah, well, but when you see it at Arby's got the new Wagyu. Like I seen some commercial, like, oh, they got the Wagyu burger. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, trust that one. Like, what'd you do? You took the dad's like great, I don't know, his cousin, and like mixed some of his genes in there, and then you just called it Wagyu. I don't know.
Yeah,
Right?
you can also see it with like people who've taken the Wagyu line or whatever lineage and then tried to breed those cows, but because they don't treat them the same way, they don't get the same result.
No, they never will. Yeah, you could. Yeah, too many. When you see factory farming, it'll just make you just cringe. You'd be. I don't know, dude. I
It's
mean,
it's
I'll
beyond
never say never, but dude, it'd be very hard
dude,
if
it's
you actually visited a place or even watched enough of their show. You'd be like, man, I don't even know what shit's dying. Why is shit dying for me to live? Like it'll start getting to you. But if you see it done by a guy who's out in the field, tipping a chicken upside down the cone, slitting his throat, it's like kind of chill.
right.
And you're like, oh, all right. Well, the way they live. It is all about the way they live and the way they're if they're treated with respect or not.
Well, being part American Indian, I'd say that when you have to kill an animal to survive, man, you have to give it a lot of respect. And the American Indians, according to the tales, and according to some people I met right there, they'll tell me, man, we use every single part of the animal, and we
They sure did. I mean, from what the stories are, and you can. And I watch a lot of Discovery. I watch the Eskimos are still doing pretty much that. Like with the moose and stuff. They're like, yeah, they use all of it.
use everything and they're just respectful all along the process, man. They're not.
Yeah, like if
They
you
know.
see them, when they kill a seal for the seal, well, they give the seal a drink of water after they kill it.
Yep, they take care of
Yeah.
them. Goes.
It's also like I was talking to Indio earlier, and the intent and emotions displayed towards the living being really has an effect. and we can see this with plants. We can even see this with children. If you treat them nice, like a human being, and you build them up, you see them grow to be great people.
Right.
If you treat them like shit, they don't.
Hey, Joey, get your fucking hands off that couch right now. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you get yelled at like that, which most of us did, don't do this, don't do that, you can't. We got.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 53. I got my butt beat once in a while, but I had friends that really got their asses tanned, like.
Yep.
Sorry, I just want that. I actually work with kids. I've been working with kids for 10 years, and one of the first things you get taught is don't say don't. You don't say
Right. You just
don't
don't.
jump on the couch, because the kid's just gonna hear jump on the couch. What you
Right.
say is, hey, jump on the floor. The furniture's for sitting. It's not for
There you
climbing
go.
or whatever you're doing. But you
I love
say the
that approach.
positive. You don't say the negative.
Yep. Yeah, but we're taught the negative so hard, so even in
Yeah,
school,
society does that. TV shows, movies, it does that
television,
all the time.
cartoons. Cartoons are my fucking
Yeah.
evil fucking shit there, man.
Yeah.
I hate cartoons. I hate them now. I just hate them. They're so bad. They're so manipulating. They're so.
That's why me and Karma want to make a really good cartoon that just like teaches people all sorts of human interaction, basic stuff.
That would
It's
be
like
good.
emotional intelligence. A lot of people are like either don't have the logic or they don't have the emotional intelligence. So you're like
Right.
everybody's clashing because they don't know what's up.
Yeah, they don't know what's up. The
I
confusion.
got you. Think about like Ren and Stimpy, or even or just like Roadrunner, or like when I was, like Roadrunner. If they got violent, but it was violent, man. Like
it was super violent.
but it was but it was better. It's still better than
I don't know if it is.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
They're all bad. They're all bad. Let's just say that. I don't know, man. Being an American Indian, man, you grow up, and you at some point you have to like figure out who the fuck you are, man, by yourself, and you have to know your environment around you. That's another part, man, that nobody ever teaches you. What's really going on? What's up with the sun, the moon, the stars? Yeah, the plants. Oh my God, water, rivers, snow, and seasons.
That's
all this cool
that's
stuff.
what we
man.
want to. That's what we want to do. We want to lure them in with a really good show, which builds up on
Okay.
personal relationships and how people act, and teaching people stuff, and then later on when everybody's hooked and they're like, "Yay, it's a great show," then you drop Flat Earth on them, and then they're like, "Oh shit, my favorite show is like Flat Earth." What?
Oh shit! Hey, you know what? We got to see that in real time. With I don't know if I could use Owen Benjamin as an example, but there was others as well. But even him, man, watching him like go through like the process of looking into like truth and.
Dude, when I was watching him, like that that's how I got to be and so I started being a bear back when he was it was I was listening to this show.
Right.
And like other flat earth stuff. Razita D, and and all the other idiots, and so he came one of suggested back when they used to actually have they would suggest
decent
yeah.
suggestion.
Now you can't find. It's incredible how it was so easy to find flat earth for like what was it, like 2-3 years.
2-3
Or
years.
I don't know.
Exactly, man.
And then boom, it was like freaking the desert. It's wild.
Well, not only flat Earth, but we could screen share almost anything back then too, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I got this. I got
It's
60
like when
minute
Flat Earth
interview.
when Flat Earth blew up and became the most searched topic on the internet.
Yes.
They were like, "Oh shit, We need to stop
Congress.
this right now. And the
Congress.
censorship began hardcore.
Yeah,
And
it
they
did.
and what they did was hide us by censoring everything fucking else they didn't like, or
Yeah.
conservatives generally, because they're building this narrative, and we're just supposed to get hidden underneath it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
We
I heard somebody say a long time ago. This is so funny when I heard it. They said they remembered a time when you couldn't, if you wanted to like break the show or the live or whatever, you could go in, and if you said George Bush's name 3 times in a row, it would shut the thing down. And I was like, wait, was that like IG or was that? Yeah, I forget what it
Yeah.
was, like IG or YouTube or
was that?
some shit. I was like, what? Like
Yeah.
that was back when they were trying to keep his name out of the, like that was the worst thing you could talk about, is him lying about, stuff.
Right.
Like
7-Eleven.
that was what they
7-Eleven.
were releasing.
Part-time
Yeah.
job. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot we're gonna continue to look into. I appreciate you guys coming out and hanging out. And Drace, what a great intro tonight, man. To hanging out with your
And is that his sister that's here? The first time I heard her, I was like, man, is he in here with like a voice changer? Is that
hell's
is
going
like
on?
is that
No, that's
him?
my
It was
sister.
so fun. Is it your sister?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's my sister.
yeah.
Right. So the first time I heard her, I'm like, holy crap, is this him playing like a joke, like through a girl
No,
voice change? I swear,
Joe.
because this sounds just like you. It's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, we can speak at the same time, which
Yeah.
is not possible with the voice changer.
True that.
It's not possible with a voice changer.
Well, I was pretty sure it wasn't, but I was just like, I'm driving around. I'm like, wait a minute, is that? Hold on.
Yeah. So we went over last week, man. We went over and looked at some Google Earth over Greenland. Man, there's these places there, man. They're super creepy, freaking me out, man. Along the coast, but they're in Iceland. But anyway, I was just checking out some shit in Greenland. It was weird, man. Greenland's mostly ice, but even in the ice, we were finding all kinds of like weird construction projects or something. Who knows what it was, but it's trippy, man. But yeah, we spent a couple hours cruising around Greenland.
Yeah, it'd be neat to actually like be in the middle of the ocean, and I guarantee at some point, if you actually had the actual GPS coordinates, there'd be a few times you'd be like, hey, this is all blue on freaking Google Maps. Like what's this island doing here?
Right.
Like I guarantee it's all over the place.
Yeah. You might know the story or not, but so when President Kennedy got shot, his wife was a widow, and she ended up marrying this guy named Onassis.
Oh my gosh, I heard about there's a conspiracy theory about him, and that's why he got killed. But that was one of the conspiracies.
She ended up with him, but he had an island, man, that he paid enough money to everybody to say, I want the island removed from all the maps. Can you do that for me? And they did. And they fucking did it, man. Bastards. You believe that shit? Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, there's probably I bet money.
If they admit to
There's
one,
hundreds,
yeah, there's hundreds or maybe thousands, right?
Yeah.
Bill Gates has probably got like at least 20 of those, right?
And who knows if the ice, like, dude, what if all the ice wall, like whatever that is.
Here we go.
Like we think it's somewhere, right? Well, like it could be 5,000 miles further out than they like even if it's there at all, right?
Yep.
Well, there's enough pictures of it.
There's enough
I'm not.
pictures.
I'm not
and
gonna.
video.
I'm not gonna. Allegedly, right?
So here, 100 years ago, man, they went out looking for this ice wall, this ice shelf, Antarctica, whatever you want to call it. And they had all this money invested in different ships and all kinds of sailors going down there and trying to figure this place out. There's tons and tons of news articles about these, that's what they're doing. Anyway, so they go down there and they write about it. Dude, we got past the wall and there's a bunch of land. Like, yeah, there's more land over there and it's really nice. And yeah, we can work with it. But, that shit all got depressed and suppressed and down the fucking rabbit hole. It's like all these people that knew, oh shit, we got more land. Let's not tell them about that, man. Let's.
What if that was a freaking a ploy just to be like, hey, the guy bounced around the edge. Bounced there on the edge. It was 70,000 miles. He was trying to get around Antarctica. What if that was all just? I don't know. That's the way you got to think, because I swear, as soon as you think you got it, it's not.
Yep. Just when you think you got it, you got. You're back to like, oh my goodness, I didn't think of what. So yeah, there's no straight line in this. There's no flat line on this journey that we're all on. It's definitely bumpy, man. It's definitely got some curvature to it. But we'll find it. We're gonna find that curvature eventually, man. We're gonna find all the curvatures. And that's what we're doing out here, man. We're looking at oh wow, they're cucking this up and they're cucking that up and they're just a bunch of cocks, man. That's what cocks do. They cuck it up. Thanks, assholes.
There's old pictures of supposedly Antarctica.
Yep.
Like like the architecture, like where they showed this is supposedly there, and if that's real, the one I saw, it's pretty wild. And then you start thinking, oh, okay, all right, maybe it does, maybe it moves, like maybe that was like a place where people, they chilled for a while, and then maybe it did get cold. Maybe the ring does move. I mean, it kind of makes sense if. I don't know. Who knows? It could. Allegedly. Could it be? Who wants to actually make a claim? Like, paraplegics and they're talking shit.
You're totally making claims, and how dare you without a citation? What the hell's wrong with you? No, hey, it's 11:11. Guess what, man? It's speculation.
Right?
It's speculation. It's speculation Sunday,
Don't let Q in here freaking smacking. What were you doing? Dude.
What was I doing? What am I doing?
Just anybody, just with
with
dude,
earshot.
Yeah, don't be.
Join the VP,
no, hey man, he's trying to keeping shit tight.
Well, I'm on the right track. It's 11:11. I just happened to look at the clock and I nailed it again. I hate being right all the time, but it's cool. I'll take it.
Yeah. I'm on the East Coast. I'm way good.
Speculation Sunday, man. We're speculating. About the theories of Earth and the cosmology and all that craziness that we've seen. Did you see what the hell happened at Burning Man? Did you see that, bro?
Oh my Lord. I thought I was looking at at some new age I thought it was like a new age model show, but apparently it was people walking in the mud at Burning. Maybe it was a new age model show. People,
oh my God.
Were they walking in mud like with dresses or something? Like they were voguing, like sort of like the catwalk or some crap? Or was I seeing things?
No, that was it. Yeah,
That
you
was
and I
it.
watch the same videos. Yeah. For sure. With that.
Burning Man.
Yeah, we watch the same videos.
Swimming Man.
Anyway, do you know what happened the night before that rainstorm hit?
Oh Lord, probably a lot of LSD. I don't
Yeah.
know.
They made a 26-foot tall by 13-foot wide box, and then they burned the box. And inside the box was they revealed a
Oh, please
phoenix,
tell me it wasn't a
a
baby or
metal phoenix. So anyway, the point is that whatever they revealed, they could have revealed the fucking, get Baphomet in himself. I don't give a fuck.
right, yeah.
Doesn't matter. They revealed something, and it was a ritual. It was a ritual. They did a ritual, and the next day they had the most rain they've had there in 10 years, overnight.
Oh Lord. Oh wow.
What? What do you mean overnight? Fucking overnight? They rained for like a whole day straight, which is it never rains there, never. I mean, it was wicked. I don't know.
Gee, they were
It
doing
could have
some
been
freaking. Dude, you sure there weren't some Indians there doing the rain dance?
dude.
I'm telling you, you better not even think that was
Who knows, man?
nonsense either, right?
Maybe they got I think they got the weather thing down. I think they can make it rain anywhere, anytime. Pretty sure. I don't know, man. I'm speculating, but I think they can make it rain anywhere, anytime. For a lot of rain, they can make it flood places. That's how good they are now.
I was listening to.
I've seen
Go ahead.
papers. I've seen papers on that. They can hit the air hard enough with electromagnetic waves that cause the humidity in the air to basically condense out of it and form clouds and fall down. They can
Well,
also
I
hit
think
the
I think
clouds.
they've hit the hard enough to bulge out if there's an ionosphere. If they can bulge out the ionosphere and get enough stuff to swell up into that little bulge, and then once they
Yes,
turn it off, yeah, if it does swoosh out or whatever, who knows what kind of tricks they got to direct that now with all their other gadgets. But boy, that'd be a hell of a thing to play around with. And somebody
This
sure
is
has
not
been doing
even
it, I
this is
think.
not even a conspiracy theory. This is
Right.
just the things that they have officially declared
That's
that
right.
they're
Right.
capable of.
Hmm. Like, have you heard about like the underwater harp crap? Like, where like,
No.
oh yeah, a bunch of whales
No.
rolled up on Oregon beach, all burnt up, and they're like, oh, there was that. I don't know. There's more theories about that.
Interesting. I have seen a lot of stories about whales.
Not
Just-
beach.
just-
They
just-
beach themselves, but there's a lot of them, like all at once sometimes.
I don't know about any underwater harp, but just think about this for a second. If you shoot something up at an angle, there's a possibility that you could also hit the water, and you could also do the same thing for boats and other things on the water. And of course, everything underneath that is gonna get nuked.
or whatever you want to call it.
Radiation.
Yeah, it's more like
Radiated.
yeah, it's more
The
like
radio.
it's more-
If it's radio waves, like they say, and they can push enough of them to make something bulge out that high up, that's pretty freaking intense, man.
Yeah, they can do it. I'm sure. Have you ever seen those videos? The guy is doing the sound frequencies and the cars melting to the car, like to the waves of the sound. And it was wicked, man. Yeah, maybe you guys haven't seen that. All right.
Melting to the way. What's that mean?
Dude, like the guy that had the frequency so good that the door panels on the car were like a sound wave. They were going
Rippling.
They were going in and out. And I was like, what? It was wicked looking, bro. Probably it could have been edited, can't guarantee it
Yeah,
wasn't.
I
But
haven't seen it, so I'm just guessing.
yeah, you could probably look it up. It was some sound waves that molded to the car.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I've seen the like
Man.
like a stream of water with like the whatever thing playing, and I
Yeah.
also seen the one where the guy's got like I think it's propane, butane, whatever it is. It's all on a line, like on it with like a burner that you'd put under like a whatever, like a you see on like big
Chemistry
ass freaking like moonshine pots or something. And they had like a certain sounds playing, and the flames, do this crazy shape, kind of like the water when it flows. It'll flow a certain way if you play a certain
Right.
vibration or sound. Yeah, frequency.
Or the sand, you can see the same thing there. It's like
And,
sound is a holographic thing, and it travels
so
through
cool,
space
bro.
like a hologram, and
Mhm.
then when it hits things and reflects off it, it just like a hologram. When you cut the hologram into different pieces, it contains the whole within each piece, and so that's why you can hear things and they just sound less loud. You're not hearing the whole thing, you're
Right.
hearing a fraction, but it still contains the whole.
You think that's like the golden rule, the Fibonacci sequence in a 3D freaking like picture, like you're cutting? That's crazy. If that's what you're talking about, like taking a slice out of it.
Holographic sound vibrations using sand as the medium.
Yeah, that's
to-
insane.
to
And the metal, like metal
to
pieces, or
visualize frequencies. You get to see the frequency. It literally
dude, don't even get into the whole snowflake thing where they freeze stuff when it's in.
snowflake
That's just
thing. You never
freaking
looked in. Yeah, that's a pretty wicked,
nuts.
kind of a
Yeah.
experiment.
Oh, and when you look into where where like the water gets frozen during like some nasty talk, like evil music or something, you're like, what? Oh my lord!
It's the same as the rice experiment too, as well.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Trace, you had something to say, bro. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Okay. Muted. So yeah, the sound frequencies. I always thought that was like, wow, look at that 432 hertz. Looks pretty bitchin'. The 440 doesn't look as cool, man. It's not as cool looking. It's got some problems. Yeah, looking at those two, man, was one of my like. Got to go 432, man. It's more beautiful. That's it.
Yeah, it's wild. I got one of those. This is kind of connected, but I've got one of those AquaCure freaking Brown's gas thingies, and it's incredible how quick roots will freaking just on a normal house plant will sprout just on like if you make a cutting. And I've never done any cloning or anything like that, like with weed. I've seen it done, but I'm just talking about like a right cutting of house plant or a piece of basil or something like that. Like the roots just freaking go crazy with the hydrogen water. It's wild, man. Like I wonder if you could do stuff. Well, you could probably promote that stuff with the sound too. Freaking piece.
You think we can grow some shit on Mars, man?
You better ask Matt Damon.
I just had to throw that in. Yeah, hydroponics, aeroponics. Man, there's some great growing techniques that just like what? Crazy, man. It'll grow fast.
It blew my mind when I saw the first like the set of roots from a clipped plant compared to one that's dirt. This is like how small and just hairy and just micro micro roots, just
Micro roots.
insane. Yeah, and I mean, I've always been a bigger fan of something grown from a seed because it's just cooler. But shoot, if you haven't got to worry about knowing what's what, that's what it's all about. At least in that game. But
Well, that's it, man. These are the things. I don't know. I went to high school today. High school I graduated from a long time ago.
yeah.
And I walked around and there was no auto shop. There's no electric wood shop. All that shit's gone, man. And I was talking to one of the teachers, and I was like, what happened to all the vocational skill stuff, man? The real stuff. Nah, they got rid of all that, man. That shit's gone. There's no auto shop at my high school, man, that I went to that had a great auto shop, wood shop, metal shop. If you want to be
Well,
a
I got kicked out in 7th grade, and I went to auto shop. Well, I was going to Votech anyway, but so once you were in 7th grade, you could go. I'm sorry, 9th. It was 9th, 10th, and 11th. If once you're in high school, you could go to Western Votech, which
right.
we didn't have the auto shop in high school, but it was right. It was like a mile away. You take the bus there, and if you weren't like a nerd or a super jock, you know, you were like one of the stoners or freaking like one of the kids. You know what I mean? They went to auto shop. They went to go learn how to do body work or small engine repair. I went to auto shop. I went to Auto 1 and Auto 2.
Yeah.
But in junior high, we had metal shop where
So
you
did
made
we. Yeah, we
you
had
made a
wood,
box with
metal.
the spot welder, and you got to bend some metal. And you had wood shop where you made the bookends. Everybody made the
Planter,
bookends, right?
hanging planters. Yeah, that was my thing.
Home you
Yeah.
know. Had to be in home ec. Most of the guys wanted to take home ec so they can sit next to chicks and shit. It's
Oh,
hilarious.
Home ec was one of the classes that was open today, man, and they had the people in there. It was like, what?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I
I
don't
walked
know.
in there. Went,
Maybe not all is lost.
not all is lost. They still have home ec, but they still have the science class with the burners and the sinks and all.
And like, why can't they
What
do
do you call
metal
it?
shop, dude? Why not auto
No
mechanics? That's
metal
like
shop. Nah,
dude,
no wood
welding. Oh my
shop.
lord! Like this
No
is
auto
stuff
shop.
that.
I mean, those are three big things, man. If you can learn electricity, working on cars and wood,
Yeah, or
start
I don't know. Like, what about just
plumbing.
computers? What about working on computers or plumbing or dude?
Dude,
Dude, farming.
plumbing.
Dude, they
Anyway,
used to have shooting. We didn't have no shooting in school back in the 50s, dude. It was like archery. You had freaking
yeah,
shooting class.
I had archery. Yep,
Well, actually, yeah, we did. We did have some archery in school,
I had
but not
archery.
much. It was cheesy. It was
Yeah,
cheesy archery, dude.
it was a single bow. It wasn't compound bows or anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was like like
easy.
nothing too dangerous.
I
I mean,
think it was more
not
like
that you couldn't put somebody's
cowboys.
eye out if you were
I
an
don't know.
idiot.
It was Hollywood at best. Yeah, it wasn't real archery, man. Yeah, but they weren't trying to teach us how to kill an animal in the head.
Yeah.
With a shot.
Huey would be freaking disgusted at the archery. It was in my school.
Yeah, it was a must. Yeah, dude, I had to taste gymnastics.
Dude, I was a gymnast. I was in a class. My dad was a health life fitness a health
No,
teacher. Listen, so I was at Catonsville Community College. I was the one guy in a class of 40 girls, right? 40 girls, dude. Did I just leave?
so gay, man. You're so gay.
Yeah, right. So listen, I learned balance beam. and cracked my nuts a couple times, and then didn't
Yeah.
do balance beam anymore.
No.
But I was really good on trampoline. I never learned rings or horse or even parallel bars, but I was good on trampoline. I
Yeah.
was good on floor. Like I could do 10 back handsprings and a back flip.
Damn.
And I would do them in gym class, in school. And I remember this
Awesome.
one time, this kid asked me if I was a ninja. I freaking laughed so hard. I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, right. Yeah.
If Grace was smart, he'd be a billionaire. Or that's what he said in the text. You don't want to be a billionaire, dude. That's cock
Oh
shit.
my lord, no.
You imagine how weird that would be?
Oh
It'd be
lord,
so weird,
yeah,
dude.
it's a headache. I wouldn't even want to have 100 mil. I mean, it'd be nice, but I'd help everybody. I wouldn't even have it anymore, you know.
Exactly, man. Be like, I got my motorhome. I'm just gonna cruise around and
Right, dude. If I had $1 million, I'd probably buy a Winnebago, and I would handicap accessible, and I'd ride around to all my freaking buddies and freaking roast coffee at their house, and just
Dude.
freaking like just make the rounds, you know.
There's a place around the corner from my house, not too far, man. I go by it, I don't know, at least once a week. But yeah, all they do is make custom handicap vehicles.
Whoa.
And they've been there for, I don't know, a couple decades at least, but
Like,
they just make
you talking
vans.
bands? You just talking like anybody?
Yeah, they'll put like, they'll put a lift gate on whatever you want.
Or they'll put something that helps somebody get a wheelchair and
roll your chair up into,
yeah, like the van thing. That's they got that covered. There's enough big
do the
companies
same
that
RV
do that.
Now, right?
Right, man. The Winnebagos though, dude, they're like 300 G's to have a.
Dude,
Like
right?
you could you could buy one and you could gut it. You could gut it. You could I don't know. You could make a better one out of a school bus that has a damn handicap lift, you know.
Dude, we had like, $2,000 Winnebagos all the time back in the day, man. I mean, now they're like, these things are, like you said, $300,000 for like a.
Yeah, you should see them, and they're dude. And you know what? They'd be a headache. They'd be just like a boat. Just be like a boat. Just a hole for money to go, and maybe not that bad, but like
you're not gonna drop 300 large on a fucking anything, man. Much less a.
Well, I'd just rather do a bus. I'd just rather do a bus. It wouldn't have to be that fancy. A place to sleep, a kitchen, some freaking solar panels, and it's already got the wheelchair lift in it because it's a handicap one or whatever. You know, I'll drive it. I'll put the hand controls in it. That'd be awesome.
I could see myself just hopping in if I was really rich and just, grabbing a motorhome and checking out the world and coming on Discord talking about flat earth at the same time, everywhere we stop. Like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, I mean,
did you guys check out those wonderful fires in Hawaii? Oh my God, what a disaster.
Oh my Lord. Dude, when I was little, before there was CDs or any of that crap, my old man would bring home movies from the school. He would bring home like volcano movies, like wildlife movies and shit. It was wild, when your dad's a teacher, dude, I went on canoe trips with him, with the college students when I was like freaking 8 and 13, 12, we went on a white rafting trip one time with the school. Dude, it's hilarious being on a canoe trip because my old man's a really good canoer, and we would go and if it was really rough, like all the people that weren't good, they would they would tip over and it would get real ugly, like canoes would get folded in half, and then This
Oh.
one time we were at Harper's Ferry, it's in Virginia. Well, not gosh, where is it? Yeah, Virginia. No, West Virginia to Maryland is where the Potomac meets the Susquehanna, or maybe it's the Johns River meets the Potomac. I don't know. It's called Harper's Ferry. Anyway, it's rough as shit. And
Right.
out of 6
Rough.
canoes, 5 of them freaking tipped on Bulls Falls. Me and my old man were the only one that made it. The whole freaking class mutiny. They're like, "We're not going any further. It's too dangerous." Me and my old man are like laughing. We're like, "All right, man. We're gonna go the rest of the way. We're gonna go through freaking, they had all kinds of cool shit at Harper's Ferry. Yet they had a place called Stair Step, Whitehorse Rapids. I remember Whitehorse Rapids when I was like 8. We tipped out there, and I went under. And my old man said he can see me for like 100 feet, and I popped up with a freaking life jacket on, man. Like wild stories with canoe trips, man.
Hey, Bear.
Yeah.
Let's go down to. I don't know if you guys can see the Cinema 2R. There's oh shit. Yeah, let's go down there.
Cool.
You ready?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna figure that out. If I'm not an idiot, I gotta hang up here there first, right?
No, you don't. You just gotta.
You don't?
In.
All right, hold on. Hold on. I'm stupid, dude. Just give me a second.
Are you on your phone or what? Where you at?
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I'm a retard, dude. I might have to hang up and then go to. You said Cinema 2?
No. Just up at the top left corner, you'll see
Right.
click that thing, and it gives you the list of all the. It should give you the list of all the rooms.
Oh, dang it!
You can see live stream, but
there's got to be a way to get out of here. Hold on. All right, I got it. Cinema. Yeah, we're talking about all kinds of nonsense. I don't want to. I try not to take up.
No,
if there's a bunch of people in here, I try not to run my mouth too much. All right, Cinema 2.
These are my brews. My brews.
Oh,
my brews.
Beasticles is in there. Secret Asian Man.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
And grass, man. That's it, man. There you go. He's in there. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna play this. You guys carry on.
Good on you. Nah, dude, I made $300 on like one of the bets. Like I made on accident. I didn't do the right bet, and I was only supposed to make 150 guaranteed. But now I made fucking $300. Oh shit, man, we get rich over here, man.
How do you make money guaranteed? Give me that.
I can send you the Reddit post, but basically.
Yeah, but I know the Reddit shit.
No. You just listen. I'll tell you the method. So like like on these sports like fantasy websites, they'll give you like $100 bonus if you deposit a certain amount of money.
So you're mocking the system, big man.
Yeah. So like I'll pick like 4. Like you'd have to pick like 4 bets basically. And one of them is guaranteed to hit, right? Because there's 4. Like mathematically, and out of that you'd make $150. If you put $50 on each of the 4 bets, that all your $200 is gone. And once you place the bet, but once you win the bet, you get like 150, right? So
how much money can I make off this?
The guy in the Reddit post said he made thousands off of it. I mean, I just made $300 off of that shit, dude. I never bet. I hate betting, bro. I hate betting on fucking sports, dude. I hate fucking.
Bro. Turn to God. Betting's haram.
Yeah, gambling, bro. Just the best.
Yeah, I'm sure
stocks is no. I wouldn't consider stocks gambling, but I don't know. Like I feel like when I enter a trade, dude, it does feel like fucking gambling, dude.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you this: when Apple released the new phones, I lost a whole lot of money. Disastrous.
What happened with you?
As soon as Apple released the new iPhone 15s, I lost a whole bunch of money.
Lost money? Why is that?
The stock freaking tanked, bro.
Man, how do I withdraw this shit?
You didn't lose money if you didn't sell. What are you trying to?
I'm saying my portfolio is going down a dramatic amount of money.
Yeah, but let's say you bought like 1,000 Apple and then just look at it right now. it appears to be less value, but until you sell it, doesn't
Of
matter.
course not.
If you're holding
But
it for
I have
20
less
years, you know
money
it's
now.
gonna
Why do you focus on like on like it going down, like up or down within like, because in the like what really matters is like
That doesn't matter to me.
like
But when you open your
the long
account
term.
and it's thousands in the red, it's a bit fair going.
Unless you're trading on a margin, it shouldn't concern you.
No, I'm not trading on margins. It doesn't concern me. But I mean, you open every now and then, you see Reddit. It's not happy. Not
Can I
good.
tell you something?
Yeah, really, it
Um,
shouldn't.
I
I
had a
mean,
stock that actually just went private. It's not really a secret. I can tell you, it's one of those satellite stocks. It was
any good?
Maxer. And that stock could go up like 30% one day, go down 40% another day, and it was a
Yeah.
solid company. Shouldn't scare
Hmm.
you. When they got bought out, I made some money, even though the whole market was red that month.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It doesn't scare me. Just it is what it is.
And
I don't have
if you're
I don't have
feeling
enough money
worried,
there.
just go
Yeah.
total market fund and make sure it's an ETF. You're paying almost no management fee. If
Yeah.
the market goes up 10%, you go up 10%. You're not paying some manager, 1%. Or maybe
Look.
they'll give you 0.2%, but they're going to charge you 2% loading fee and 2% all.
No, look, I
Don't do
I
mutual
bought a
funds.
bunch of Fortune 500 companies and I just leave it for the rest of my life. Doesn't concern me.
There you go. Disney.
No, more like Apple, Google, Microsoft, some Hume Housing, a couple
Netflix.
stocks. Nothing like that. No.
Meta.
Meta, I'm not a fan of it. That's gonna die out soon, right?
XOM.
Did you
Let's
play
get
League?
back on. So let's get back onto the topic on the server.
I thought Taco Bell was the topic, man. About Taco Bell, that huge. You have to be smart.
Even Zoom went crazy.
So Timbo, are you there?
Yeah, man. I was just trying to get all the fucking sand out of my car.
I was just going to ask if you've seen any evidence of the globe from down there in Victoria.
Switching my headphones to the car. Sorry, mate. What was that?
I was saying, have you seen any of this globe evidence from down there off the coast of Victoria while you're out there surfing?
There was a few waves, a few curves in the waves. I could see. The funny thing is, like I was in Ocean Grove, yeah. So you can go from Ocean Grove. You can see from the surf beach where the Barwon River comes out. You can see the lighthouse at Point Lonsdale. You can actually see the beach with the waves breaking on the beach below the lighthouse. This is 15 kilometres away. Now, I'm sitting on a board, so I can't be any higher than a foot off the water. And I can see this. The water's pretty cool at the moment. It was what 23 degrees yesterday, so take it what you will, but I could see the beach 15 kilometres away.
Wait, so why is it that when I go to the beach every weekend, I can see a curve in the beach? Like why is that?
Where do you see that?
On the beach, I just told you. Like, I can see I look at the water, and like I see a curve.
On the water?
Yeah.
So is it curving away or is it curving left to right?
No. Let me elaborate. I see something that makes it look like a curve. So like I'll see, I'll see an oil rig, and I'll only see like the top of the oil rig, like when I'm on like near the water, and then once like when I'm on an elevated surface, like when I'm like driving there, I see like more of it. Why is that? I see I don't just see the top of it, I see more of it.
You're just increasing your angular view. That's what you're doing.
What do
When
you
you're
mean?
down close, when you're down close to the water, things tend to blend in. There is this. No, we're not dying. We're not. Sorry, we're not saying that these atmospheric refraction could or could not work. Like, you know, but what the thing is, you go there the next day and that thing changes position and you can see the whole bottom of it. And what's that then?
I guess it
So
would be my
okay,
perception or something. I don't know.
yeah. So you're saying, you know, if you're saying, okay, I can't see the bottom of the oil rig, you're saying it must be Earth curvature. But you can demonstrate in other circumstances that it doesn't have to be Earth curvature because sometimes you can see the bottom, and then sometimes you can't see the bottom. So the Earth changing in size, or is it purely optic?
Well, personally, I see it like the same. I'm roughly. I mean, I guess I haven't like trained my eyes to like see any difference. But like every single time I go to the beach, like it just looks the same, right? I like when I drive through, on the elevated surface, I see like more of the top of the thing, and then once I go to the beach, like I see the top of the oil rig.
Yeah, every day it's the same. Yeah.
Well, every day I go, yeah, it appears the same. I mean, it could be different, but there's not. It's not like I fucking like one day I see the top and the next day I see fucking like under it, right?
Okay. How far away is it?
I have no clue.
Sorry.
Well, maybe have a look at the distance that it's at, and then go and grab yourself a high zoom camera at your eye level and zoom in and see whether or not any of this comes back into view. See, it's claimed that when you're increasing your height, you can see more due to the fact that you're on a globe, so you're seeing over the curvature. However, you have the same effect on a flat surface. You're just increasing your angular resolution when you're increasing your height. It doesn't prove flat or globe either way. So left lane, we were discussing celestial navigation before, and you were claiming that the 90 was above the observer, not at the GP of the star. And I posted up some images for you, but it got taken off track.
It's actually crazy. I made $300, bro. Like I wasn't meant to make that shit. I should only made 150.
Can any flat earthers explain why some stars, some constellations are only visible from the southern hemisphere and others aren't?
Are there any other flat earthers who want to answer that dude's question?
I don't think they can.
What was the question?
So there are constellations that I can't see from where I live, but I know other people can. How would a flat earth explain that? Well, I'd like to hear an explanation as to why, because the globe Earth, it makes perfect sense on.
You're on a, right? Plane's flying above you, right? Start moving. What do you see?
The plane flying away?
Yeah, but what's happening? What do you see when the plane is flying away? Staying level, right? It's flying towards the horizon.
Getting smaller.
It's getting smaller, yes. What else is it doing?
And that's pretty much it. It's just flying away.
No, man, it's flying towards the horizon. No, so it's not. It looks like it's falling down. Looks like it's going down. Doesn't
It's getting lower in the distance.
right?
Well, yeah, it's flying
Right,
away.
that's your answer. Those stars are further as you're going away, further away from those stars. Perspective is. That's why they look like they're falling, but they're not.
That's
Okay,
why
so
in certain locations the sun doesn't rise above the horizon in winter because it's angular size. It's too far away. It's too low on the horizon.
okay, so the stars, which I'm guessing you guys have looked at the stars before, you guys understand that they're
Nobody
not
knows what the
moving
stars are.
farther
Hold
or
on, hold
closer
on.
to us like a plane is. They're actually fundament like static,
Listen, what do you
basically.
know? What do you know anything about the stars, bro? You're trying to make.
So
Have you ever been up there? Have you
yeah,
ever been up there?
yeah, the stars are incredibly important. You actually,
No, no,
so we
no,
have
no. Well,
maps.
have you ever been up there, my guy? Answer the question.
Yeah, so we have
No,
on the
have you
globe
ever been
Earth,
up there? Yeah, it's not the. Yeah, you've been
we
up
have
there or what?
maps that we do of the
Pyro,
constellations. You
Pyro.
actually can make those
Answer the
maps on a
question,
flat Earth.
my guy. You're gonna answer the question. Or... Have you been up
What's the
there?
question?
What are these stars? What are the stars? Have you
You're
ever
asking
been
what
up
they
there?
are?
Well, you're telling me you seem to like you're talking like you know what they are. You know, like you're making assumptions on that, right? So you're acting like you know what they are. So what the stars are?
Have you ever
So
touched an iceberg? You've never touched an
actually,
iceberg, so how can you say they're real?
for the purpose of this
That's the
discussion, it
dumbest
actually
fucking.
doesn't
That's the
matter
dumbest fuck.
whether.
Yeah, I've touched icebergs. Trust me, I've been up. Fucking,
Okay.
I live in Canada. There's plenty of fucking ice I've touched, my guy. That's the fucking
Oh,
dumbest
so
thing
you've never
ever.
touched a rainforest? You never touched a
I've
sloth,
touched
so
the
how do you know
rainfall.
they're
I've touched
real?
all that shit. That shit that's on the ground, buddy. That's
Yeah,
easy,
exactly.
bro.
You've touched
Go
everything
upstairs.
on the
Go
ground.
touch. Have you
It's
touched the
stupid.
sun? Have you touched the moon? That's a bit different, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little different
Yeah,
because
exactly. It's a little bit
you
different,
haven't
buddy.
experienced it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit different. It doesn't matter what the experience. Other people have experienced the shit that you're talking about. There's a
People have stood on the moon, stupid.
No, that's bullshit.
Oh,
that's
they
a
did
lie.
it.
That's
Oh,
a
so
lie.
they're
Prove
lying.
it.
Yeah,
Prove
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
You've
that's
touched
100%
icebergs
it's a
and
lie.
rainforests,
You're
but
just
they're
stupid.
the ones
You're just
lying.
stupid. Yeah, wear a mask. Go ahead. Go put on your mask and go fucking die somewhere.
Switch the topic.
Yeah.
Switch the
No,
topic.
that's exactly what you're
Switch
doing.
the
You
topic.
believe the
Yeah,
authorities.
yeah.
That's not.
Switch the topic.
No, you're believing
Switch
the
the topic.
authorities. That's not a topic switch, guy. That's
Yeah,
exactly
it
what
is.
it is.
You're switching the
No,
topic.
that's exactly what it is, man. You believe the authorities. It is right.
Switch the topic again.
In the end, I don't believe the lying cocksuckers. You're the one that believes
Switch
the
the
lying
topic again.
cocksuckers.
Switch it again.
No, that's not a topic switch. You believe people landed on the moon when I'm telling you they didn't, right?
You can measure it with a laser,
No,
dumbass.
measure what with the laser? Do it. I want to see you do it. That's all bullshit
What on
that they
the
fucking fed you.
what on the
That's
moon is
bullshit
going
that
to
that's
reflect the
bullshit.
laser?
Bullshit
What on the
they
moon is
fed
going to
you,
reflect the
and you
laser?
eat it. There's nothing that they've been doing the reflections off the moon,
What
quote
on
unquote,
the
but that's
moon
still
is
a
going to
lie.
reflect the
First of
laser?
all, that's still a lie. They've been reflecting.
What on the moon is going to
bouncing
reflect the
signals
laser?
off the fucking moon. Listen to me. They were
What on the
bouncing
moon is going
signals
to
off
answer
the
the
fucking
question,
moon.
coward?
They
Answer
were
the question, you
bouncing
fucking
signals.
coward.
They
Little
were
baby
bouncing
bitch.
yeah, so you're trying to fucking overtalk me when I'm giving you the fucking answer. They were bouncing the fucking signals off the moon prior to that fucking moon mission, you dumb fuck. Right? So there's no fucking reflectors on there, period. They lied to you again. Dumbass.
So
You eat
I
every
didn't
fucking
say.
they
I didn't.
spoon feed you
So you
lies and
talk
you're
over
eating
me.
them
So you
like
talk
it's
over
fucking
me.
candy.
That's fine.
It's
That's
crazy.
fine.
It's all
You
lies.
can use the
It's all
control.
bullshit.
You can use the you're
Bullshit
using media
lies.
control to silence
Bullshit
people you don't
lies.
like to listen to.
Bullshit lies.
I didn't say
Bullshit
that
lies.
bounce a signal
Bullshit
off the
lies.
moon. I said
Bullshit lies.
what is going to reflect the
Bullshit.
laser right at you.
Nothing. There's no fucking reflections of lasers. Do it. I want to see
Exactly.
you do it.
So it has to be put there
show
by
me a laser
man.
powerful enough that can go that far. First of all, show me one.
What are you talking
Dumbass.
about?
Go ahead. Hey, show me one. I want to see you. I want to see
Come
a laser
over.
powerful enough.
Come over, baby.
Oh, come on. No, I
You
want
want
to
to see me?
Turn
What does
on
that
the
mean?
fucking
You're gonna
camera,
see
buddy.
me?
No problem. Turn on the camera. I'll definitely want to see you. Yeah,
Come here.
make sweet, sweet fucking love to you, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not the only thing you're repressing. Anyways.
Trust me. There's nothing oppressing here, buddy. You're the one that fucking
Anyways.
keeps eating the
You can
lies. You're the
impure.
one that
You
keeps
can
eating the lies from the
don't
authorities, and then you
overtalk
try to
me.
feed me
Don't
the
use
fucking
your media
lies.
control
Thank you.
to try and
Dumbass.
control me.
Dumbass.
Don't use your media control.
You think people landed on the moon, eh? That's fucking stupid.
I know people.
No, you know.
landed on the
Okay,
moon
cool. Yeah,
because
sure.
we can see it.
Yeah, show me that, please. You can see it. Yeah, that's another lie. You're lying. On their lie.
So are
based
you
on their
gonna
lie.
are you
This
gonna
is
keep
fucking
trying to
stupid.
mute me?
Fucking,
Are you gonna
I'm
keep
not
trying to
muting
mute
you.
me
I'm
and
not
use your
muting you.
totalitarian media
I'm not
control?
muting you at all. I'm not. I have no. I get muted here more than anybody, motherfucker. Trust me. Go fuck yourself. You're an idiot.
Always trying to silence the
Fucking
opposition with
retarded.
your big media
What
tactics.
opposition? What opposition? You are the fucking. You are the NASA. You are the main fucking stream, buddy. We are the opposition. You dumb fuck.
No,
You're
I'm
trying to
getting muted,
silence
man.
us.
That's
Nobody's muting you. I'm not muting.
what I'm about. Nobody's muting
you,
me.
then that means fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly.
Yeah. They don't like to hear you.
Exactly. They're trying
Yeah,
to silence
exactly.
the
Well,
opposition.
no silencing. You gotta listen.
That's what
You know?
muting means, you dumb motherfucker.
Listen. You believe people landed on the moon?
I know people landed on the moon,
you-
and we can empirically
Prove it.
verify it. Personal incredulity. Got your little fucking cancer laugh going. God damn.
Oh wait, you know what?
How do you verify
yes.
it?
Listen. We landed on the moon. I give it. Yes, landed on. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Lulu? Long time I didn't. How you doing, Lulu? Always remember. No, Mike. But they don't record Mike. Oh, I'm joking. They have this.
My man doesn't even know how to use a phone, and he's just now discovering the
Bro.
moon.
I'm gonna fucking. I did this match.
Uh huh.
But hey, you want to get into education? The education levels, trust me, I probably crushed. Guarantee you
Right.
that.
So
Yeah,
you
exactly.
buy
I'm
you
laughing.
bow down
Listen,
to the
listen. I'm laughing
institution.
at you. I'm
You
laughing
bow
at you
down
because
to
you
the
still believe.
institution.
You still
You go to the
believe the
institution.
TV institute. You're the one that is bowing down to the institute, not me, Mike.
No,
You
you're going
believe
to
people
school. You're
landed on the
paying
moon.
money.
You believe money on the moon. People landed on the
I
moon.
believe
Like
money on the
that.
moon. This
Yeah.
motherfucker is cracked out.
That's called a fucking Freudian slip, bro. Especially when you talk fast, you know?
He doesn't even know what projection is. Projection would have been a much
Projection.
better burn in that sec.
Projection. Are we not even on the
You
same fucking
should have
conversation
said.
here?
You should have
I
said
don't
to
need,
me.
I don't listen to idiots.
Listen,
You don't need to put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth,
you should have
idiot.
said
Like, oh,
you're
you're retarded.
projecting. You
Oh, you're
shouldn't have
retarded,
said.
bro.
You're so stupid.
Stupid.
I love these people.
No, but like, why? Listen, I think the Earth is happy with that. Why do you come to these?
I like to watch retards dance.
No, that's not it.
It's the same
Because
reason
you have a thing
I
called
drive the
cognitive
short
distance.
bus.
It's a thing called you have cognitive, right?
Nah,
And it's
I'm
so
not the one
fucking
shouting
crazy.
over people, bro.
Nobody's shouting over nobody.
The
Mike.
person
Nobody's shouting.
experiencing.
Cognitive, you know people landed on. That's the. And people mute because I listen. Trust me, I'm not muting nobody. I have no mute powers. Somebody keeps muting you, and that's funny. I'm fucking. I'm having fun right now. That's stupid. Somebody really doesn't like you here. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm sure you got no idea about it. It's a
I
fucking
have
conspiracy to
I
keep
don't know.
people
I don't
stupid.
know nothing. Listen,
I know nothing. I know nothing.
Bro,
You can actually
get
just
banned.
probably reset your whole
I
identity by
get
saying
banned
you
every
know
time I
nothing,
come
right?
into this channel, bro. Talking about. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know nothing, man. I'm serious. Hey, bro. Fuck the stars, right? Fuck going up into. Right? Have any Earth curve? Like the ground, it's supposed to curve underneath our feet, standing on a ball.
You've obviously never. So you've been to the icebergs. You've been to the rainforest. Are you also going to tell me now that you've sailed over the horizon? Have you been on a sailboat?
Whoa.
Have you been on a
Bro.
sailboat? Have you been
You're
on a
naming
sailboat?
these. You're naming.
Have you
these
been on a
things, buddy.
sailboat?
I've been on
Have you been on a
plenty of boats.
sailboat?
I've
You
been,
fucking
I've been
coward.
on plenty of boats, my guy. I don't even want to name. Trust me, I've been on boats.
Right.
Even the boats
Right.
that fucking ferry you across.
So why
cars and
can't
shit,
you
yeah.
fucking see
Why
the?
can't you what?
Why can't you see the land?
Active optics.
What does
your
that mean?
limitation of it.
Right.
Your
What is the
your
perspective?
limitation-
What is the
your limitation
perspective
of-
and
what do you
optics,
mean?
Mr. Buzzword?
You don't understand how your optics are
Yeah.
fucking doing little
Explain
fucking.
to me how
No, I'm not
optics.
explaining shit to you. I don't have to. If
Exactly.
you don't know, then you
Yeah,
don't need to
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Perspective,
Is
optics,
question,
and I'm not going to
question,
explain it.
Is there limitations to your eyes, or are you like Superman and you can
Is
see
there
fucking forever?
limitations to my eyes? Yes.
Yeah.
When the earth gets in the
Yes,
way of my
exactly.
eyes, I cannot see the rest of the
So
earth.
you're admitting there's a physical curvature. At what point is that physical curvature obstructing the boat? Tell me at what mileage? Since you know this, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Since it's obstructing the what?
The boat. So you're telling me the boat is going over the horizon, right? And the boat is going away bottom first, right? So it starts appearing bottom first,
first.
right? That's what
Okay.
you think.
Yeah,
Right? Does it
yeah.
not? Right, so it's
Oh,
going over
yeah,
your.
you-
Is it
you
going
can
over?
look at
Is it going
videos of
over your
this
physical
every day.
curvature? Is it going over your physical curvature? You just admitted it, right?
No, it's going behind the
No,
curvature.
it's going over your physical curvature. You just said it, right?
What? No, it's not going over. It's going behind it.
Behind the curvature, so there's still physical obstruction there. That's what you're admitting to, right?
Right.
So, okay, at what point is this physical obstruction happening? At what point? At what mileage?
It actually
what distance?
depends.
What
It
depends on
actually
what?
depends
Depends on
Height
what.
is primarily
No, I'm
the
not.
thing
I'm not
that it
worried about the
depends
high.
on.
I'm worried about the first moment that you start seeing the boat sinking below the horizon.
No,
The
you
first.
don't see the
So
boat
I don't care about the.
sinking.
I'm not talking. I'm not talking about
Remember,
the
the
whole
boat's not
top.
sinking,
Listen to what I'm trying to ask you here. Don't interrupt.
right?
I'm asking you a specific thing here.
I
I'm
already
asking
answered
at
your
what
question.
point. So when you see the boat on the
It
water, right?
depends
When
on
it's
the
close,
height.
listen to me very. You're interrupting me. You got to really close to listen to me. Really fucking detailed
I
question.
already answered this
No, you
question.
didn't. You did not answer the question. That's why I keep asking you that fucking question. It's a new question, actually. I've never even asked you this question. You did not answer the question. Here's the question. The
So
question
if you
is,
haven't asked it, how
the
am I not
question
answering
is, don't interrupt me, buddy. The question is again, right? So you see the whole boat, right? When it's close, starts moving away from you, right? At what point, as it's moving away, at what point does the bottom starts disappearing? At what
I
distance?
thought it was a new
Tell me.
question.
No,
I already answered this
at what
question.
distance? You didn't give me a distance in mileage.
I
Or in
didn't give you a
kilometers, whatever.
distance in
You did.
mileage because I said
Or
it depends on what variable.
no, it doesn't matter
I
about the
said it
height.
depends on.
It
Oh, it
matter about
doesn't
the height.
matter about the height?
No,
What does that mean?
it means that if your eye is right at the bottom, right, where it's like level with that fucking ground, right? Get what I'm saying?
It depends on the
At what
height of the
point? At what
ground.
point? No, I'm not talking about
It
the height.
depends on the height of the
Okay, you're
ground.
zero height. Okay, fine. Your eye level is zero, right? Your eye level is completely fucking zero, right? Your head
So
is
I'm
right
on the
in the
beach.
fucking ground, right in the
I'm
ground,
on
right
the
in the water.
beach,
Yeah, I got
and I'm
right in the
lying on
water.
the sand, and I'm looking right out.
At what point does the boat, start this? What distance?
About 6 miles.
Okay. So then,
It
how in the fuck
depends on a
come?
couple
Now listen to me very carefully. About 6 miles, you said. How in the
If
fuck come?
remember the if. No, you got to remember the
No.
if. That's
What's the
if my head is at sea level.
100%.
0 feet
That's
above
exactly what
sea
I
level.
said. Zero.
Right?
It's zero.
Right.
It's zero.
0 feet above sea
The number
level.
is zero. The number is zero. I
Right?
said it. Okay. So
0
here's
feet
my
above sea
problem
level.
here. Here's my problem here. I went out. Okay. Now, put my head straight into that fucking ground. Right. I can see over 30
Like an
miles.
ostrich.
Over 30
In
miles.
what
bro.
direction?
Doesn't matter.
If you're
What do you
looking
mean?
straight up, you can see millions of miles. So it
Buddy,
does
I'm
matter
not
what direction
talking, we're
you're
not
looking.
looking at the sky. Why are you changing the subject? Are you stupid, bro?
You
You're
didn't
changing this.
specify what direction you're looking at.
Would I need to specify when we're already still on the same topic here? Or are you just
You said you can
obfuscating
see
and trying to
30
pretend to be
miles.
6
stupid?
feet tall
You're
is the
trying to
point
be
here.
stupid here. Okay, listen to me. Here's my
Where
problem here.
where are you looking that you can see 30
Okay,
miles?
you know Lake Ontario. You know Lake Ontario?
I don't I mean I know of it. I'm
Okay,
not
now look
familiar
on
with it.
Google. Look, well, look how big it is. It's
It's
miles.
big. Yeah.
Huge. Yeah, I can
I've
see
been
it.
on Lake Michigan.
Listen to me, my friend. Exactly.
And
See
you
the
can
Chicago
see
skyline across.
and you can
see
see the
across.
city dipping down.
No, there's no dip. It all depends on the
Homie,
it all
no,
depends.
you can't just say optic.
It
You
all
can't say there's no
depends.
dip and there's optics.
There's no dip. No.
Or is it
You need
optics?
two variables for some one thing to happen. You just need one variable for one thing to happen. Why are you adding a second nonsense
Does it
thing
dip?
here?
Does it dip or not?
It doesn't dip. No, nothing fucking dips. I never
So
seen any
optics
dip.
doesn't change it.
If your front was dipping, your peripherals would be dipping. You're not living on a cylinder. You're living on a fucking ball, right? But you're telling me that your physics are cylindrical because everything moving away from you is going down, but your fucking peripherals are not. See how fucking stupid you globals are? Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're laughing at the fucking problem here. You don't even know what peripheral vision is.
Anyone looking for roles?
Yeah,
Voice perms.
I'll take owner.
You'll take what?
Take owner.
Take on what?
You said you're offering roles, so I'll take the owner role.
Oh yeah, forget it. How about the Spiral character?
I don't know what that is.
Well, he's a guy named Spiral in this chat. I'm gonna bounce him over to VC check-in, and you can keep listening to the politics stream.
Is a
Understand the fucking
mountain at
ratio here.
0 feet sea level?
500 miles, my
Is a
guy.
mountain at
How
0
much
feet? Don't
curvature?
dodge the
How much
question. Answer the
curvature over
question.
500 miles? How much curvature over 500 miles, my guy? Do you know how exponential curves fucking work? No, you
Exponential
don't.
curves.
Yes, that's another problem that you probably don't even
So
understand.
why don't you answer the question?
Why don't I answer the question?
How many
Why
feet
don't
above sea
I
level
answer?
is the
Doesn't
mountain?
fucking matter. I'm telling you. The curvature rate
No,
is
you
so
agreed it
drastic that
does
the mountain would
matter.
not be visible over 500 miles. It doesn't matter how high the fucking
So
mountain
if
is.
we do the math,
Actually,
if we
yeah,
do the
if you do the
math,
math, if you do the
and
math,
we
It does
look at
matter how
this
high
mountain,
the observer is.
Oh,
It
brother.
does for the
Yeah, sure, it does. Yeah,
We-
sure. Everything matters.
exactly. So the
Everything matters, but it's
mountain's
irrelevant
height
at this
above
point.
sea level
Irrelevant. When you're
does
looking at the
matter.
problem, it's irrelevant. You're adding fucking these variables, these constants that are
I'm not
irrelevant.
adding
You have to,
variables.
when you're trying to
You
solve a
agreed
problem,
that it
when you, no,
matters.
I didn't agree nothing. When you're trying to solve
You
a fucking
agreed that
problem, I didn't agree.
we
You're
have
trying to
to
put
put
words
our
in my mouth.
head
I did
at
not agree
sea
on nothing.
level.
Listen to me very
I'm
carefully. When you're trying
asking
to solve
you.
a
I'm asking
problem,
you.
you're
I'm
trying to
asking you.
not to
Let
fucking
me
put
ask you a
variables
question.
and
I
constants
need
into
to
it. You're
ask you
trying
a
to fucking
question.
eliminate and make
Why
it the
was it
easiest problem you
important?
fucking
I need
made.
to ask
Why are you
you a
trying to
question.
overtalk me? Why are you
Why
trying to
was
fucking
it
overtalk me?
important? Why was
What?
it important
Why are
that
you
we put
overtalking
our
me? Why are
head
you
at
overtalking
sea
me?
level?
Why
Why
are
was it
you
important that we put our head at
overtalking
sea level?
over you?
Answer the
What do you mean?
question, you fucking
Irrelevant.
coward.
What do
Why
you
was
mean?
it important that we put our head at sea level in our first thought experiment when I said 6
It's your
miles?
reference point. It eliminates the whole fucking
Right?
problem with your optics, you
Right?
fucking idiot.
So why is it
It's
important
eliminating your
to
optics, you
know?
fucking moron. You're
So why
eliminating
is
the.
it I'm
I just gave you the
eliminating my
answer.
optics? You really
Yeah.
use some weird words. But
Angular.
why
Your
is it
angular
important to
resolution.
understand?
Listen.
I think everybody took off right before you were going to demonstrate your glow proof.
Sounds good. So,
So, do you have glow proof? What's your best glow proof?
I would like to show an image if that was possible in some way. Just a link to an image.
Well, yeah, I walk up to you on the street and I say, "What's your best glow proof?" And you're going to pull up a
Okay, yeah.
picture.
Okay, yeah. So without the picture, so we have this Southern Cross, which I think you saw me typing that out in the VC. I'm guessing the Crux constellation. That's actually invisible to a lot of people in the northern hemisphere. It's invisible from where I live. I can't view that. Pretty much everyone in the southern hemisphere can view that. Any sort of system, any sort of construction of a world where that's possible, none of those can really be flat. It doesn't make sense.
So, when you buy a car, do you look at the sky or do you look at the car?
How is that relevant?
So, to prove the nature of Earth, you're not going to point at the sky and say the sun is this and that is that. You're going to look at the Earth. You're not going to point up to describe Earth.
I think actually pointing up actually is one of the best things we can do in a situation.
You're pointing up and you're not even looking at the car, right? When you buy a car?
So we're not talking about a car, you're talking about a planet.
Yeah, you're going to look at Earth. You're not going to point at the sky when you're buying a car or putting in carpet. You don't look at the sun, the moon, the stars to demonstrate Earth.
So one thing that's central to, especially you mentioned it and the Indio guy mentioned it, is perspective, is the ability for us as humans to view different reference points from where we see as humans on the Earth and to come to conclusions on what we're seeing. Distance, movement, very important things. The stars act as pretty much the perfect reference points for us as humans to see distance. And I mean, this is how navigation has worked for a long time. That's why we do it.
Navigation works with the apparent
Yeah, well,
distance, not the actual distance of the stars and all the heavenly bodies. It's not actually there where they are. It's where you think they are. It's like where they appear to be. So
Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is a central point to what I'm talking about, is that it actually doesn't matter if the stars actually exist. It doesn't matter their distance. All that matters is that everyone who could step outside at night and look at Polaris, for instance, in the northern hemisphere, can see Polaris. They can see something that's there. This is easily verifiable with the eye, regardless of whether Polaris actually exists. The same is true for the Southern Cross. Everyone in the southern hemisphere can go outside at night, look at the Southern Cross, see that it plainly exists. And now we have something where some people can see Polaris and some people can't see Polaris. And the only system that works under is a round Earth, a globe.
why do you assume that?
Because a flat Earth where
No,
half of
why
it couldn't
why
see
does
Polaris.
you said it only works on a globe. Why does it only work on a globe? Nothing else.
Well,
doesn't
I
work
would
on a
like
globe.
to see the flat Earth map of the
But you
constellation.
just made a claim. Why don't you support your claim?
So yeah, under what I'm talking about, where half of the population of the planet, not half the population, but half of the Earth, the southern hemisphere, can't really see Polaris. They have to push really close to the equator to do so. The Earth actually makes perfect sense in that sense. Under a
So
flat
it
Earth,
does it make sense, or is it the only option? Can we decide?
so yeah, it makes sense. I would like to hear an alternative if you have one.
Then why would you say it's the only option, like that it's a globe?
Okay, we don't have to get caught up on this. If you have an alternative, you can offer it. If not, then we could move on.
It's just you making claims which are unsubstantiated, so it's kind of silly to do that.
Okay, yeah, I can retract, and then we could just move on.
Sure, we can.
Okay, yeah. Under the flat Earth, has there ever been a constellation map ever created, one that fits the flat Earth?
Any map that's of the sky is of the
Yes.
flat Earth. That's all it is. Anything that you see in the sky is on the flat Earth. So you have
How
to
do you
first prove the globe to prove that anything is on the globe. So
how do you explain how some people can see Polaris and other people can't?
why does that matter?
So people can't see Polaris under the globe Earth model because they're in the southern hemisphere. It's actually just impossible for them to see it from where they live. Same goes for me. I can't see the Southern Cross from where I live. I could walk outside at night, look at all the stars, can't see the Southern Cross. How do you explain that on the flat Earth?
It's really not relevant, though. It's the sky. So your ceiling does not have any relation to your floor. So how do you prove the globe in that way?
See, the issue with this is the stars have been used for navigation for all of human history.
Yeah,
They're
they've been
extremely
used as
important
their
to how we
current
understand
locations have
the
been
place
used
that we
for
live
navigation.
and how we move.
Flat baseline is exactly. Welcome to flat Earth. Ground position, 90-degree angle, flat baseline.
So, how would that be possible on the flat Earth, though? That some people can see Polaris and some people can't.
Distance.
Is you live in different locations and you can't see forever.
Well, the stars.
Perspective.
So the
Everything shrinks with
stars.
distance.
the stars are light, and so how light works is it actually goes on an incredibly long distance. Distance doesn't affect light in that same way. I know someone mentioned light attenuation. If there is a firmament of liquid, then light would be affected more by that. But I don't know if you have proof of the firmament. I know you guys talk about that stuff, but
Nobody claimed the firmament, so why you bring that up? I don't know.
so when I was in the chat earlier, someone mentioned light attenuation. I don't know if it was the Northern Rebellion guy, but
Oh yeah, you can't see forever. You're going to be blocked by atmo and weather and fog and snow and many factors. So you can only see as far as the atmo allows you.
okay. So at night, when you see the stars,
You cannot see local
do you
stars
see the
yet. You cannot see 6 million
stars at night?
miles. Yes, I see. They're local stars. The stars are unverified distance from us.
Okay, so under this distance, like, so especially on a flat Earth, the difference between someone on the southern part of the globe or southern part of the flat Earth and the distance between someone on the northern part is what, 1,000 miles, maybe 2,000 miles. And the stars you're saying are 6,000 miles away from the people who can see it, and 8,000 miles away from the people who can't see it, or something like that.
Nobody said 1,000 or 8,000. I just told you it was an unverified distance. What are you talking about?
Okay, so unverified distance. Interesting. So you don't know the distance, and yet you still posit this distance as being great enough between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere for it to just disappear.
Yes, you can tell there's
Well,
more
everything
distance
shrinks with
as the things drop in the sky due to perspective. Things get lower the farther away they get from you if they're high in the sky.
So here's the interesting thing about stars is they actually don't drop. They actually rotate around the polar center. So like
Yeah,
Polaris,
they
as
don't
you know,
actually drop, they drop with distance. So you're confusing the point. Obviously, we know they rotate around Polaris, right? But
But
when
yeah,
you get farther away from them, you don't see them drop. at the horizon.
and here's the interesting thing is we have stars that, of course, in the northern hemisphere, they rotate around the polar center, which is just a little bit away from Polaris. But in the southern hemisphere, there is no Polaris. They rotate in the opposite direction on the southern polar center. So it's actually a very interesting process. They don't actually drop, they just rotate.
Different directions at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those Russian nesting dolls, and it's just rotating two different ways. That's what you're
Yeah.
claiming right now?
Their rotation actually makes perfect sense on a globe Earth.
You're not even claiming it properly. You're saying two different directions. That's not the case on a globe Earth.
It is the case on the globe Earth.
No, the stars all go east to west. The same direction.
No. So they rotate. If I was able to link a video, I could actually show you. They leave trails. So if you leave a camera pointed at the night sky,
Yeah,
well,
I know there's star trails, but
yeah,
you're
they leave
mixing it
star
up. You're saying they rotate in different directions, which would mean that the Earth is spinning the opposite direction in the south than in the north.
That's not how it works.
That's what you're just saying.
No, so I know you guys don't believe in the Coriolis effect, but this is basically what if you.
I believe in the Coriolis effect. Absolutely, it's 100%. The Coriolis effect is a thing, but there's no Earth-based Coriolis effect because the Earth isn't moving.
Okay, I'm confused now. So you believe in the Coriolis effect, and yet still believe that the Earth isn't
Coriolis
a
effect.
globe.
If you go to a playground that has one of those spinning wheel things that you can sit on, right? You can obviously go test for it and show that that effect is possible, but there is no Coriolis effect based on Earth.
Okay, I'm looking at a video right now of the
Yeah,
star
just
trails.
answer me this. Does the air move with or separate from the
Coriolis
Earth?
effect is not real.
So
Does
yeah,
the air move with or separate from the Earth?
So the air moves with you. So I just looked at a video that shows a
With
time
the
lapse of the
Earth.
stars.
So you just
from-
conceded there can't be a Coriolis effect on Earth.
Okay, so yeah, I just looked at a video.
The air moves
Now you
with
could
the
say that
earth,
the YouTube video is like lying, but
right?
so the
For
guy,
Coriolis effect, you need 2 reference frames. You just said the air moves with the earth. That's only 1 reference frame. So
okay,
you can't have Coriolis effect with that.
is there a way for me to link a video to this for
It's
you
a
guys to see?
Coriolis effect. I know exactly what it is.
No, it's actually not the
Well,
Coriolis effect. It's the star trails from the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere.
look at the
Yeah, well,
picture.
counterclockwise, clockwise are not cardinal directions. East to
Okay.
west, the stars rotate east to west around Polaris. Counterclockwise and clockwise are not cardinal directions.
Okay.
Right, you're just looking at it from the opposite way, right?
The
So it's like,
opposite way. What does that mean?
say you're on a sidewalk, looking at a one-way street. All the cars are going left to right in front of you. Okay, if you cross the street and you look the other way, which way are the cars going?
The stars aren't cars.
This is
actually,
just a
there's another guy
simple
named Cars.
analogy to try to get you to understand.
No, so
I'm not saying the stars are cars. I'm saying if you're standing on a street, a one-way street, and all the cars are going left to right, if you run across the street and do a 180-degree turn and look, which way are the cars going?
okay, the big issue with this example you're bringing up
The
is when you
answer
look
is
at
right to
stars,
left.
we look straight up. We look directly straight up. Well, technically speaking, like we don't look.
Yes, the same principle
left to
still
right.
works. Doesn't matter.
What, bro? When you look
The
straight
same
up, you can
principle still
actually
works.
rotate. You can turn yourself around and still be looking straight up.
You're not rotating yourself. You're just turning around, you're just going further and looking back. Just draw a 6 on your ceiling. From one side it will be a 6, from the other side it will be a 9.
So the star isn't a number. Like
Yes, but the opposite effect still occurs, so it's irrelevant.
the opposite effect. What do you mean by that?
You see the opposite of what you saw on the other side. You saw the 6 on one side and the 9 on the other. Same as with the cars on the street.
Let's take your example here. I'll put this in. I'll use the same example. So this is what I'm talking about. If you put a dot on your ceiling, it could be a dot, it could be a letter 6, it could be anything.
Where'd you put a dot? A
if
dot
you-
is indistinguishable from other side.
Okay, yeah. So you put something on your ceiling. When you look straight up at it, if you start turning your body in a clockwise motion, it stays the same. And if you put other dots around that dot in the center, and you start turning your body clockwise, it will look like the other dots are spinning around that dot in the center. If you start turning your body counterclockwise, it will go in the opposite direction. This is what happens with the stars in the night sky. Except
We understand that the globe model explains it and that it works on that model. We understand this, but it's irrelevant because it also works this way. So it's not the only option how it can work.
what are the other options?
The other option is you go too far and it just goes the other way.
You
just
go
see
too
the
far and it just goes the other way. What does that? How does that work?
As you look at the ceiling, you have the 6 on the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
As you pass the 6, now you're on the other side, you look back and you see a 9. That's all it is.
Okay, now here's what I'm trying to explain. So when we're talking about reference points, we have a polar reference point, a northern one and a southern one. Everyone can see this if they look out at the night sky, and just do a simple time lapse of the stars in the night sky. I'm looking at a video of this right now. The guy
Okay,
did
is it
this.
the same time though? Is nighttime at the same time?
What?
Is nighttime in the north and the south at the same time?
Why would that matter?
Of course it matters. Why wouldn't it matter?
Tell me why it matters.
Because the stars will move by the time that you're there in the night.
That's true. The stars do move. Okay.
So why wouldn't it matter?
What?
So why wouldn't it matter if it's a different time of day? The stars will not be the same. So of course they wouldn't be the same.
No, the stars are the same every night. If you live in the same place your whole life and look out at the night sky, you will see the same stars every night. The planets will
You
change.
will not see the same stars in the north as you do in the south.
Yeah, you don't. But I said if you live in the same place and you look up at the north, you will see Polaris every night of your
Yeah, at
life.
the same time of day. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
How does that work if we're moving, through the galaxy at breakneck speeds?
So the distances are so long that the
Mm.
change is minimal. It's very small. It's like parallax.
We're spinning how fast?
800 miles per second squared, I believe, in like 5 or 8 different directions.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's marginal, right?
No, it's like a ratio.
Yeah.
So you have to compare the numbers. The distance that these stars are away is
So
light
far
years.
away. It's
Yeah.
very convenient. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen,
And
it doesn't
actually,
matter.
with this discussion, the distance of the stars actually doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that we have a reference point on both hemispheres of the globe. And because we have two different reference points, we know that there's two halves of a spherical globe.
What's the two reference points?
So we have the
Don't know that
polar
at all.
center. So we have Polaris of the northern hemisphere, which is close to it. And
Yeah.
then we have the southern one, which doesn't have any large stars near it. But the Southern Cross is the
Yeah, yeah.
closest constellation.
Yeah, but the Southern Cross is not like Polaris. It's not a center point that everything's. Nobody's ever seen the Southern Star with the naked eye, like we can see Polaris.
The Southern Cross?
Yeah, you can't see what they call. What's the star right in the middle that nobody can see?
What?
Which one's that one?
Astrus. I can't remember what it's called.
I forget.
Astus.
Yeah, it's got a
something.
weird name to it. I can't remember it right offhand, but it is supposed to
Sigma Octantis.
That's it. Sigma Octantis is like
Yeah.
the same as Polaris, right? But nobody's ever seen it, man, with their naked eye. Just like you can see Polaris,
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's all.
Nobody's ever seen it with the naked eye. You just gave a name to it, so we know it exists. We, of course, have telescopes, which you think people are like putting fake stars in their telescopes somehow.
Telescopes, but naked eye is not the same as telescopes because it's a magnification of what we
Okay.
can see. But even with a telescope, man, I know people that live in Australia that they're like, dude, man, I can't find it. It's not there.
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously the people you know in Australia, they can see the Southern Cross. Now, I don't know where you live. I'm guessing North America. If you live above the 30
California, man.
degree latitude, you probably can't see the Southern Cross from where you live. How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
Well, it's too far away, man. It's called perspective. I don't know if you've ever familiarized yourself with it, but if I take a baseball and I hold it in my hand and I walk away from you, at some point you're not going to be able to see me, bro, or the baseball. Period. That's a fact.
Okay, the distances we're dealing with for these stars, the stars that everyone can see, are so large that
We
this
don't know
perspective
how.
stuff.
We don't know
Telling
how.
that you don't know the distance. You're just making that up.
You're just
That's no
making up distances. We don't know. All we can do is go by our visual observations of if a light goes away from me far enough, I'm not going to be able to see it. man. That's it. If
And
it's
it's kind of
close,
weird how
that's
like
it.
it's trillions and trillions of miles away, yet we're able to see it with the naked eye. That's interesting. That doesn't really make sense.
I do love the trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away. That becomes very interesting because I have to get a really, really, really big calculator to figure it out because it's trillions. I don't even know if I have a calculator that can handle trillions. But it's trillions. Just trust me. Just trust me. It's trillions of miles away. Just trust me.
We can move past the distance point. We can actually just look at the fact that there are two different reference points. We kind of moved off that point, but how do you explain the two separate reference points on the flat Earth?
Well, you just okay. Everything goes east to west, man. As far as I can tell, man. I've talked to everybody.
It's not true.
Sun,
No?
moon, stars, pretty much goes east to west.
What's not
So the
true about that
stars,
statement?
the stars actually. So if you're looking at the northern hemisphere, if you do a time lapse of the stars, the star trails, they
I've
actually
done it.
rotate
Done it.
clockwise.
Yeah.
And in the southern hemisphere, they rotate in the opposite direction.
Okay. But
So
the sun comes up in the east and it sets in the west in the southern hemisphere. That's a fact. That's a fact.
wait, no, I'm talking about the rotation of the stars.
I'm
in the
talking
night
about
sky.
the rotation of the sun, man, going over your head every day. It goes from east to west, man. That's it.
Can you
That's-
explain that on a flat Earth, though? The fact that there's two separate reference points with two separate rotations.
How do you explain that on a globe is a better question. Is
Well, it
How
makes
the hell?
perfect sense on a globe.
Well, if the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west everywhere on Earth, that's an interesting phenomenon. That's all I'm saying.
It seems like you're not answering like how that happens on flat Earth.
Well, we all live on Earth 100%. That's a fact. And we can check out Earth. And the last time I checked, man, every day the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west. That's all I'm saying. And if you got something to prove me wrong, man, that'd be cool.
So I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the stars. Polaris,
man.
the Southern Cross, the constellations. Yeah.
I mean, the stars are cool, they're real shiny lights in the sky, but the sun and moon, those I can check out.
You could look at the constellations if you wanted to as well. Or if you need to navigate at night, you could look at Polaris. Very important.
I'm a sailor. I can navigate using Polaris if I had to.
But if you were in the southern hemisphere, though, you actually couldn't. That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that would work on a flat Earth.
Might
But,
be able- I'm pretty sure I could use my compass. Pretty sure.
okay, yeah, but if you didn't have your compass, you still couldn't see Polaris, which is interesting.
But if I had a compass, it definitely works the same here as it does there.
Yeah, how
I
come
don't
the compass doesn't flip? Right, you're at the southern pole, right?
flip,
How come the
man.
magnetic? Yeah, how come it doesn't flip?
It's weird.
Why would it? Do you know how magnets
Why would
work?
it? Why would it flip? Because you would have
Yeah.
the southern pole. That would be the closest, magnetic pole where the lodestone and the magnet would be pointing to.
Right. If
Right.
it was right, yeah. If it was a full circuit magnetic field, then it would
Exactly.
definitely,
But it doesn't.
flip. But it doesn't flip. That's weird.
Isn't that
Interesting.
weird to you, Spiral?
So, magnets are dipole. There actually is a hypothetical magnetic monopole. I'm guessing you guys have never heard of it, but all observable magnets, all the magnets you've ever seen, have two poles. All of them. They have a positive
north and
and
south.
negative end. Yeah, when you have a compass, there's one end that's facing the north, which I forget whether that's the positive or negative or whatever the field direction, but
Yep.
it's quite simple. We just have two poles on a magnet. The Earth, the center is acting as a giant magnet.
It sounds
Um,
good. Just I did the magnet test here right on my bench, here in my shop, and yeah, man, there's definitely poles at north and south on a magnet, 100%, guaranteed.
I don't.
And now, but we do. It doesn't flip though, man. When sailors go down there, man, they always complain about their magnets and shit. It's like, dude, man, it doesn't flip, man. I don't know which way I'm going. They had a lot of problems with the compasses down there, man, in the South
Yeah.
Pole.
Why is
Okay,
that?
I don't know why we're talking about magnets here. I really wanted to talk about
Well, it's
the solar
important.
stuff, the star
Yeah,
stuff.
change the subject. It's yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's just the distance argument that you guys offered, which you guys just said the word distance, and that somehow explains it. I
Well, you
just
said the word distance. You're saying how far they are. You don't know how far they are. You're saying very far away, long distance. You're just saying that out of your ass. So you're just saying distance. That's you.
no, you guys are also doing the same thing.
We're not claiming a distance. We're just saying we don't know.
Yeah,
I
what
can,
other?
I can tell
Yeah,
you what
yeah.
they told
Nobody
us.
here say that, bro.
Hey, I can tell you what they told us. What's the closest star to us? How many miles away is the closest star besides, the sun, the moon, and our planets? A star. I'm talking star. How many miles away is the closest star according to the globe? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
You don't know it off the top of your head.
No.
Do you know how many miles are in a light year off the top of your head?
I don't know that either.
You don't know. Do you know how many light years away the closest star is?
No, I don't.
They tell us it's 26 light years away.
Okay.
All right. How many miles in a light year?
Isn't it like 5 trillion?
6
Something like
trillion
that. 6 trillion. Yeah, wild.
per light year. So the closest star is 26 trillion light years.
No.
26 trillion.
26 times 6.
Yeah.
Fucking.
26 light years away.
So that'd be 156 million
No, it's
or trillion light years.
It's
Away.
26 Yeah, it's far, man. It's like this crazy
156
number.
trillion.
Like I said, I don't have a calculator to even get close to it, and that's the closest star to our alleged globe universe, right?
So the number's just too big. That's all I'm hearing.
It's ridiculously big. It's like, how the hell are we able to decipher it with the naked eye in the first place because of the
Exactly.
inverse square law?
Yeah.
Like if I have a flashlight, right? Let's say I have a flashlight.
Oh, Phuket, man. Hey, we got Phuket in the chat, man. Shout out to Phuket.
Shout out to yeah. Okay, here's another example for you. How do lighthouses work on a globe?
What?
How do lighthouses work on a globe?
They work the exact same way they've always worked. Is there something more
Right.
specific to that? I don't understand.
Well, let's think about it,
Exactly.
right?
Same shit.
If it would be behind the curve, the geometric horizon, right? Because of the shape of the ball, the globe, there has to be a geometric horizon, right? Where you would actually have, there's a distance where you can calculate like the distance to the horizon based off of the geometric shape that is claimed to be the globe, right? Because if you have a sphere, there should be a drop over distance, right? Otherwise, let's just say it would be 8 inches per mile, right? Every 8 inches or every mile, 8 inches, it should go below the curvature, right? But that would be a slope, so it has to be 8 inches per mile squared because that would be the spherical shape, right? So how do lighthouses work on a globe?
Okay. I have to go to sleep. Like, I wish we had a better discussion on the star stuff. I don't really want to get into the
Oh, bro, I know, but all we
lighthouse
saying,
stuff,
bro,
but
don't, bro. Like we've been, we learned the same system, we learned the same shit. It's not like, we woke up one day be like, oh my god, it's so cool to be a flat earther. No, bro, we learned the same shit. Matter of fact, we look. But I had looked into it. I thought flat earther was the stupid shit ever because I've been watching all the space documentary, all the science documentaries. So I thought I was smart, but I was fucking retarded. You know what I'm saying? And when I look into flat earth, I'm like, holy shit, I was the retarded one. Why I'm like, but I had I thought the flat earth was stupid. Yeah.
okay,
Within
yeah.
7 years, my friend. Just look into it, my friend. Take some time, learn the argument, learn both sides, and
Yeah, learn
with an
both
open mind. With an open mind. That's all I'm saying, man.
I always say, hey, man, learn the globe model, man. Learn it. Know how far the sun is, the moon, the radius, the circumference, the diameters. You got to know all these numbers. If once you learn all that, man, you'll be like, okay, that's what they're telling us. The closest star is 26 light years away.
150
times, yeah.
fucking trillion miles away.
How many trillions of miles? And we can all see the same stars every night, man, in the same position. That's kind of weird, man.
Okay,
It's kinda weird.
no, we all can't see the same stars. That was like a central point of mine. Is that
No, we can all see basically. Like if I say, "Hey, man, guess what? It's summertime. We can observe the Big Dipper over here and in the winter time, it's over there, and over here, it's. I mean, we can all. It goes in.
No, I'm talking about more than that.
What are you
Well,
talking
a
about?
perfect clock of the sky is above us. The perfect clock. I always
So-
like to refer to it as a clock because it resets every year.
Yeah,
Every time, guaranteed.
central-
and nothing moves. Nothing. There's no parallax, man. That's the problem. There should be parallax. If you've got star that's 26 light years away and one that's 5,000 light years away, there should be some difference in where they are in the sky next summer. There should be, but there's none. There's zero parallax. Zero.
Okay. Real quickly on that point. So yes, we should expect there to be a very little amount of parallax because of the distance.
Very
and
little.
also,
Very
the
little?
stars do move over years. They do move.
Okay, I do have one
But
question.
to clear up,
Well,
just one, okay, real quickly on this point, because someone mentioned it. The central point of why I was talking about stars was there are some constellations only visible in the southern hemisphere. I can go outside tonight and not see these constellations. And yet,
Correct. I agree.
people have
I agree with
known
you.
these constellations for
Yep.
hundreds
I
of
agree with
thousands
you.
of years.
I mean, it's just like the sun, man. If the sun's close,
It's not like the sun. It's absolutely not like the sun.
the sun, exactly like the sun, because if it goes away from you, anything that goes away from you far enough, you can't see it, man. Right? You can't see forever. You got to admit that to yourself, first of all.
That's just simply when we're dealing with the sun as well. This doesn't happen with the sun, and it also doesn't
So-
happen with the stars. So
Without
this
a doubt,
distance perspective stuff doesn't happen with them.
without a doubt, that if I take a candle or flashlight and walk away from you, eventually, man, you're not going to see me, right? I don't care how.
No, you are not the sun. The car is not the stars, and you are not the sun. You are not the stars. We're talking about astronomy.
Right. Hey, man, I'm all into the sun and the moon and the stars, man. I'm in 100%. We're tracking. Every one of us is tracking that there's no parallax between Polaris and Sigma Taurus. That they stay the exact same spot in the sky every night for millennia. It's not, they don't switch. You don't see Polaris like 400 degrees to the, or 100 degrees one way or the other. You don't see it. It's exactly where it was.
Yep.
but they
100
claim
years
that
ago.
Polaris moved a couple thousand years ago. Who was there at that time? You tell me.
There's a reason why Polaris is so important for celestial navigation. It's because it doesn't move.
Well, in the southern hemisphere, they can't use Polaris. That was another point of mine.
Right.
Like they literally can't see the star. It just doesn't make sense.
Just think about that, right? We're moving at breakneck speeds through the galaxy. We're spinning 1,000 miles per hour, right? Every 24 hours, and then we're also going around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour. And then the sun is also taking the solar system across the galaxy at 666,000 miles per hour. And we have all these different types of movements, yet we see Polaris in the same spot with the same stars, rotating around it, east to west, day in, day out. You don't think we would see any type of motion, some parallax? Like that's wild. It's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah. So because all those things line up, that's true for the globe Earth. And before I leave, because I do have to leave, if you guys could give me a map of the stars, as they would make sense under a flat Earth, that would make sense. All the maps I've seen only make sense under a globe Earth. Like every map of the constellations, they only make sense under a round globe Earth. So, if you guys could,
Under your assumed distances, they work on the flat perfectly with ambiguous distances that you don't know about.
could you show that to me though?
Just look at the same map that they show you. Just look at them, and without assuming the distance is the same.
If you could demonstrate that visually in some way, I would like to see it because it's very hard for me to understand.
On the globe, look at the same ones, and
Yeah, I
not
would-
assume distance. That's it.
If you could do a diagram, or one of you guys, I don't know how you guys are with diagrams, but Because the
like
diagram for the
Hey,
constellations on the globe Earth make
you,
perfect sense.
do you like geometry? Is that what you're going
I
after?
love
You
geometry.
love geometry? Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna send you this, man. Check out this guy's channel, man. Go through the videos. They're pretty short. None of them are over like 10 minutes. I promise. But yeah, check this guy out. This guy's into geometry, and he's in Australia as well. So let me.
Yeah. While he sends you that, also take a look at all the additional information in all the channels below. There's a ton of information if you want to take a gander at your own pace.
And
Yeah,
why
I
would you
was
say
looking.
like you're so excited to talk about the sky, the stars? That's what should be the last thing you should be excited about when it comes to this subject. The first thing you should be excited about is the fucking floor. Think about what's on the ground instead of the
Right?
sky, first and foremost.
So yeah, that's the
He
interesting
should probably research fluid
thing.
dynamics. Fluid dynamics would be good for him to research
So
if
yeah,
he
that
doesn't
was the
understand it.
interesting thing for me is when I came into Discord, I just wanted to talk about the stars because I think they're essentially important. Especially, they seem to prove the globe Earth immediately. So for you guys
They
not
don't
to
prove
have like
anything. They're just assumptions. Everything
a
is assumptions in the
section,
sky. It's in the sky. You can't verify anything in the
yeah, you
sky.
can.
It's all assumption.
No, you can't.
That's all
You
it
go up
is.
there.
We've used the stars to navigate for thousands of years. So I don't know
You've
if you guys.
used their apparent position to navigate. Apparent position, not
That's
the
all we need.
actual position. Therefore, you don't know anything about the stars.
We can prove the globe Earth with the apparent
That's not a
distance, not
proof.
with the
That's an
actual
apparent proof. That's a fucking made believe proof.
Do you know
It's
how
not.
they navigated with the stars?
Yeah, they looked at them and said, "Hey, this is Polaris. It is north every time, every day." And that's
Okay,
it.
but
And in
how
the
about
south, they have to do
how
other
about
stuff.
in the day? How about in the day? Because they can navigate in the day as well.
They can do that as well. But
Use the sun for that one.
what's centrally important is that half
Sun.
of the Earth cannot see Polaris, and that is interesting.
Hey, can
Right.
everybody
So
on Earth?
more
Hey, let me ask
specifically, though,
you this, man. Can everybody on Earth see the sun or no?
Everybody sees the sun when it comes up.
Everybody sees the sun. I love that, man. You're
Sure.
right.
Right.
Without a doubt. Think about that. Smoke that one, man. Why you
do you know what a sextant is?
couple days?
Yeah, I saw you guys discussing sectants, or somebody
Yeah,
someone was
pretty
discussing
important for
sectants.
navigation. Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I think
You're
the sun
just like
is
saying
the
that
sun is
you have
the
to navigate
sun
on a
is the
globe. You don't
bitch.
have anything
Sun, man.
to support that with.
Sun, you navigate by the sun mostly, man. 100%.
At night, you can't though. That's like the point.
At night, obviously, man, you gotta.
You can use any set of stars at night.
When the sun comes up east, man, you can start tracking that bitch all day long, man, and you can get a heading. It's that simple, man. You don't have to use Polaris or anything else, man. Just use the sun. Period. That's all. That's all you got to do.
All right,
it's a
I'll
winner.
see you
Man.
guys
The
later.
sun's a winner, man.
Yep. Come on
And
back.
celestial navigation actually proves flat Earth. So
Well, that was fun. Thank you guys for entertaining me. Got a guy in here, man. He's right on the edge of getting it, but he's holding back because he's got Google. I get it. You gotta have Google, man. If you got Google, man, you can get through anything these days, man, or at least fake your way through it.
I just like how I brought up like how do lighthouses work on a globe? And then just like fucking just stumped his brain. Just like what the fuck?
Sleepy,
Did you
man.
just
I'm
say?
sleepy. I can't talk about Lighthouse. I'm sleepy. Lighthouse is sleepy. Let's talk about the stars. No, I'm not sleepy. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was it. Exactly, man. You nailed it. Yeah, T-Dub, man. We were just like going over the Southern Cross, bro. I mean, you know where it is. I mean, how can you deny that you're not on a globe? There's a Southern Cross, bitch. Take that. Take that, T-Dub. Take it.
Take that shit, T-Dub. Take that fucking shit.
Take that. You live on a globe, man. Without the Southern Cross, man, there's no globe, dude. You know.
T-Dub, you're in Australia, right?
Yeah, he is. He's ignoring us right now, but that's okay.
I just want to
Guys,
know,
how come I can't see the ceiling of my living room while I'm in the kitchen? How come,
Well,
guys?
it's
I
because
don't
you're in
know,
the
bro.
kitchen, man. It's because you're in the kitchen, man. That's the
Oh man, I
answer.
didn't think of that. Wow, I thought it was on
How
a
come I
globe.
can't see my house when I drive 40 kilometers away? How come?
Oh,
Well,
I'm a
it's
glober.
because
Sorry.
you don't have what do they call those? Ring. You don't have a ring on your phone. What's wrong with you?
Fuck
If
that.
you were 40 kilometers away, you could see your house on your Ring video connection. That's how ridiculous it is sometimes.
If you know, ever answered one question and all he did was bullshit, point at the sky, he would never answer. We're all silvers, or we're all under that. So, or I guess there's
Yeah.
grim, but you can't
Yeah.
mute him. You can't get him to answer a question. He's just gonna fucking gish gallop and bullshit, and you can't do nothing.
I got him to debunk
Same stuff.
Coriolis effect.
Well,
So.
I liked when I called him out on how far is the sun, how far is the closest star. He didn't know any of that shit, man. However, we know most of it now. Most of those numbers.
Yeah, but the whole point of the
No.
Globers do is they come in here and they think that if they're asking the questions, they're in control. You can't prove this about the stars and this bullshit, this bullshit. That's why when you ask them the question about curvature, about gas pressure, about anything, they're on the hook and they scramble, but they're always going to try to spin it and ask the questions. But yeah,
Yep.
there's nothing you can do. But
I agree. I agree with that, man. They will, what do they call it? Obfuscate? Obfuscate. Yeah. And they will gish gallop around it. Or just as you're getting into curvature, man, they'll be like, well, what about satellites? You're like, wait a
Or
minute. We didn't finish the conversation about curvature, bro. I mean, how could you dare jump to satellites all of a sudden? If you see a guy do that or a gal, then you know immediately you're dealing with somebody who's completely fucked, man. They're
Hey, the
fucked.
dandy guy. I'm sorry, bro. The dandy guy doesn't have no role, right? Let me see.
I mean, I like the profile picture. The profile picture is great. I don't know if he gave it to himself or somebody else gave it to him, if that's possible.
yeah, but all he would have done if we made him answer questions, he would have just left in 5 minutes or 10 minutes instead of staying here and just talking bullshit for 40.
Hey,
Like it,
I'll tell you what, man. This guy here, the dandy, he has been on Discord since 2020, which is a good time to join Discord. But he's only been in here today, man. So
Hey, if you want to go to WeC check-in, I can check you in real quick.
check in 1 or 2, that doesn't
Yep.
matter. Pick
Well, I'll
one.
be over there. If you want to come, we'll have a discussion and we'll go over the rules. And I'll see you there.
Take it from there, man. But he seems like a legit guy, man. Really love to talk to you, bro.
Yeah.
The dandy guy, man. Go up to VC check in 1 or 2, man. Either one. Kembo Beats is up there, man. He'll help you out.
He already left. I don't know where he is though.
All right, he went up there. Okay, yeah.
No, he just left this chat and
He just left.
went
Okay,
nowhere. Yeah.
he just bounced. All right, he gone.
Not so dandy after all, huh?
Not so dandy.
Mm.
Not so
I
dandy.
mean, he could just
after
be
all.
confused about where VC check-in is. He could just be confused.
Yeah.
All right, we'll give him a minute or 2. Oh, yeah.
Kembo.
Sorry, Beats, man. He bounced. The guy, he just bounced.
Okay. It's all good.
It happens. It happens. Shit happens. Did you
It's
guys
not
ever
your
see that?
fault,
Check people
Kembo.
in, bro.
You're a nice guy, bro. It's not you. Trust me.
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
bump.
Well, sometimes it could be my fault, you know?
No, it's
bro.
not. It's not my fault, man. Come on, Beats. It's my fault. It's not.
No, bro, it's my fault.
No.
I remember. I used to believe in the globe.
Yeah, you're a retard. I get it. But so am I. So there's that club. Welcome. Hey, I used to be a retard. Welcome to our new club, Not Retards, okay? 24/7. Not
Reformed.
Retards Discord.
Completely reformed.
We should start one, man. 24/7 Not a Retard Discord. There you go. Yeah.
Hey, Big Root, what's up, bro?
It's like fuck. Got an alt tab. Oh.
Yeah,
I'll
I had to
tab.
do a million things. Just sorting the
I
kids
had to
out.
unmute my phone. I'm on my phone. Yeah. Thank you guys for putting up with me, man. I got to go to bed soon, but you guys are awesome. I
Hey,
think
bro. No problem, man. Listen, we're like a retard
first time
haven here, right?
it was retard haven. I appreciate
No,
it,
it's
man.
the first time I've
Appreciate you
seen
guys
you in
letting me in
action,
the
Professor
retard
Duke.
haven.
See you in
I
action.
love that.
Big
Oh, that
Root,
was
what
your
did you
first
say,
time
bro?
seeing him in action?
Big Root, man. What'd you say?
I said it's the first time I've seen Professor Earth, Flat Earth Professor in action against the Globers.
Yeah, man. I'm out there, man. It's rare to see me really take one on, man. But yeah, I'll bring them down to the basics, and they won't have any answers, and that's it.
Yeah. I like
Yeah.
yourself, very relaxed.
Very chill.
I think flying hit him really good with the point that if people look at the Southern Cross, they can see at the same time from different location. Well, yeah, but at a different time, not at the same time. And he couldn't
Right.
answer that question. So that was really good, because it explained because the star are rotating. So if you see it over here, let's say tonight, then tomorrow night could be on the other side.
Yeah.
Yep. So it cannot be at the same time. Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
flying is a beast.
Go ahead, big man.
I think my microphone's a bit shit. I was just saying, yeah, flying's always on it. He's a beast. And it's also good to hear Grim as well. I think, out of all of these years of being here and talking to Grim on Lobby, it's the first time I've ever heard him in the live stream. Nice to meet you, Grim. Nice to hear from you.
Yeah, man. Usually I leave it to the pros.
Nah,
Man,
you're
this is
good.
the first time I heard
Grim.
Grim too.
Graham, you're a pro, man. You don't even know you're a pro, bro.
I was gonna say.
Nah, just stick to the texting.
You're really good at that, but now you're a pro. Don't discount yourself. That's all I'm saying. Don't do that.
I just need more practice, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, me too, man. I need more practice. I'm rusty, literally.
Yeah, don't be
But-
so grim about it. Come on, bro.
Yeah. Why you?
Depends on the argument too, right? Some I can do good and others I can't. So
Yeah, exactly, man. You got to find your place, find your wheelhouse. I like to call it. It's like, oh man, I'm really good at Coriolis or whatever it was. Whatever you're into.
yeah, I got him to debunk Coriolis with one question.
Yeah.
So
What's the question?
does the air move with or separate from the Earth?
Right. What's your reference frames, basically?
And he said it moved with, which means you only have one reference frame.
Yeah, he did admit that, right? Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
I think I wrote it in the chat somewhere. Air moves with the Earth? Question mark.
Yeah.
Interesting. So yeah,
It's a double-edged sword. No matter how he answers, he's going to debunk it. So
there's so many double-edged swords we have. I mean, I want you guys to realize how many we have. I mean, there's got to be a dozen double-edged swords that we have. And they have no double-edged swords. They got nothing. And that's the beautiful place to be in. It really is, man. It is gratifying, satisfying. It's humoristic in a lot of ways, where we can be in a position to know without a doubt that there's no way in hell they're ever going to answer that question. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Right. They can
And that,
try and spit big words and
they
all
can
this
spin
shit,
it,
and it's
and,
like
but I went to college and I got a PhD and
got a
all
master's.
these people work for NASA. I mean, how could they lie? I mean,
Why
oh
would
my
they
God.
lie?
Why would they? Why would? I mean, I've seen it, man. With the best of the top of the line, the Harvards, the Stanfords, you pick them, man. These guys have come in here and said,
Why would they lie? My degree
why
means
would they
nothing.
lie?
My degree means nothing now.
When you're dealing with somebody that would say, "Oh, you don't even understand why these people would lie about shit." I mean, have you ever watched American Greed? Maybe once, maybe. Why would people lie, man? I've seen it 100 times where a guy is running a company and he steals the company for $100 million because he thinks he can get away with it because it just was something he could do. He was in the position to do it. I'm going to take $100 million from the company I'm working for. And I've seen it at least 100 times where people will do that. And it's a psychosis that they get trapped into that would think that, oh, if I steal $100 million from this company, that I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be satisfied. I'm still trying to figure out the psychosis of somebody who's that greedy. But there are people that are that greedy. That's a fact. I got 100 episodes of American Greed that can prove it, man. People are just greedy. And it's a weird phenomenon that we all witness throughout our lives, man, whether it's family members or people we work with, whatever, man. We've all gotten fucked over somehow. But the biggest fuck over was the globe, man. That one got me, man. Damn.
It sounds like we need to make a commercial. Commercial is going to be like, I used to be retarded, but ever since I found flat Earth, I've had a real pep in my step. The breakfast tastes better. The eggs, bacon and eggs are just much better in the morning. It's like my whole life is turned around.
My whole
Ever
life is amazing. Hey, you know what? I think we can do it, man. Just like they did with the dude, I don't even want to say it, man. I can't say it.
Yeah.
Just like they did with the 2020, 21, 22 shit. Like, hey, man, my life is so much better once I found flat Earth, man. It's instead of getting the juju, man, you got the flat Earth, man. Oh, my life is so good. I'm so healthy. I've been working out. Like, I don't have to wear a mask. It's amazing. It's great, man. It's so nice. Thank you guys for putting up with my humor, but yeah, it could flip the other way, man. I've seen it actually on different outlets rather than Discord, but on YouTube. But yeah, there's some other places out there that will produce and let you see stuff that's not mainstream. And people are so clever, man, on how they deliver messages sometimes. They're so good. Whether it's in a song or just a little video skit.
Little jingle.
Little like, hey, did you guys know that if you don't wear your life jacket, it endangers my life? Have you ever heard that one?
Yeah. It's
You've heard that one.
It's like if you don't buckle up,
come on,
you're gonna hurt me. Yeah, okay.
If you don't put your life jacket on, man, I'm gonna drown you bitch. What? What kind of logic fuck all is that, man? I mean, that's basically where we're at, right? That's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. It's like, hey man, you aren't wearing your life jacket. That I'm in danger. Oh my god, it's amazing.
You're gonna make me drown.
I'm gonna drown because you. Yeah, I got my life jacket on. Man. I'm over here. I'm good. Because you don't wear your life jacket. I'm gonna drown. Yeah, that makes no sense. Again, we're here to bust up the nonsense. The nonsense. The word sense, I think it comes from science. And the non-science is a real cock shit show, man.
I always found it interesting that science is pretty close to seance.
There's another, yeah, exactly, right? Science, seance. Yeah, how about the guys that started NASA and JPL? Those guys weren't into like seances or any.
They were straight laced.
They were straight laced.
Oh
like
yeah.
Mathematicians like Matthew Learns or.
They were for the betterment of the human race. I mean, one race. I mean, the human race. Sorry, couldn't getting confused here.
Those guys were not like into weird, rituals or anything. I mean, they're just straight up.
Oh, they were just German philanthropists. That's all.
Yeah, especially that Aleister Crowley guy, man. Just a philanthropist from hell is what I'll call him.
Nutbag. You mean Winston Churchill in disguise? Just kidding. Some people say that though.
Our best offense is to call these guys out for what they are, man. The cocks. Yeah, that's all we can do sometimes, man. It's like, this guy's a cock.
Holy shit.
And
kick me out.
I'm gonna kick you out, T-Dub. You know why? Because you're upside down on a globe. Why you're getting kicked out of here?
Oh, I just unmuted and kicked me.
Yeah, the fucking
wonder-
Discord, man. It's
No
not.
Aussie speaks tonight, bro.
It's not a perfect. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you made it. Because, you're upside down, first of all. And then, how could you communicate with us right side up people? I mean, it's weird. It's so weird.
We've got the, what do they call it? We've got the, fee.
It's actually quite
Signals
dark
get
and
to bounce.
twisted. Yeah. Sorry. Ever since I seen the
That's only when
Shane
the satellites, satellites aren't working.
So how do compasses work down there?
Yeah, how do compasses work on in Australia?
They point at the ground. The needle just points straight down at the ground. Like, I mean,
no,
crazy.
But I am
No.
curious though. I've never been out of the States, so never been to Australia. Do you guys
They
have your
work-
own compasses or
You
whatever?
know what?
I
They
don't
work
know.
exactly the same as they work here. It's weird. Yeah, I've seen the demonstrations.
There's no pole flip.
No pole flip, nothing. Now you can pole flip a compass if you have the right magnet. Yeah, you can do it. You can you can have the south point north and the north point south on a compass.
Oh, I can show you. Show
Yeah.
you an example of that.
Ooh, interesting.
Exactly. Yeah, I've seen the example, but it's great, man. Yeah. I dropped a link in the live stream voice text. Jazla111.
I see what Northern Rebellion posted about Jack Parsons. That fucking nutbag.
Jack Parsons.
Let
me see.
creator of JPL.
JPL and L. Ron Hubbard.
Mm-hmm.
And that they got to throw in a little Aleister Crowley. Those guys were all buddies. What?
Yep.
That's weird. Boy, that's even that alone, man, which should make you think, well, that's weird. Why would these occultists be hanging out with like NASA guys? What's up with that?
I know.
Just interesting on its face. Who knows about the the moon babies and all the other shit that they were working on, but for a fact that those Mongos were all hanging out together.
No.
Like that's weird.
In California.
Yeah, over here, man. Pasadena, California, man. They were like all hanging out. That's where JPL is now, man. Every time I drive by, man, I get the willies. I'm like, oh, that's creepy. I get the creeps out of that place, man. It's like a dungeon or something. It's this weird vibe. That's all I'll say. It's a weird vibe. I'm into vibes. I definitely think that vibes has gotten me out of a whole bunch of shit, man. It's like, dude, we need to go. Dude, let's get the and then turns out I was right. Good thing we didn't stay. Because this
Tell
place
me
turned
about it, bro.
into a
I'm in
fucking
Vegas. I'm in Vegas. A lot of dark corners in Vegas. You could turn.
Oh, damn, Vegas. I was such a cock shit fucking manipulated piece of shit coming out of high school and moved to Vegas and met this chick. Got married. And it was just a wild city, man. It did seem new because there was this growth that was happening on the outskirts of the strip. And it was, whether it was Decatur or Sahara, I mean, it was just a booming town. It was growing. And
It must have been early 90s you're talking about.
I'm talking about literally mid 80s.
Yep.
And it was, I moved there in 84. Yeah, 1984. And it was just this desert. And there was locals that I was working with that knew all the really cool places to go. Where we could get a beer for like 50 cents.
I was
Which
the
was
millionth
amazing.
person born. Well, maybe not exactly the millionth person, but my dad has a newspaper with my birthday in
Yeah.
95. Saying I was the millionth person
95.
born. Yep. In Vegas.
Yeah, I moved there in 84. 11 years later, you were born. Right on. Anyway, my vibe of the place was I really enjoyed the fact that it was a lot of freedom because everything was open 24 hours.
Yep.
Like,
it's beautiful.
I don't know. I went there on vacation with a friend when I was like 19. I'm like, dude, this is a great place, dude. The bars don't close till like they don't close ever.
Just don't close, yeah.
What? What do you mean they don't close? Like 3. Oh shit! I gotta move here. This is freedom. That was my thinking at the time. Like, damn, I just love freedom. And whether it's freedom from, the money system or freedom from the globe. I mean, there are many, many, many freedoms. But I love the fact that Las Vegas was open 24 hours a day, man. That sounds good to me, man. That sounds good. Let's do that. I'm going to do that for 4 years during my apprenticeship. I'm going to do it. Yes. I did. And I learned how to fix some shit that very few people know how to fix these days. And just fortunate, man, because I just happened to fall into the right thing at the right time. But it was a different world
I
back
guess
then, man.
electrician.
No, man, I'm in a very specialized musical instrument repairman.
Ah.
I've been termed as a luthier, but my skills go way beyond luthier skills. They go into, it's called automated musical instruments. I don't know if you know what that means, but basically it's instruments that play themselves, whether it's a piano or
It's pretty tight.
organ. Yeah. They actually play themselves from literally a computer programmed paper information delivering system versus digital information system. You have a piece of paper that rolls across a piece of brass that produces a signal that produces a movement in what we call a pneumatic or a valve. And there was a bunch of people, man, that figured out how to make pianos play themselves through a paper roll, of all things. Wow. What a mechanical fuck all. But I know how everything about those instruments. And I'm
Did
very...
they have that in like the 1800s, like with saloons?
Yeah, 1900s, from 1900 to 1929, man. It was a big thing, man. It was huge. They had them in bars. They had them in everywhere, yeah. But after the crash, that shit kind of went downhill as far as like having him in an establishment because they couldn't afford it. It's expensive.
Right.
But the way I understand it is that there was guys that would put these machines together, and then there was people that would go out and service them and collect the nickels. It was literally nickels back then at a time. You put a nickel in a machine and it played one song. That was it. But it was all mechanical. It wasn't like speakers and, you know,
Right.
like a jukebox. You've seen a jukebox, right?
It's not like something being digitally.
Yeah, or even a record. It was a piece of paper that was literally producing a signal to a piano. Yeah, it was crazy, man. But it worked. And it was way better than anything else in the world at that time, man. Radio was shit. If you listen to a radio song, it was a lot of... But if you had one of those machines in front of you and you're like, damn, that sounds good. We could dance. They literally built dance halls around these machines. They could play music from a paper roll. Wow. Anyway, I know how all that shit works and I can put it together, but it takes time and effort. But if it has a string on it, I can fix it. I can tune it, whatever.
That's what's up.
I'm a luthier. In my heart, I'm a luthier. Forget all that other mechanical shit, man. Fuck that. But it is good. It does pay well because there's nobody else that's going to do it. And nobody else knows how to do it because I'm a rare breed. And that's a good place to be sometimes, man, to be somebody who knows how to do something that nobody else knows how to do.
It's a niche market.
It's a niche.
Very
It's,
niche.
If you want my services, it's going to cost you, but you'll get it right. It might take longer than you think, but you'll get it. It's going to work. Guaranteed. My motto is if I don't want to keep it, I don't let it go out of my shop. That's it. That's my rule. I have to want to keep it. If I don't keep it, if I don't want to keep it, man, fuck it. It's not going out. And sometimes it takes months to figure out how to get it to where you want to keep it. But that's just the way it is. It's got to be great. Right. I hate service calls, man. I don't want that shit going out of my shop and it fucks up, 2 weeks down the road. I'm like, nah. I'd rather have it fuck up here in my shop and I know how to fix it, but it's just a principle thing you stand on, man. Like flat earth, it's no different, man. It's like, I'm going to stand on flat earth because I'm standing on flat earth. And there's been zero evidence in 8 years I've been looking into this shit that's going to convince me, oh, it's definitely a globe. Without a doubt. What do you got? You got pictures of curvature. Really? Okay. How'd you get the pictures of curvature? Well, we had to compress it and spin it and edit. We got curvature from. No.
It's just cause it is.
It is.
Look, just look right here. Look. See? Believe it. Believe me.
So until you can do it, I've been in airplanes 40,000 feet in the air, man. I'm like looking out there. I'm like, no curve, baby. Nothing.
Yep.
I could see. I love Jay Tolan. You know who Jay Tolan is? Oh, man. You don't? Oh, fuck off. You don't know who Jay Tolan is?
No.
He's an engineer from I don't know, he's an engineer from one of these giant space companies, man. Might be Lockheed, one of those guys, man. But he's gone out and done all these measurements for the curvature, and he's gotten like 1,200 mile video, infrared, and it's flat, man. Shout out to Jay Tolan Media, one. But yeah, that guy. And some really good video equipment, and here we go. Here's his channel, man. Go check out his videos, man. He's got 1,200 miles. He's got one that's like 1,500 miles or more. Damn. It's flat, man. It's just flat. All right, there you go. I put it in the voice text. No, wait. I put it in the music bot. My bad. That was the wrong place to put it. There you go. Jay Tolan Media. Man, that guy, he did it. And I always love in his videos, he says something like, look at this amazing flat earth. Look. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, he's always super amazed by it. The flat earth. Thank you, Jay Tolan. Shout out, brother. Anyway.
Jay Tolan. Okay, yeah. Check him out.
He does infrared with I think he's got a mirrorless camera made by Sony That's a 4K. It's 4K. Mirrorless. I think it's a Sony like A9000 or something like that. It's a really great camera. They've actually shot movies with this camera. It's so good. It's that amazing. The camera body itself cost about $1,400, and then the lens you got to put on it is another $1,000. It's not cheap.
Damn.
But he's got one of those, and then he can go back to his studio after he's flown on an airplane, and he could see 1,200 miles flat. There you go. Grim just put it in the voice text. Yeah, beautiful. Cheers, man.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like 1,200 miles. It's just flat as fuck all, man. I mean, this is damning evidence. Anytime you bring this guy up to a Glober, man, if they know anything about Jay Tolan, yeah, they're gonna have a problem. But yeah, most of the newbies, they never heard of this guy, man. No. So
Yeah. Anyway,
1,200 miles you can see.
I'm gonna head off to bed probably.
Yeah, me too, man. I gotta go. Thank you, guys.
Catch you freaks later.
Putting me up, man. Thank you. Hey, T-Dub, man, take over. Tell everybody how it feels to live upside down on a globe, man.
I'll catch y'all on the flip side.
All right.
Later.
Cheers, man. Cam, Beats, T-Dub, somebody, man. Grim, Flying.
Hello.
You guys jump in. Tell us about, I don't know, sewing, mechanical engineering. I don't care what it is, man. Whatever you got, man. whatever you're really good at, man. Just say, hey, man, I'm really good at plumbing or whatever it is. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm not good at plumbing.
I fucking hate plumbing, man. I fucking hate it. But yeah, it's a necessary evil, I guess. Damn plumbing. It's a bitch. It's a problem. But it can be solved. It can be solved. It's just there's no
it all works off pressure.
Plumbing, yes, is of course. That's physics. Pressure, differentials, yeah.
And some people would say gravity as well.
Well, they would
a propensity to go down.
It's a propensity to go down. It's not gravity, but you can think of it as a force, but it's not really a force. What? Wait a minute, man. You're like the highest level professor, and you're saying, yeah, think of it as a force, but it's not really a force. What? Are you talking outside both sides of your mouth, or are you talking out your ass? Which one are you talking?
What's force, though? What is force?
That's been a high topic around here for years. What is force? Damn.
Really, that's like it's a mental construct. It's not really like they say we can measure it, but we're not really measuring force. We're reifying a force. when we say we measure a force, we don't measure the force. We measure a certain thing that occurs in our physical reality, and then we reify force using mathematics and stuff. We say that, well, that force, mate, that's because of force, like it was this much force involved. So there was this much motion, this much pressure. It's
Yeah.
hard to really qualify it as being force. Same with energy. It's that they're both mind fucks.
Yeah, I call them landmines. Yeah, we have been through a series of landmines over the years, from forces to light speed, you name it, and we'll continue. And people will come and go. I get it, man. You can only go so hard, and then you gotta go to work or whatever. I get it, but reality's reality, man. If there's a force, man, we can feel it. We can check it out. And this whole forcey globe spinning thing, man, has not worked out well for you globers or you normies. Damn, the people who went through the education system. You get stuck in like, oh, what about satellites and what about spaceships from what about Elon Musk? He's gonna colonize Mars. You guys know this. Come on, you guys don't get it? Oh my god! What? What? Well, I saw it on TV, man. It has to be true. Elon Musk is gonna colonize Mars. I know that for a fact. You guys are so stupid. What? Yeah, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. Some of the time, not all the time.
The only thing he's colonizing is people's imaginations.
Same with Disney. Disney and Werner von Braun. Oh my God, they made specials about it. You guys ever seen those? They had television specials just for Disney and Werner von Braun. Television specials. I'm not like, I mean, that means it was an event that Disney was putting on television, and they broadcast this stuff and recorded it here in America about Werner von Braun colonizing the moon with Walt Disney. Okay, if that doesn't tell you something, man, you got a long way to go, but you'll get there. Trust me, you'll get there. And to imagine, just sit there and imagine stuff because of moving pictures on a TV or a movie screen. I get it, man. Movies are very hypnotizing, man. They're very emotional. Emotional is the key. They tug on your emotions. And that's one of the deepest things that we all have. We all have emotion. Whether it's love or hate or in between, man. The emotions are what they prey on. And they're really, really good at it. Those motherfuckers, man, are really good fuckers. They're good at it. And to go through life trying not to be emotional is one of the keys for me personally. I try not to get too emotional about anything, but I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But those, yeah, they tug at your heartstrings when you're young, and man, these guys are good. Damn bastards are good at tugging at the heartstrings and getting you emotional. It's a hell of a dichotomy to try to figure it all out. Can we figure it all
It
out by
is.
ourselves? Probably not. But together, yeah, I think we can figure it out. Hey, nothing's easy. Everything's hard, man. If you have to go through the physics class to get your PhD to whatever, we've talked to those guys, man. We know how hard they work to get that.
I've got to take off for a bit, so I just got to go on mute. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh, actually, I probably won't be back because when I get back, I'll probably have to cook some food. Anyway, I might pipe up now and then. I'll talk to you later. Anyway,
I have to go to bed too, man.
no worries. Man. Talk to you later, dude.
Cheers, T-Dub. Cheers. Julius Bates, man. I need you to piff out, man. That's called an epiphany, man. Epiphany. You can do it. You got this. Talk from your heart, man. Tell it how it is from your heart. That's the best thing you can do. It's just be from your heart, man. That's all I do. I think it works well for me, but yeah, I could be wrong. I could be fucking this all up, man. I'm fucking everything all up, man. Shit. Talking from my heart. Damn. The earth is the earth. Check it out. Don't believe me? Watch the sun. Watch the moon. Watch the stars. Yep. Figure out where we're at. Where the hell are we, man? We're on Earth. No shit, Sherlock.
So we have a total numbskull who has relegated himself to the cogdis section of the server. Pretty entertaining if you want to read it. This guy is out of control. If the Earth was flat, gravity would have a different amount of force on each area. What is he talking about? Completely lost in the sauce is what I call people like this. Like, you just can't separate the marriage of your former belief with this new thing that you just found out about. And you just have to marry it together. You just have to. Like, there's this new girl, but you're still not over your ex. You just have to hold on. You keep comparing her to to the last girl. But you just gotta let it go, man. Just let it go. The new girl's better. She's actually real. The last one was like only on her computer. She was only, I don't know, whatever the fuck. She had a globe head, so that's not good. It's not very attractive. You shouldn't want that as a feature in your girlfriend in the first place. It's not good to pass on as a, as a genetic thing in your children. You don't want globe heads coming out. You don't want to spawn more of those ghouls out into the world. And they really like to do that. Whenever you tell them the globe Earth is just a concept, and they turn around and they say, no, the flat Earth is just a concept. No, you got this wrong. I know you wanted to compare it and say that it's the same, but it really isn't, because you can open your window, go outside, or just look through the window, and you can see, you can marvel at the beauty of the flat Earth. Whereas your globe does not exist there. It really doesn't. In fact, all you've ever actually known is the flat Earth, but you have such a vivid imagination. You just pretend it's not that because people told you. Somebody else told you and you trusted them. Isn't that cool? I mean, it says something about people that they are very trusting, which, I mean, I can admire that. We are very naive as people, especially as we're growing up, right? As children, we want to trust those around us. We believe that mom and dad and the teachers at school have the best interest in mind for us. They want what's best for us, so why would they make something up that's false? Well, the catch is that they're not doing that. Your teacher isn't making up something to fool you. They're just doing their job. They're not aware. They open the book and they read the words in the book. The lesson did not originate in the teacher's mind. The lesson originated in the book. The teacher didn't make the book. The teacher is just the middleman who's selling you the book. You might take a chalk on the blackboard and draw some things on it, but it came from the book, what he's drawing on, the chalk on the blackboard. So it's very difficult to actually realize this if you're deep in the juice. When you're lost in the juice, it's very difficult to actually come to the realization that, hey, thing is, they're teaching me, okay, math I can apply. This is something tangible. I can find out in the world an apple. I can have another apple, and then I eat one of the apples. I'm left with only one apple. This is in reality. You can do this. But then you come to the realization that there's other books that contain information that you cannot verify and you cannot apply to the reality that you live. So why do you equate them to be the same? as the previous, the former version of thing that you can actually verify. Why would you do that? Well, the answer is quite simple, actually, because you've been trained to do that. Because obviously, you can verify the apples, 1 apple, 2 apples, you can do that. So therefore, if they taught you that at school and it was right, then everything else they're teaching you must be right as well. Why wouldn't it be right? If they told me how to solve a triangle for an angle, and I can actually apply it to reality, why wouldn't they tell me that this star is a set amount of light years away and it wouldn't be correct? Why would it not be the case? Of course, it will be correct because they taught me all the other things which are correct. So it only makes sense. But, well, you can't put everything under the same umbrella, really. You have to discern one thing from another. All the information at school is not equal. Some information is valuable and is tangible, other really isn't. It's quite sad that we conflate the two, but we do because we are naive people, innocent, really. We start off with just ultimate belief in everything around us because we have no reason to doubt it. Everything we've ever known is somebody trying to help us out. You know, you came out as a baby, you were put in a bed, somebody looked out for you, somebody gave you food, somebody wiped your ass. They looked out for you, so why would they not continue to do so if that's the precedent that's been set in your life? Of course, that would continue. If they tell you the earth is a globe, you're going to believe them because they did all those things previously. They looked out for you. They wouldn't lie to you, of course. But they didn't lie to you, they just didn't know. Didn't know better because their parents told them the same thing. And it just goes like that. You inherit the wrong information without realizing that it's wrong. And then you just pass it on. You have children and you teach them the same wrong thing that you were taught. Are you lying? You're not lying. You're a good person. You're just telling them what you were taught because you believe it yourself to be true. You're living in the cycle, in this hamster wheel of the globe. You know, one of those, the balls where you put the hamster inside, and the hamster just runs around inside the ball. And then you take the hamster out, you just put another hamster inside, and the other hamster does the same thing. The other hamster doesn't magically do something else. It doesn't magically go outside of the ball unless it was able to. It can't do that. It's a hamster, but if it were to learn not to be a hamster, which we can as human beings, we can learn not to be gullible, which in this metaphor, the hamster is the gullible entity who believes in the globe, in the spinning thing under his legs as he's running around, you know. It's quite silly. But as long as you're alive, it's never too late. You can still find out the truth. You have the chance for it. Some people are very far gone, though. Like, for some people, I feel like there's no hope. Even though I shouldn't say that, because, I mean, there's always hope for anybody. As long as you're still here and able to perceive reality as it is, as long as you're able to do that, like your senses are actually still there, you can still see, you can still hear, you know, your inner ear will still give you the perception of something spinning underneath you, the impression of motion upon you is still there. So if you can't feel the motion, then why do you believe it? Why do you think you're spinning on a globe Earth? You're not only spinning, you're just traveling at such insane speeds, like, it's just ridiculous. And they say it's all relative, and that makes it fine. Why does that make it fine if it's relative? Regardless of if it's relative or not, you're still going at that speed, though. So you should feel it. You just should feel it. They'll make up all the excuses in the book. Just anything. They're just gonna expand the book. The book is just gonna keep growing. They're gonna take a red marker. They're gonna strike out the things that they kind of find out to be silly. And they're gonna replace them with new things that are just wrong. And they're gonna believe in those things instead. Sadly. It doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't. It's actually quite simple. If you just realize this, you just look outside. Come on, man. Just stop with all this imagining of things that could be this distance or that distance, or that you could be spinning. If we were spinning, then this would happen. Like, just stop. Just come on, man. Just look at it for what it is. Just do that for once in your life. Just stop pretending it's something it's not. Because that's what you got to do. You don't see it. You don't feel it. The only time you see it is in the book or on TV or on the internet, on a YouTube video. You don't see it outside yourself. You never do. You really never do. Isn't that sad? And you're going to take up your shield and your sword, and you're going to defend it on your shining white horse. Why? Why are you so eager to defend this false reality that you do not experience? Why? Isn't that silly? Why are you a knight for this belief that you have, which is just a belief? You're insane, really. If you just deconstruct what that state of mind really is, it's a bit insane. I mean, not really a bit, it's very insane. You know, but I was there before, so I mean, I get it. I understand. I too used to be misguided and confused, but, you know, it is time to grow up for all of us at some point. So if you're past your 20s, it's kind of embarrassing to still believe in the globe. Even though I found out about the globe being a lie in my late 20s, but I mean, I always kind of suspected things about it. I was like, okay. I had these moments where it would just hit me. I was like, things kind of don't make sense. And then I wouldn't explore that idea. I would just kind of dismiss it. I would just kick the can down the road. I would just say, okay, this doesn't make, I just don't feel like I'm spinning right now, but whatever. They're telling me that we are spinning, so I'm just gonna believe it. I guess I'm not gonna think about it too much because it would be so ludicrous to assume that I've been lied to my entire life. Like, it's so silly. Like, what else is there? So it's quite easy to just remain in the illusion. The illusion is very comfortable. It's very, very comfy. It's very soft. The pillow is full of goose feathers, you know. But then once in a while, you're just kind of placing your head down on the pillow. All of a sudden, you feel this kind of sharp object hit, like, kind of touch your cheek, and you're like, okay, the feather isn't all feather. There's actually some bone in there still. It's like something just doesn't quite feel that comfortable here. You know, the pillow isn't quite. It's not that comfortable here. It just doesn't make sense. Shouldn't be like this. It doesn't function how it should. You know, a pillow should be entirely fluffy and comfortable. Why is there a bone in my pillow? Because it's not feathers after all. Come to find out, you're not actually on a feathery pillow whatsoever. You've been sleeping on granite, on cement. Your pillow was not really a pillow whatsoever. You were very delusional. You were homeless, actually. You were living in a home that wasn't really real. You're like a homeless person with an imaginary friend. I mean, a couple of imaginary friends, not just one imaginary friend. You have your gravity. That's one of your imaginary friends. You talk to him sometimes. You're like, okay, an apple hits my head. And I'm like, okay, imaginary friend. That must have been you who did that. Imaginary friend. Why did you drop an apple on my head? Don't do that. Imaginary friend. Yeah. Globe believers have a lot of imaginary friends. So it is quite childish, but if you do want to grow up, any day of the week, guys, we're here 24/7. Just come, check out the live stream. Come join us, talk to us, about the nature of your imaginary friends. Let's discuss your imaginary friends and whether they are actually real. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I had the same imaginary friends, because they're very common. They're quite popular, because people tell you, you should have these imaginary friends. And then you're like, all right, people told me I should have these imaginary friends. Mr. Gravity. Let's have a tea party, Mr. Gravity. All right, I'm going to sip some tea. Oops. The tea spilled out of my cup and it fell on the floor Mr. Gravity, please don't do that. I'm trying to drink my tea. And Mr. Gravity is so rambunctious. He's just, man, such a mischievous person, Mr. Gravity is. Just you can't really see him, but I mean, he has to be there because all these things are happening which would only be explainable by Mr. Gravity. So, I mean, of course, things wouldn't just fall because, you know, the air around them just can't support those things because they're more dense. That's not why. It's because Mr. Gravity is just violently pushing down on these objects. It's just like he can't stand things having an equilibrium. He just has to constantly push things down. Mr. Gravity is just like so bent on pushing things down. Well, except for helium balloons, like he's kind of selective on pushing things down. When it comes to a helium balloon, he's like, okay, now this I don't want to push down. I'm going to raise this. I'm just going to raise it. Why? Mr. Gravity.